Hello, everybody! If it's Wednesday, it's Warhammer, and that must mean it's time for another episode of Warhammer Weekly. Joining me, as always, is my co-host Tyler. What's going on, brother? How you doing?
Good, man. Good to be here,
You
as
have
always.
fully replaced Tom at this point. He doesn't even exist in our minds.
Done and gone.
No, I mean, Tom will hopefully be back sometime. Worry not, everybody.
Yeah,
He's,
absolutely.
as we said before, he's just dealing with some stuff, but he'll be back around. Also joining us this week, for the first time, very excited, Jordan Duncan on the show. Jordan, would you like to introduce yourself, who you are, what you do?
Sure. Just a quick synopsis. As you said, Jordan Duncan is my name. I go by Season of War is our YouTube channel. We do obviously a lot of AOS content, primarily battle reports. So playing lots of games and having lots of fun. But we do have a more competitive take on the game, I think, in terms of battle reports out there. We are a group of pretty competitive players, but have fun and love it all around hobby geek.
Perfect. And the channel will be linked below, so you can find everything you need to go check out Season of War. Go do that. It's great content. So check.
Okay, so I need a little bit of excessive Midwestern sincerity here at the top.
Go for it. Why not?
About Jordan's channel.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's one of the best that's out there. I can only imagine an extraordinary amount of work that has gone into creating what you've created, Jordan, with some friends' help, I'm sure, around there. But it's really remarkable what you've put together. The terrain, the camera, you even got your wife involved in doing narrative voiceovers, and she's doing an amazing job. You guys play a wide array of battle reports, sort of semi-competitive, full-on competitive, wide array of armies, beautiful armies. It's one of the best out there. I just wanted to commend you on because it has been an extraordinary amount of work.
Yeah, well, thank you. I really appreciate that. It is a lot of work and editing and all that, and I mean, but it's obviously we love playing, so it's makes it all worthwhile. But like both of you guys, actually, it's like I'm a huge proponent of like all aspects of the hobby. I love competitive gameplay. I love painting. I love building and converting, and I love the lore side of it. I love making tables look nice. I think there's something we have in common is we all like interact with the hobby in almost every way possible. So I just trying to do everything as best we can and have lots of fun doing it. But thank
absolutely.
you.
Yeah. If it looks like we might have a camera issue.
It'll catch up. It happens sometimes.
Okay.
It'll catch up.
So,
his camera, your camera, Jordan, was a little like stuck, so you were kind of frozen.
Okay.
We can still hear you normally the whole time.
Yeah.
But you might. It's probably just your internet coming through with your camera.
Yeah.
It'll catch up every so often. No big deal. We'll get you.
Yeah, if anybody is interested, I know you have, I think, like a little membership that folks can join on YouTube to support the channel. I hopped on board a number of months ago, and just if anyone is interested, I would highly recommend it. It's the best, whatever, $2 a month that I'm spending right now.
Yeah.
So
well, and it does go a long way to help, obviously, as we grow and with the community support. It's been awesome, and like working with our premium membership. So our premium members like hugely give us a ton of feedback in terms of what they like, what they don't like, and help us improve. And that's the number one place we go to, talking to all of them about kind of what we want to do next or what's coming up and all that.
Yeah, 100%. All right, I'm done, Vince.
No, that's fine. It's fine. So yes, we're gonna again skip our normal format this week because there is just too much to talk about. I want to really focus this episode in on the points. Couple notes. So one, we're going to be focusing in on the points and their impacts to all the armies today. We're not going to discuss endless spells because those are going to need their own whole separate discussion to look at the new war scrolls because they are so very different. That will be next week. Don't worry. We're going to get into things like the battle plans, the new battle plans, and new victory conditions and stuff like that next week as well. So tactics, strategies, battle plans, and the endless spells will be next week. Look forward to that. This week we're talking points, impacts, armies, who's screwed, who's not, who's on top, who's on the bottom, winners, losers, heartache, suffering, the thrill of victory. That's what we're talking about today. So at any rate, don't worry. We're going to get back to the normal format as soon as we can. That was already a 4-hour show last week, and that was without all this news. We will eventually talk about the Warhammer Plus stuff. Don't worry. Yes, I saw the news that our beloved, beautiful, perfect app is somehow getting replaced, but we don't know anything else beyond that. So we'll have to see what that means, and I'm not going to worry until I know more. So the answer is, don't worry. We'll get there. We will talk about it. And if they get rid of War Scroll Builder, we riot. Okay. So that's what we all know. All right. Anyways, let's get into the points right away. Okay, so much to discuss. My gosh. So let's start on the summary. Average increase in the game was around 8%, but distributed very inequitously. Okay, so like averages can lie. This is a well-known thing in statistics, right? Like if you took the amount of money I have and the amount of money Bill Gates has and averaged the two, it would look very big, right? But that would not be a correct representation of our two financial situations.
Yeah.
So we know averages can sometimes lie. But nonetheless, we do have over here a little bit of sort of winners and losers. I've got various examples. The big increases came in primarily like 4 armies that really ate it pretty hard, which were Disciples, Daughters, Heed Knights, and Seraphon. The smaller increases were Sons, OBR, S2D, and the Flesh Eater Courts. No changes were the Soulblight Gravelords, which isn't surprising because they basically... no changes for our purpose. There was one minor change. I'm not going to talk about it in this particular discussion because it's not worth discussing 5 points, basically. Or something, that minimal. And then so because their book was just printed and it was obviously 3.0 ready, we are not going to talk about Stormcast or the Swamp Bogglers today.
Sure.
They will. Why are we not talking about Swamp Bogglers? Because the points in this tome are a lie. Straight up. Much like the cake, neither of these two armies, these are not real points. These don't matter. This is irrelevant. Okay? What's relevant is what's coming in your army book in like a month or whenever it comes out, a couple weeks after the launch, 2 to 4 weeks after the launch. We already know the points are going to be different because in the launch video for How to Play AOS 3.0, they showed a little snippet of the Stormcast points, and they're different. Yeah. Which, by the way, is fine.
Quite different, actually.
Yeah. And, it's fine. Okay? Yeah. I don't mind them being different because when they made this box set, it would have been so far in advance of them making the rest of the stuff, and they would have had to go to the team and say, look, what's your best guess on what these things point at right now?
Yeah.
Right? And then 3 months later, after all the playtesting or something, they would have actually finalized the book and got to the real points. Because the lead time on producing these boxes is huge. Huge. Okay? Like, I don't think people understand the logistics of them, but if you were to, just start fresh and you had everything ready to go, it'd probably still be 18 months.
Yeah. Incidentally, it feels like you might be getting your buffed up Stormcast that you've been looking for. I saw Liberators at 90 to 115 now.
I'm excited, buddy.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
So
it's coming. Yeah. I finished up my first test model for my army. We'll talk about that next week. But Ratcast is coming. I'm excited.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
All right, so that's enough of my stuff. There's a little thing over on the side here, on the side of the screen, that shows who was better or lower than the average. So everybody can look. So, for example, Sons killing it at only a 0.32% increase, 7.63% better than the average. You gotta love it, okay? But let's talk high level. Jordan, I want to start with you. You're the guest, okay?
Yep.
What you think overall? High level. You can talk maybe about an army or something you play or not. I don't care, but overall, how you feel about how all the points came out?
Oh gosh, that's so wide of a discussion point. I guess I would say I'm optimistic about it kind of overall reducing potentially army size to a degree, especially with the smaller board. We played a game with the smaller board before the points changes, and it's a unit or two difference is actually a huge difference in terms of how much space you take up and all those things.
Sure.
So I'm optimistic. It's definitely even just looking at list building for me, immediately it's I can't feel like I can write a comfortable list because I'm still in that mindset where I had 200 extra points. So
right.
it's I feel like for me it's going to take some time to really adjust to be okay, I've got this list on the table now. I can see get a better feel for it, because when writing them on paper right now, it all feels bad.
Gotcha. No, that's fair. It's an adjustment, right? Yeah, you get less, and so we all kind of have this sort of anchor pricing stuck in our head of about how much of everything we get and what our armies look like, and we now kind of have to accept that. Oh, that's actually all different now, and in some armies it might be very different depending on what you happen to be, especially based on your unit selection, right? Because at every level the averages can lie in different ways. Right? Tyler, what's your take? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jordan. Please continue.
Oh, I was just going to say, I guess it would be under big increase, or maybe small to big, somewhere in the medium. But like Lumineth, for example, like my list went up 270 points. That's like an insane amount. So it's like you said, it's going to take some adjustment, and I'm optimistic again that it's going to be fine. But like my brain is just like going crazy right now. It's how am I going to make this work? But yeah.
Love it.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, on Lumineth, they're a good example, because a lot of folks, of course, were taking the Orlan Legion, which I know, Jordan, of your battle reports, you were running that with Teclis and Sentinels, Wardens, etc. So of course we've got a number of factions that are just losing their battalion as a starting point. So Daughters of Khaine is a good example, even though they went up average of 21%. Viperic Guard was 140 points. So you take that off, and you're getting compensated through the various CP generation that we have access to now, command point generation. Yeah, so I think it's a little inequitous on that front. Like some armies are not going to feel it as much because of it's easy for them to lose the battalion and still be in pretty good shape. Yeah, it's all over it feels like it's a little bit all over the place. I mean, which isn't too unexpected. Like, I think the first thought was this was obviously an enormous amount of work trying to, so COVID's going on, playtesters, GW, they're trying to have this major revamp of the system, which 3.0 is much bigger than 1.0, and then trying to go and change the point values of all these armies with a number of, of different variables that are getting involved, including the general desire, obviously, to increase the points across the board for the most parts. So it definitely, it's very hit or miss. It's going to take, I think, another 6 months. Hopefully we'll have better processes in place, something that Vince, Tom, you and I have been talking about, others have been talking about for a long time. We need better development. Hopefully that will keep improving, and then in 6 months' time, we'll be in a much better shape than we are right now. But I mean, on the whole, I'd say like 6 out of 10. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not amazing.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I brought up some other views here, just other ways to slice and dice this data. Some of these tables, by the way, thank you very much. This all comes from Theo Jansen. I will drop his Twitter down in the show notes, because he's the one who I just blatantly stole these from. So thank you, Theo, for putting together stuff. He and we should state for this, all of the point tables I'll be working off of were started by the amazing AOS Shorts Dan, and then filled out by this incredible community that we have. Like, I was in there, people were working on it, asking questions, refining stuff, doing comments. It was bonkers great work by the community. So A+ if you're anybody who, I was like, I didn't have, this kind of all started on Thursday, and I left. I had no internet from Thursday through Saturday, right? And so I just kind of would I'd intermittently have a little bit of internet where my messages would just go and come in, and then I'd lose it.
Yeah.
And because I was way out in the wilderness, and so I'd just see and then it would just be silent for a little while, which was a fun time. But at any rate, we've got some interesting views here. So the big long chart is your battle line percentage change. So it's only looking at the battle line, and then what did that change? So as opposed to the last chart, which was, here we'll go back, which is the whole army, right? And again, some of that, this is one of the ways averages can be deceptive, right? If a hero goes up 15 points on 100 points, that's actually quite a big increase, right? If a 100-point hero becomes 115, that's a 15-point increase on that hero, right? Which sounds like a lot. It's higher than the average we just said was 8.
Sure.
Right? But you probably only take that hero once in most armies, right?
Right.
Whereas your battle line, if you're going to take 3 units of the same thing, and they went up 20 points, right? Then that's actually a 60-point increase to what your list represents, right? Because it multiplies out. Like, this isn't revolutionary stuff. We all understand what's going on here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So at any rate, this chart examines just the battle line increase. And this chart is really fascinating because, by the way, this isn't battle line if. This is literally just battle line. The pure battle line people. Hence why the suns went down and the flesh eater courts went down, because ultimately the things worked out that way. Because in suns, as we'll talk about now, that's everything's just battle line. But at any rate, the here you see that, like, LRL, when you look at LRL's percentage, they're not actually way up at the top of the average percentage, though they had some sizable things, as we'll talk about. But when you look at their battle line as a percentage change, because of what happened with Wardens, suddenly that percentage jumps way up, right? Yeah. So, at any rate.
Some might say it should have been a little higher with those Sentinels, but hey.
The Sentinels, we'll get there. We'll get there. We're going to talk about all of them. We're going to talk about all of them. The other view up here in the top right, the battalion nudists versus serial battalioniers, that is exactly what you were describing, Tyler. Right? So the battalion nudists are how many battalions did you tend to take before? Right? Did your armies usually have battalions? Okay. And so these four are ones that Theo thought, people usually had some kind of battalion on. He's counting Gloomspite because he's counting the new battalions for Maws of Jork and the Troggoth Herd and stuff like that, right? Being very popular choices. Okay. Saying that those are he's counting them as nudists because people weren't taking those the standard Gloomspite army. Sorry, I had to switch around. Only the specialized ones use that. That's what I was trying to say. I just said it backwards, right? So IDK, Seraphon, Skaven, Gloomspite often didn't have battalions. Tzeentch, Flesh Eaters, Fyreslayers, Orruk Warclans all had battalions. I don't know about Flesh Eaters. Let me say it this way: every Flesh Eater army I've ever built, I've used a battalion or two, but that's because I'm playing Smash bad. But certainly Fyreslayers, Lords of the Lodge, Orruk Warclans, Iron Fist, Disciples of Tzeentch, Change Host. These are like three of the most famous battalions in the game. Right. Okay. So, and it's interesting to see how that compares, because it's not distributed as you would hope, right? It's not like the serial battalion people are necessarily paying all that off. Right.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting.
And then you've got the row label by type with the average increased. Could I widen the box a little bit? Yes, I can move the box a little bit. There. Okay. That should be better. Hopefully that's all right for everybody. There we go. Yeah, it's showing all the numbers now. Sorry, everyone, if the numbers were kind of cut. I don't have anything else that runs this far to the edge. I just couldn't fit both these in. Anyways... Behemoth lowest at 6%, then leaders at 7%, mainly melee units 9%, mainly shooting units 10%. There we go.
This one surprised me so much because I feel like it was counterintuitive to the expectations that a lot of people had going into it, of like, your monsters going up because of the extra value and your shooting going up because obviously of the power of shooting, especially with like Unleash Hell now.
Yeah.
Sort of see like how little difference there is, and melee units going up 9% is wild to me.
Yeah. It certainly feels that way. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I struggle with this, trying to get a sense of like, to what degree can we draw some useful conclusions or working conclusions from this right now? I mean, that does stand out, certainly. That's the 6% on Behemoth or Monster. I mean, that absolutely, I would say, stands out.
So part of it's actually kind of obvious if you think about it. There's an easy explanation for this. Okay, like we immediately run to like grandiose game balance expectations when actually I think the explanation is much simpler. Okay, monsters tend to be higher points. Okay, and we as a community, and GW knows this, tend to look at points changes in their raw number, not in their percentage.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so when they move things, they tend to move things by 10 or 20 or 25 points, right? So when you move wardens by 25 points, that's a big percentage change on wardens.
Yeah.
when you move a 400-point monster by 25 points, that might be impactful to that monster's, play and what it does in the list. It's not that it's not, but that is a much lower percentage of its overall value, right? They both moved to 25. By raw sort of how much space they clawed away in your list, it's exactly the same. But when you start examining it by percentage, it's different.
Right. I was just doing some quick math. Yeah, I think Dorothy went up about 12%, 340 to 300. So if I did that right, which I may not have, but yeah, just trying to get a quick sense. Yeah, because some monsters, it did feel like they got maybe an appropriate increase, maybe a little bit too much, but relative to that baseline of 6%. But yeah, that's a great point, Vince.
And also, as we'll see, a lot of the non-hero monsters ended up staying pretty flat, and a couple of them moved down. Right, so they're also there pulling down that average, right? When you've got a lot of zeros or -2s or -3s, they're like, you've got a lot of Cygors and Gorgons and Charybdises just like holding on to Archeon, like, don't worry, I'll pull your percentage down, or whatever. Alario would be the better example, right?
Well, and actually, Alario's a good one too, because she was repointed before the GHB,
right?
So it wouldn't be reflected in this data.
Yes, yes. So these are just all slices and dices. Like the key to understand with this, I think, and I think with the three of us are all on the page here, is that like there's no one view that suddenly gives you like clear insight into this data set or into the change, right?
Yeah.
It's a bespoke set of changes that they worked collaboratively on across a large group of people over many months. It wasn't like they sat down and applied some algorithmic formula that we could reverse engineer.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah. And some of these do stand out, like looking at Gloomspite Gitz. I mean, that one's higher, I would say, than it should be. Just in general, as kind of a general shot. And then looking at, so we got Skaven, they're about right. Like a number of, Lumineth, they're pretty high. Cities is really low. Cities was a big winner, I would say. Daughters, Disciples, appropriately, they're pretty high. I mean, as you mentioned, these are not including some of the battle line if, so there's that issue. But anyway, we don't have to spend 15 minutes on just this slide. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. And there's a lot. We're going to get into the individual armies. What we'll see is the devil is truly in the details here. Right? Yeah. Like, there's no doubt about that. Because some armies, like, took a relatively heavy percentage change, and yet actually I think, they're fine. Right? Maybe because they always did have a battalion, and they still ended up coming in with their average army build lower than what it would be at. Right? So there's just, again, we really have got to get into them deets. Them deets is where it's at. Okay. Yeah, good stuff. Let's keep going. All right, so we're going to start in order. The forces of order.
Of course, everybody's favorite order.
Yeah, they get to jump the line and not go alphabetically.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
Okay, as I mentioned, don't forget we are not going to talk about Stormcast. We are not going to talk about Swamp Bogglers. I don't have Soulblight Gravelords in here either because there was no effective change, right? It's what's printed in the book. We already talked about it before. I know those are cross factions. I'm just explaining. Yes, we will talk about the rest of Orruk Warclans. Okay, here's my one note. Controversial statement. Hot take, gentlemen. You ready?
Ready.
Hopefully.
Points did not go up enough on average.
For order?
Period.
Just period across the board. Okay.
Yep. Before we get into the individual armies, the average should have been closer to like 15 to 20%. And let me tell you why I say that. Because that should have been the average. Again, we're going to lie with that average. Because that would have allowed us space for no change to have been way more impactful in their overall position in the game. So my honest belief here is that nothing should have went down. Okay? But a lot of problem units, if they're not going to write new War Scrolls, should have just stayed exactly the same. And if everything else had moved up so much more, right, then they would have suddenly actually been really efficiently pointed. Does that make sense?
Sure.
What we're getting right now is because they kind of were like, oh, we're worried about hurting everybody's feelings. We don't want people to get mad at us. Right?
Yeah.
then because of that, you ended up, the things that didn't move, you don't feel the delta you should.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? If
Yeah, totally.
everything in the game had went up that 15 to 20%, and you had a monster or a winner stay at its current points, that would be a huge change relative.
Sure. Yeah.
The efficiency on that, the efficiency breakdown of how much of your army you're still getting there would be so much different. Right? But they held back. They were afraid to cause the pain. And so because of that, because they choked up on the swing, never choke up. Like, unless you're going for a bunt, you don't do that. And we're not. We needed a home run here. Okay?
So what do you think that average, like, to throw out, what would you throw out as an average percent increase? What should that have been?
That number, 17%.
17. Wow. So
very
double.
inequitably distributed, though. Like,
Sure.
non-hero monsters should have been close to 0.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Elite type units screwed by coherency should have been in like the 3 to 5%. Right? and then you step from there. Okay? Like, we all know who's kicking teeth and taking names here. Come on. What are we doing? Right? Like, I'm not... Am I wrong?
No.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jordan.
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, it feels like there's almost too many factors that were potentially being juggled. Whether, like even they're mentioning coherency. There's coherency. There's the hero and monster changes, and the points changes, the board size, and obviously trying to balance all those things. Like the coherency was a huge one. Like those, units of 3 that upgrade to units of 6 got hammered so bad on big bases.
Yep.
When it's just not justified.
Right.
Is that because coherency and it wasn't reflecting the points? You know what I mean? There's just so many balls in the air that I think, obviously, again, understandably with the situation and everything, but there were definitely some, big losers, from all this that isn't necessarily because of the points, but because of the other peripherals,
right?
And the impact of those. So, yeah, I think there'll be.
And the key here is everything basically should have went up again in the macro view, right? Yeah. So I see a lot of people when they're doing these takes like, oh, why didn't this thing go down? Homie, nothing should have went down. That's not what we're on about here. Okay? Right. Wrong answer. Nothing almost should have went down if they did this right. Like, there should be like 2 scrolls that went down. Okay? But they didn't. So because a few things went down in weird ways, suddenly it doesn't feel like it's distributed correctly. The people who are the worst offenders often don't feel like they got a hard enough hit. The people who are clearly innocent bystanders in this are 50 mil, 1 inch reach, 3 6s.
Yeah.
Right, or whatever. Again, now we don't have the FAQ yet. Maybe they'll all get 2 inch reach. Okay, cool. Sure. Like, if that happens, I'm back on board. I got all of my complaints dry up, right? We have a third part of this. I was hoping it was going to be out by now, but they didn't release it yet. I hear that they're waiting on translation. Apparently it's lost in translation, so maybe we can get Bill Murray on the phone and get that finished up. But that's the issue, right? We had these things. They don't feel as though they're distributed to our offenders. That's ultimately going to be, that's my headline. We should have, stepped on the gas harder. Really shrunk armies. And then use the places where we didn't increase to suddenly give the advantages where we needed to armies that were hurting. Right.
Yeah, I'm really stuck on that point about the monsters, particularly hero monsters, relative to 50 millimeter bases. Those min-size 3 units that you can only go up to 6. I don't think we hammered that enough last week. Now that we're talking about events, that is a significant issue when it comes to points. Like you look at, I played a lot of Gorg runners. Generally, it feels like you're running them in 3 now. I mean, they're as long as that +1 damage is going to be maintained.
Gorg runners are like the one exception. I would take 6 every time with Gorg runners and not even care for a minute because I'll go 4-2 every time. Like, you're going to lose Gorg runners.
Yeah.
And then the second I lose 5 wounds, I'm back to old coherency. It's no issue, right? Because Gorg runners, I can still easily get 4 in, no problem. They still punch way above their weight.
Yeah,
right?
They do have the 2 inch reach option. But
they have a 2 inch reach option. You can there are ways, right?
Yeah.
The people who are on 50 mils with a 1 inch reach only.
Yeah.
Those are the people who, if they don't retcon those scrolls, which again, they could. They could.
Yeah, I was looking at our list here. There's a fair number of them. Yeah, that it is certainly impactful. So anyway, yeah, I think that's a fair point about. But I mean, I guess what you're getting at in general, we haven't really sort of set an initial baseline. If you look through the General's Handbook 21, particularly at the battle tactics, boy, do they want you to run monsters with those with those battle tactics. Yeah, there are so many ways that you're potentially getting an extra victory point. So total of 3 from a battle tactic instead of 2, and then there's other, obviously many other things that are really incentivizing monsters, which makes sense. With we're setting in Gur, it's all about monsters this time around. I mean, we'll see where we are in 6 months, but that's certainly. Like, there's just so many variables right now that I would be a little surprised if generally our thinking right now, which says monsters, isn't too far off 6 months from now.
Yeah, and I almost feel like in the 6-month winter FAQ, they're going to have to like really go in and tinker with some stuff. So we'll see. Like that, it feels like that could end up being a big one. But again, we'll see. All right, gentlemen, let's get into the specifics, shall we?
Yep.
Okay. Let's begin with Cities of Sigmar, the most ridiculous thing to make this chart out of. I apologize, everyone, that this is so small. And this is only page 1.
Yeah.
Okay? Because I could not, in any way that kept the text even remotely legible, this is already way too small, keep them all on an army. There are too many units in this army. Let me just say that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Now, I do really, really wish that... Like, whatever. We've talked before about what should happen with cities. We'll see what happens when we get our new Dawnbringer Crusades book, if that happens. If Cities 2 Electric Boogaloo Dawnbringer Crusades happens.
Yeah.
My solemn wish, and I know I'm probably alone here, but hey, I have a Cities army, so I'm going to go ahead and say I'm okay to say this. Maybe you don't feel that way. Is that they would just collapse these units down into single units that could be represented by multiple models. They'll never do it. They'll never do it. Because it becomes very hard for them to tell people what to buy. But I wish they would. I wish there was just like, the two-handed sword guys and, that kind of thing. It's just like, all the different racial troops are together now and it's fine. We're all happy. Anyways.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And then you could even intermix the models and it's truly a, hodgepodge like Cities is meant to be.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm going to, I'll dip back and forth between the 2 pages. But here, out of the cities changes, the ones that jumped out to me, okay, are one, our Free Guild General and Griffin going down 15 points, which is great. Great hero monster there with a good speed and a relatively nice hitting power. Him dropping, like, leader hero monsters are for real in this edition. I'm 3 games deep now at this point, and let me tell you, they are for real.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things we talked about last week. I felt like if you have a baseline save of 3+ and you're a hero monster, you're golden.
Yeah.
In this edition, potentially, particularly if that 3+ baseline save. I mean, 4+ isn't too bad as well. But the point being that you can potentially stack save to offset Ren to potentially go down to 2 up. Yep. And then, God forbid, if you've got a way to reroll once to save somehow.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
And then, anything that has, I feel like
you also pack the defensive ability when you're a hero monster of Roar, which is just as much defensive as is anything else, because then on a 3-up, you stop them from buffing their armor or from getting +1 to hit you. Right?
Yeah, Roar has been, like, if there are a list right now based on 3 games as well that I played at 2K, it's maybe number 1 on the list in terms of impact or anything in general. Really? Yeah, that turns off issue and receive commands like Geminids, 100%. New Geminids. Yeah. But I was going to say, last point, that the baseline of Rend, I feel like maybe has gone up from, say, -1. You're really looking for -2 now, I feel like, with a lot of War Scrolls. And if you can get -3 Rend, you're really doing work. But, yeah.
Jordan, was there anything in Cities? By the way, Cities' average gain overall was 3.35%. Quick note on the average gain item here on my charts. That will not be inclusive of endless spell changes. So, because endless spells went all over the place and were completely rewritten, obviously. So, the average there is not inclusive of endless spells. Obviously, Cities doesn't have any, but, it's relevant. Cities did lose an allegiance ability. We should note that, right? I've noted here that finally the Age of the Wild Rider has come as they went down 10 points. So
Well,
there we go. I'm sure we're going to see those on the table now.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Wanderers came out great here. Like, them, Eternal Guard, Sisters of the Thorn, with a potential double Overwatch, didn't change in points.
Sure.
So,
Yeah. Let's see how that goes with the fact,
yeah,
but absolutely
yeah.
right now. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean a lot of the shooting units did, like I don't know what Dark Shards did or who they made angry, but Dark Shards went up 15 points. I think in general this is one of those armies where the shooting people all went up to some degree, and there is a lot of shooting units, and they all are in like the 10 to 15 point range.
Yeah.
Outriders, Pistoliers, Copters, and Bombers, and Iron Drakes, went up, stuff like that. I'm shocked that Iron Drakes only went up 10, but a lot of other things, but like Dark Shards went up 15. Like
Right.
that's
They can get -2 rend, right? Or
Yeah,
potentially
they
-3 rend, because you can stack the Rune Lord, I believe. I was thinking that you could stack it, but anyway, I know you can get -2 rend.
yeah. I don't.
Yeah.
You can only do the prayer once now, so you can't.
Oh,
do that 'cause
right.
You can't repeat the prayers.
Can't repeat
But
the
yes, they can be
prayers.
at -2 rend very easily.
Yeah, Rune Lord can't in your phase. Chant prayers, right? Can't repeat it. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that was surprising. Absolutely. A friend of mine was talking to me about Iron Breakers. Their base 3 up save, still pretty cheap,
Yeah.
115. Yep. I mean, yeah, get them on a 2 up save. Pretty good anvil there. That seems fairly efficient at 2 wounds each. They are 2 wounds each, right? Iron Breakers.
No, they're 1 wound each.
Oh, they're 1 wound each. Okay, so maybe not quite as good.
Yeah, I mean, your dwarven stuff has often been just fine. Like it can hold its own. It's often been the backbone. Like Iron Drake's getting a 10-point increase. Now, obviously, 2 things impacted cities here, right? Before we get into that, well, I'm actually going to put a pause myself. Any other units you guys want to call out? I mean, there's nothing really that insane in cities. Most of it was pretty in the bounds, honestly. And the fact there's so many things going down. Like, the only other one I wanted to touch on real quick was, how did the Anointed on Phoenixes go down?
Did they go down? Oh my god, they did go down.
Yeah, and that's very surprising, especially the monster hero combo being so strong. And those were 2 of the feature premier units in cities already.
Yep.
So I think we're going to see a few more of them.
You're talking like your Frostart Phoenix guy, 4 up after save, neg 1 to wound, decent enough damage, good survivability, right?
Yep.
Like this guy's a mystery to me as to why he went down. Because I just wound penalties are not that common. And putting somebody under neg 1 to wound when there's so many ways now to put somebody into neg 1 to hit. And that guy is just an incredible pinning unit and continues to be the fact that he can now also hero action and monster action. The fact that once a game he can have his best day ever and sail on in there and just really tilt the numbers, right?
Right. Yeah, similar with the Celestial Hurricane on Battle Mage, or with Battle Mage. Yeah, didn't move at all. 280 still. That's a great buy still. Hollow Hearts, Cogs, they're going to be probably doing pretty well. Let's see. Dreadlord and Black Dragon only went up 10. I'd be curious about that one. I don't know if that saw a lot of play in 2.0, the Dreadlord and Black Dragon, but
yeah, I mean he went down 10 points, so that's cool.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's no is the answer.
Smorgan is apparently thinking about spamming Dark Riders, so anything that Smorgan is looking to do, definitely.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I saw his Night Runner and got a runner list, and I've run that list he's got, and I'm not sure about it. But hey, he's probably a better player than me, so we'll see.
Yeah. I had a bunch of notes here, but I don't know, Vince, you want to go on? I had some notes.
Yeah, let's get to some summary on cities. Yeah. So it is my summation of cities is they basically skated. Okay. They are a big, the biggest army in the game by just count of units, not counting Loka because that's not real.
Yeah.
But they are a big mixed arms force with plenty of shooting, different heavy armor options, cavalry, mobility, blah, 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 blah. It's very hard for this army not to be part of the conversation.
Sure.
Right? Cities is much like Skaven, as we'll see later. Cities just has a lot of different tools because they have so many freaking scrolls.
Right?
And several of their powerful heroes went down. We mentioned both the Phoenix and the General and Griffin, both of whom I think are fantastic. The increases to most of the base troops were small, right? And the biggest hit to the faction was there's 2 changes. This is what I was going to talk about. There's 2 things that happened. One, They lost a faction ability. I mean, I'm sure to get rewritten in the FAQ in some way. I don't know, but they had the ability to always count, like the way that they worked with realm.
Oh, the realm spells.
Yeah, they're realm spells, right? They're
realm spell effects. Yeah, right. Yeah.
They basically always got the enhanced effect, right? That's gone now because there are no realm effects on endless spells anymore. So they lost that.
Yeah.
And the other big change is the change to bridge, which again we're not deep diving into endless spells, but bridge, the stupid endless spell that you could like sit down and place your entire army around and then teleport your entire stupid army across the table.
Yeah.
Okay. It was just that is the dumbest effect that we all tolerated. That should have been retconned 5 minutes after it got printed. Yeah. Like it just should have been. Okay. And now you can only take one unit with you. So great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great health of the game change. Yeah.
I mean, just like, look, teleporting is already really powerful. And the fact that you could usually have that guy out of range, out of unbind range, so, you know, barring like Slaanesh or something, you could just be like, boop, there's a bridge. Boop, my army's way over on the other side of the board. Boop, we're all shooting you. Blazing Iron Drakes, just woo-woo.
Yeah.
No. Iron Drakes are still an amazing value at 160. It's, I mean, like...
Oh, yeah.
I do not know the universe where they thought 10 points was the appropriate increase on those guys. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Yeah, so a few other high-level, one of our local guys plays Cities, Travis Boyson. So Travis had a few thoughts. Yeah, I mentioned the spell loss. General and Griffin, going down, especially in Tempest, I thought, with the fight first. That's a good shout. We talked about the fact on handgunners, Sisters of the Watch, in terms of Unleash Hell, double tapping. Hopefully that's not going to be a thing. You thought, Anvil Guard, Harkaron. We were seeing a little bit of that with Vitriolic Spray. Maybe with some of these new commands that's probably still going to be a thing. Vitriolic Spray taking away the save. We talked a lot about how we might see a lot of 2+ save in the game now. So I'm sure that's still going to be a very hot spell. Spell Portal is still relevant, so check that through Spell Portal.
Well, you have a different endless spell to get your Vitriolic Spray person around now as well, because don't forget, Launch and the Soul Seeker changed, and he just teleports wizards around now, but he teleports them quite far.
Oh, right. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's good. Hammer Hall still has a lot of CP generation. Let's see. He was mentioning Dwarf Wizards or Star Drake Wizards and Hallowheart. That might be fun.
Yeah, with the artifact.
The Arcane Tome.
Yeah.
Look, I'm always excited. In any edition, there is going to be a thing that everybody simply says, and also, okay, so in the last edition, it was, well, it's a 7-inch charge, but it's 5 inches with cogs.
Right.
Every time. As though always, in our minds, in our happy path, perfect, idyllic minds, we always had cogs on the table. Right? Yeah. Always. Every time.
100%.
Okay. Now, it's going to be Flaming Weapon and the Spellbook. That's it. It's like those two things. It's going to be like, oh, +1 damage with Flaming Weapon. Or, I can blah, blah, blah with the Arcane Tome. Like, that's not me bagging on you, Jordan. I'm just getting that out of the way now. Like, we're going to say it a million times because every time I see it, right? It's always like, oh, this guy can be a wizard. Yeah. Everybody can. That's a thing now. It's going to be popular.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That, and even the 5-up ward artifact is like, you're going to see that in every other army.
It's back. Yep, we all got a ward again. I'm excited. In the Monster Hero Edition, I think it's a great time to suddenly add a 5-up invuln to people, or 5-up ward. Sorry.
Yeah.
Good. Jordan, anything else on cities?
No, like you said, it's like you could point out so many units that didn't change, but that's the whole army. So in the context of within cities, not super impactful, but it's really compared to everything else. The changes, like you say, where they benefit, did everything else increase enough? Who knows? But no, I think we pretty much hit everything.
I was curious about like War Hydras, which were horrible in 2.0 and Charybdis. I haven't checked out looked at the war scrolls of those things in forever, but are those a little more turned on now that they're monsters?
They could have been if we would have pushed the rest of the points up like I described. That's a perfect example of what I was talking about earlier. If we hadn't choked up on the swing, okay? If we had actually brought the points in the game up by an average of like 17 or 18%, and they still sat at where they did, right? And they didn't change. Again, the difference between the average and any individual, right? Okay.
Right.
Like, the average amount of money that the people have in the United States doesn't really matter if you're broke at the moment, right? That's the difference.
Right.
But, like, then it probably would have been enough to make him interesting. As it is, there's too many good hero monsters. Why would I?
Yeah,
mess
that's
around?
exactly. Yeah, you're gonna fill their slots with the Frost Arts and Generals on Griffin, and
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, there's too many good options. Or even
Yeah,
not monster, still great heroes. Like, obviously the Huracanum's value went down slightly because the +1 to hit now can't stack anymore. But also did it because +1 to hit is still really, really good.
And saves you command points.
And exactly.
Nora.
And now I can just blow my command point all the time in combat for +1 to save and have both, which feels good.
Yeah.
Feels good.
Yeah.
Orange whip.
Yeah.
Orange whip. Orange whip. Okay.
Gyrocopters, Unleash Hell. Unit of gyrocopters in the back line.
Yeah, I'm trying to get my NashCon list together. It's gonna take and I'm deciding between cities and giants. I have my cities display board all made. I never got to take the cities display board I made to a tournament. I really want to take it. So I tried to rebuild.
That thing, Jordan? The thing was ridiculous. You ever see that?
I did, yeah. The
Oh my
aircraft.
God. Yeah, it's nuts.
Yeah, my aircraft carrier. Yes, I'm probably gonna bring that. Giants are so tempting though for reasons we'll talk about later. Anyways, so I rebuilt my cities list, right? So like to see well, how much can I do what I wanted to do. It's Tempest Eye list. And you know what the answer was? Everything. Nothing changed. It was like, this is fine.
Yeah.
It was great. I think, I don't know, maybe I got rid of one gyrocopter or something like that, like in the whole thing. So I was like, yeah, okay, fine. I had many gyrocopters, so, oh no.
Yeah.
All right.
Yep, they're doing good, cities.
Yup. Okay, Daughters of Khaine. Why did this slide? Why is this like this? Why are you like this? Sorry, everybody. I don't know why that was like so tiny or off screen. Okay, Daughters of Khaine. Okay, they took a big hit, big moves, but they are coming from a very undercosted place.
What were we at? 21% average. Okay.
Yeah, 20.51 if you're not rounding. Yes, was their actual average. Again, not counting the endless spells. Okay.
Sure. Yep.
So they basically, I'm still not sure they got the points increase they need. I'm just going to throw it out there. Unpopular opinion. They came up to probably what they should have in 2.0. And I don't think they got near where they needed to be in 3.0. Now, that doesn't mean I think every unit should have moved. I think some they probably got to the right place. Like, Sisters and Witch Elves are probably fine. Stop, you're good. Like, we didn't need to go any higher on those, okay?
Yeah.
But there are things like the Hag Queen on Cauldron, still an incredible unit. Even up 35 points wasn't enough. That thing used to be 270 before it dropped.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was one we had a difference of opinion on when the day after or whatever, we went through the book and came up with our point values. And I was looking back and you were higher on that one than I was. I think I was 260. You were at like 280, 290. But anyway, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just too cheap for what it does. It's a very effective thing, right? And I mean, look, the reason a lot of these numbers feel so big, I mean, and obviously Morgwaith is hilarious. Like, she is tied for the highest points increase in the game, but but that's kind of a lie because she's actually multiple models and whatever, and I don't care. I'm not going to talk about Morgwaith. She never should have been 80. That was stupid from the beginning.
Right.
Obviously. Right. When I look at the Hag Queen, like the Hag Queen on Cauldron should have went back to at minimum what it was before they got their ridiculous decrease. Okay. To stay in parity with all the other increases in the game. Slaughter Queen's probably fine. She's probably in the right place. Like 300 is probably
300.
fine.
Yeah. Yeah, that feels about right.
Like Bloodstalkers went up a lot. Good.
Yep.
Probably fine. They needed to. They are a pox on the game.
I think Daughters is a good example with that of them targeting the right units with the heavier points changes. Now, again, like you say, some could be heavier, even Marathi potentially, with how good she is, especially with the new stuff. But I think the Bloodstalker change and actually also impacted just by the coherency, and that you can't run units of 20 anymore. So the double tapping is less effective. I think that's a good example of another tempering of the crazy wildest things that we all hated.
Sure. And yeah, there's been systematic changes, stuff like that. I see Oliver Dempsey. I sense you're a Daughters of Khaine player. Everybody, one of the things that's going to come up is everybody wants your own army. Any points increases are always never. It's fine. It should have never been any more, and it should probably be less when it's something you still want, when it's something you love, right? And that's not by the way, Oliver. I'm not bagging on you. Like, that's just our natural inclination. When we know it, when we love it, when we're that close to it, it's hard to, like, suddenly rip it away and push it way up, right? So I get it. Can we talk about the fact that Morathi is a ridiculous rock bottom pricing deal at $660? Like, that is insane to me. It is insane to me that she's $660 when we've got Ilario running around at $745. You're about 100 points off on that. Okay.
So you think what do you think? Actually, do you think it should be 760?
She should be over 700. I don't know.
Over that. 7. Okay. Okay. What do you think, Jordan, on Morathi?
I would agree. Like at least 700. I mean, the only issue she had before is sometimes there is inconsistency with her output.
Sure.
And that's largely gone with +1 hit.
Right.
And they already get reroll ones a lot of the time, so she's gonna be 2s and 2s rerolling 1s on both at times. So they went up huge value, I think, and not reflected enough in the points.
So a lot of thoughts. Obviously, I played a lot of Daughters over the last year, and you're still going to start your list. If you're going competitive Daughters of Khaine, you're still starting your list with 15 Snake Bows now and Morathi.
Sure.
Yep.
So that hasn't changed. I quickly wrote, okay, what is if I'm trying to go 5-0, what is a Daughters list?
Well, and some
Morathi.
kind of thing that enables them to be battle line, so you can do that. But yes, like
exactly.
One of the probably your basic Blood Wreck Medusa, but yeah, sure.
Yeah, Medusa or Melisai, whom I was undervaluing, I think, originally. That command ability is quite nice, in terms of what it opens up with the ability to do 2d6 run and then still shoot and or charge, shoot with the snake bows, charge with the melee. Just that threat range is incredible on that. But yeah, so quickly writing a list, just give people a sense. Like, okay, so Morathi, Melisai, or is it the same point cost? Medusa, it's 5 points off. So we'll just go Melisai Iron Skull. Okay. Sure. And then we've got a Hag Queen for, say, Catechism.
Sure.
And we've got, let's see, Morathi, Hag, Melisai, Iron Skull. That's about it, is what I had on heroes. Yeah, 4 heroes, Morathi counting us 2. And then 15 Snake Bows, 10 Blood Sisters, unit of 10. They've got 2-inch reach, so that works. Sure. I think it's still really, really good unit. -1 Ren, they do mortal wounds. You can get a -2 Ren, mind raises, etc. Really, really good unit. Good point cost still. 10 Witch Elves to fill out your battle line. 25 millimeter, so you can screen them out decently. 25 right by each other. Pretty good footprint for a screen. Unit of Shadow Stalkers. So unit of 9. You got a little teleport. Not as good screening anymore, but still a decent teleport screen because they're 28.5 millimeter bases, I think. So you can't do what you would like with them, but still pretty good. And then 90 points for Life Takers, 5 Life Takers. So that's 100, quote unquote, 101 wounds. Obviously, that's not what it is, but
sure.
And so, how does that feel to you guys? So you got 5 Life Takers, 9 unit of Shadow Stalkers, 10 Blood Sisters, 15 Snake Bows, 10 Witch Elves, Morathi, Melisai Iron Scale. Really, to fit it in, you have to take the Melisai because it is exactly, I think, on the nose, and then the Hag with Catechism.
Feels like a pretty solid army. Feels like an army I wish I could build. And with
I don't think that feels. I mean, I don't think that necessarily that feels strong. I think that's a top tier army. It doesn't feel too out of balance to me. I agree that Morathi should be a little more.
Yeah, the ultimate secret here is it doesn't actually matter that much. Points aren't usually what break armies. What breaks balance. Yeah. Like, we overinvest in what we think points can do in this game, and that's actually not what makes things win most of the time. Okay, like, certain units, yes, points have determined their viability or not, right? Are they too efficient? But usually things win through synergy and allegiance abilities that are sort of broken. And, like, what's turning that into a powerhouse isn't really the points. Yeah, you could point them in a way that made them, like, truly insane or completely unplayable. Of course that's true.
Sure.
Right? But, like, when you look at what makes things really broken, it's the ability to use your pieces in ways that they just shouldn't otherwise perform, where you're breaking the rules in, like, a horrendous way. So, for example, Bloodstalker shooting twice around. I mean, that's right. That's applying that mortal wound pressure twice around.
Right. And that right there, because I mean, right now, if you're going to tournament this weekend, you're going to see Daughters of Khaine, 80-player tournament. You're going to see Daughters of Khaine. You're going to see 50 Snake Bows, Morathi. You need ideally a way to turn off Morathi's ability to use commands. So like you need Geminids, or I haven't gone through and looked at what are all of our options right now, but I mean I think that's going to be huge in a number of instances, and starting with Daughters of Khaine to reduce what they can do, if you got a way to do it. But I don't know, Jordan, do you have any? I was kind of going to get a baseline of what you guys think in terms of like what an actual.
I'm going to jump to our impact page, and as you can see here, Morathi. So at any rate, Jordan, hit me. What do you got?
I think, like Tyler said, it's like the point changes. Like when you invest so heavily in that hammer of 15 bows, it does impact the rest of your army. With all the across the board changes, sure, everything, little things should have gone up, a hero here or there could have gone up another 10 or 20, but really this army is being impacted from losing 2 units, basically. 1 to 2 units with their list. Like, I mean, just those 15 snake bows is 90 points difference. So that's a unit there, and Morathi's, 60 could have been 100. But that's
in my opinion, Jordan, you're losing your screens, because I think often you would see Daughters of Khaine list. You need to build in multiple screens. Yeah, because you got to keep those blusters safe. You got to keep those snake bows safe. Yeah. And so you'd have multiple chap screens for that.
Exactly. So the points changes don't necessarily change their output, but they make them take bigger risks for over investing in that. So like you said, not having screens, not having necessarily enough bodies on objectives, or the combat bodies to push other units off of objectives. Yeah. So I think that's the good part of this, is seeing, the 30 points, obviously, again, targeting an important shooting unit. When you overinvest in something like that, I think that this is a good example of them targeting the right units. Yeah. Again, so it's like they're risking something now to commit to that, and I think that's a good point for the game to be, where you can't have it all and be safe.
Yeah, and I agree. 30 points increase is fully justified on those snake bows.
Yeah, 100%. And so people ask, I have here in my notes, Morathi. Oh, Daughters of Khaine impacts. My subheading is they're fine. I think they are. Despite that increase, it's coming from a horrendously undercosted place. So they were already subsidized, basically. They had the GW subsidy fueling their power. So all we did is remove that subsidy to a point. So Morathi is still the second best hero in the entire game at 660 and a steal. I stand behind that. Multiple people asked who is the first best hero, and Halo already called it, because obviously it's the Lore Seeker, or as he said, the Score Seeker. Like, unquestionably, the undoubted King of the Ring. That title is going to be real hard to strip out of his control. He is point for point the best hero in the game. We'll talk about when we get to LRL, because he's even better now, barring some very last-minute change.
Yeah, please, GW, don't fix this before it's too late.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, at any rate.
Anybody doesn't know, they've right now it does not have the unique tag, so you can take multiple Lore Seekers, just for everybody's reference.
Get there. When we get to the other elves. They're coming soon, Tyler. As I said, and speaking to Oliver, who mentioned the prayer limitation, I do think the prayer limitation remains actually the biggest fundamental challenge and impact to this army, right? It just it happened with the book, and I think it continues to remain, now it's officially sort of in the system in 3.0. I think it remains the biggest challenge.
Yep.
I also think Canary Life Takers at 90 points or whatever they are, because they basically didn't go up, or they went 5 points, something, I don't remember. Yeah. Pretty low. Are still
10 points,
incredible. They are
great screens again.
So good.
Yeah.
Screens, objective grabbers, and murder machines if buffed appropriately.
Turn off Unleash Hell potentially.
Yep.
You send them in.
Yep. Before you get in the unit, you need to get in there, right? They just jump on over. Yep. Get on in there. Yeah, and then just float away from me. Float away. What's up? Bye. They're so good. They're so good. So good.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. I love it. Yeah, the Avatar. I'm really high on the Avatar. I played him a little bit in Hagnar, and obviously, I mean, as we all know, not as good outside of Hagnar because of the prayer limitation. You
Sure.
don't really have a good way to turn it on and do everything else you need with prayers outside of Hagnar. But yeah, I mean, it's 9 wounds, so it's just under the mark that you got to be under. It's a 4+
Best
base
number
save.
of wounds in the game right now.
Yep.
Yes.
4+ base saves. That's really good. Various ways you can get it cover easily. It's a very small base. It's got that -2 rend. You got ways you can prove it's, as usual. We're going to mention the commands all the time. +1 hit, +1 save, yada, 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 yada. Think about everything and what they look like with that stuff. But yeah, I love the Avatar. I think it only went up 5 points, I believe. But yeah, it's really, it went up 5 points. I think that's really good value.
Yeah, and command points are so impactful to this game overall. Like, you're always thirsty for them. Like, we're all thirsty boys now for command points. And the fact that there is a generic prayer you can take that just gives you an extra command point on a 5-up, and you can sit around and make it a 4-up if the avatar's near you, or a 3-up if you're on mystic terrain with the avatar. Like, I mean, it's just like, given that's optimism bias certainly, but nonetheless, that's just like one more command point. Every
Right.
time you're playing, like, it's just more. And certainly that +1 is doing a lot of other things too, right? Turning on all the rest of your prayers.
Yeah, absolutely. Heart of Fury took a big jump down, 25 points off, 80 to 55. I can't remember what that is. The invocation number is on that one to get it off. I'd have to check that out. I'm just thinking, like, in terms of how easy it would be to remove. I know you've got to roll for it to stay on the board, but that seems a little more attractive now. I didn't like it at 80 points. It's just too random. That's going to go away, but
sure.
I'm a little more interesting now.
All right, next up. Oh my gosh, all my things got real funky here, and I don't know why. That's fine. That's fine. We'll fix it. All right, Fyreslayers. One of the most hit factions in the new edition. That is my argument. Okay. Now, I say that with the understanding that this army had an average gain of 0.5%.
Yeah. So almost no change.
But that is a lie, because part of that number is being pulled down by Fajul, Grimnir, and the Chosen Axes with their 50-point drop, right? That's doing a lot of work, okay? The key here is Hearthguard Berserkers only went up a tiny amount, but they got hit by now. You can only have you got to have a Runefather, and even then you can only take them to 15, right? A lot of things in this army are on 32 mil bases. Your basic Volkites have a 1-inch reach. They can't stack their saves anymore. Like, I don't even care about any of these points. Like, Volkites going up 20, the Runefather and Magmadroth, these Magmadroth people going up 25, whatever, right? The Grimwrath Berserker going up 20, and then the Doomseeker going down 5 is, like, the funniest thing to me. Because they just re-put out those new scrolls and then immediately shot their points apart. Yeah. I'm jumping straight to the Fyreslayer things here, which my subheading for this is just ouch. Because Fyreslayers they came out almost even on points if you look at the average, but that's a lie. They're way higher when you look at actually building your units out of Hearthguard and Volkites and things like that. They lost their key battalion, which was a crutch for the whole army, right? Hearthguard and the cap to save bonus greatly impairs the unit, right? Because now they used to just like gain +1,000,000 to saves.
Right. Yep.
They are bad in the new coherency rules. Okay.
Yeah.
And that should say they had. I love when I miss these things. At any rate, my only answer is I hope we like shooting Fyreslayers. Get out those shooters.
Yeah, Orruk Hearthguard. Yeah, they're definitely, because they get the extra damage against monsters.
Yeah, against monsters,
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Jordan, what's your take on Fyreslayers? I think, again, they just got gimped by the core stuff. But what do you think?
Exactly. The peripherals, the points, they're fine. They don't care, right? It's small enough changes that it's not hugely impactful. But yeah, this is a great example, like you're saying, of all those peripheral things really punishing these guys. And again, that battalion, like you saw that in every Fyreslayers list. That was where you started. So
yeah,
that's obviously. I don't. Yeah, I think this is one of those armies where to see drop off a ton from edition to edition, in terms of the representation at events.
And it was already very, very, very low.
Yeah.
it's getting helped a little bit more. Like 2.0, which obviously we didn't get to play much at tournaments, especially in the States, UK. We had the highest average number of objectives. Now we've gone down a fair amount.
Right.
Like you look at the GHB, yeah, we're back to a lot of fours, sort of 4 generally. And so, I mean, that could help them a little bit. Hearthguard, I was looking at both of their broad axes and pole axes. They are both 2-inch reach, so that's good.
Yes.
Yeah. But I always
it's the
confused.
Volkites that are really suffering from the 1-inch reach because they have the little axes.
Yeah. Now, so I know always strike first and then double activation. Which one was the battalion? Which one was the Hermdar?
Double activation came from the Lords of the Lodge, right? And Hermdar is the ASF.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So losing double activation, yeah, that's definitely a big deal. It's still only strike first, not too bad.
Well, not to mention, even ASF is less impactful now, honestly, because of the way they actually stacked and changed the combat sequencing in a smart way. Because it used to be that, like, if they jumped you, you could be like, oh, I can't use my buffs, I'm just dead. Yeah. Right? But now people can respond by using their buffs.
Right.
Right. They can, it's not like Hearthguard are going to roar at them. So unless there's a Magmadroth in there roaring at them or something, right? They still have a chance to throw on their +1 save or put on any other command abilities or tilt shields or, do whatever they need to do that said at the start of the combat phase, you can.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, so do we think that Magmadroths have been turned on enough? I mean, I'm looking at their War Scroll. It's mostly -1 rend. Like, the Runefather, he's got 3 attacks, 3s and 3s, 3 damage on it, but it's only -1 rend. And again, I worry, particularly with hero monsters, mostly operating around -1 rend, that may not get the job done. They've got ways, they're not too, I remember they're not too bad against like MSU, because they've got various ways to put out mortal wounds. They're not great at killing big units, but maybe a little bit with some MSU.
I think Magmadroths are where a lot of people will go. Maybe in I think was it Lofnir is that the Magmadroth focused sub-faction?
Sounds right.
Let's say it is. I don't know.
Pull it up here. Mm-hmm.
If these guys show up in a combined book, then the world changes. Right?
Sure.
If we end up with Dwarven Warclans, then okay. then
Right.
the world suddenly changes, right? So it's all about Grungy. What's Grungy doing? He's back. What's he gonna do?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? So.
Yeah, they definitely took a big hit. It seems like. I know Tom was not too keen.
No, I mean, honestly, they've always struggled. Like they were always, and they've always been this weird combination of very hard. It's always been this weird combination of a very hard army to win 5 games with, and a really unfun army to play against. Right? Like they weren't ruling the tournament scene, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying they never took places. They were there. Yeah. They showed up in top 10s, right?
I was checking out Lofnir command ability, Torn of Magma. In the shooting phase, pick an enemy within 12 of Lofnir Priest. Until the end of that phase, add 1 to hit and wound rolls for attacks made by Magma Pikes that target that enemy unit. So that's pretty interesting. But yeah, not seeing a whole lot else here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it goes. Maybe Magmos and shooters.
Right.
Like, maybe the new thing is Magma shooters. That's the new Fyreslayers, and it could work. You got decent cheapish monster heroes. Cheapish. They are relatively tough. Like they're not horrible. Don't get me wrong, and they do kick back damage pretty good with like their little blood spurt, mortal wound nonsense.
Yeah, definitely.
And you've got that combined with the shooters who do extra damage to monsters. Yeah, we could see. See. That's why my final point was shooting Fyreslayers. I don't know. Could be.
Yeah, I wouldn't ever rule these guys out yet. Like they still have some great tools, right? Like they're tanky, they're 2 wounds, a lot of stuff. Yeah. The Hearthguard Berserkers still have awesome mortal wound output.
Right.
In edition where mortal wound output just went up in value.
Oh yeah.
And like you said, Tyler, with objectives, there being less of them on average, that's to their advantage, as is the smaller table sizes. So, well, they did have some things that affect their army. There are still some positives that they might end up being more trouble than we're all expecting, but
and the Magmadroths didn't go up too much, which is understandable. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, relative to the baseline now, they don't look too bad. 285 Runefather, 275, 240 Rune Sun. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see. Yeah, it'd be nice to see some on the table, some people trying out some different things. Because God knows we don't need any more Hearthguard in our lives. We have
we'll
plenty
see
of
where
those.
it goes. Heyo combined book. Okay. Idoneth Deepkin. Every freaking time. I guess I just spaced these hoping the thing was going to be bigger than it was. I'm sorry, everybody.
Well, good thing we don't have any Deepkin players here. We could probably skip this faction.
I mean, is there anything to talk about with Deepkin other than the following two things? My answer was one of the strongest factions, basically Skates. I think they're going to be just fine. They've survived everything. Morsar Guard up 25 points at 195. They're still a good deal. I mean, like, whatever, they're fine. And the Achelian Leviathan going up 40, which was very, like, earned. Because that thing is a freaking monster now.
Oh my gosh.
It was crazy good, yeah.
It was the same points and had the same output of Sips Eels, but almost more consistent, plus all the other buffs, plus a monster that only brackets at half damage. Yeah. It's great.
It was hilarious watching some of your battle reports where you had run that turtle, and it would just destroy the world. And giving you the 2-up, ignore rend on the Island, making you basically invulnerable except to mortal wounds in your first turn. And yeah, the thing was just a crazy good piece. Like, yeah.
And the shooting, it's got 8 shots at round 1. Like, so
yeah. It's like, my honest answer is IDK has been running on a 1.0 book for the entirety of 2.0 and being fine. Like, it's been a part of the conversation, a gatekeeper, competitive force. It got boosted up recently in a big way through the Broken Realm series, and I think that overall they're fine. Like, it's fine. Alapexes still have one of the best abilities in the game. Hitting people with an Unleash Hell Alapex shot to stop them from piling in if they just land a charge. Like, if they just get into you and then you their role, right? Because they finish their charge when you activate Unleash Hell. And if you're like, oh, how many times have you charged where you're really relying on the pile-in to actually bring yourself into combat for the most part with your unit?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
It happens all the time, right?
Right.
And the fact that they can now just be like, ha ha ha, and net you on the way in, and just be like, well, I guess one of your dudes is going to fight, and have fun, and then I'll pile into you and do damage. That sounds like a good time. So, IDK... I have here my IDK impacts, not much, barring War Scroll changes. If something else changes, that's fine. I have underlined Volturnus got cheaper. This is that's somehow true.
I think it's just because the command ability probably where he can't stack it anymore.
I understand that he can't do the thing he should have never been able to do in the first place anymore. He still has a very powerful piece.
Yeah.
So, because I assume it's going to be ruled that he can take Void Chill Darkness, that mount traits will still be able to be given to named heroes.
Yeah. So, my only pushback against Volturnus is, and I totally agree, I like the change of you can't stack command abilities. I think that's, again, health of the game. As a Deepkin player, I think that's a good thing. The caveat, though, is Deepkin's command abilities, again, they can only be used 1 turn out of 5.
Sure.
So that's hugely worse than every other +1 attack between him and the Khaine. Obviously, his does 3 units, which is better, but I'd rather 1 +1 attack to 1 unit every turn.
100%. Yeah.
So that's
I right now I know Volturnus, as per the reading right now, he cannot get mount traits anymore because the current wording is like no unique characters can basically take anything, and there's a lot of discussion going on about what the heck that even means. And like, do they get spell lores and blah 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 blah. I assume it's going to be ruled that, as per usual, they couldn't take the enhancements they couldn't take before. Like, you can't give them artifacts and command traits and stuff like that, and they will reinstantiate their ability to take mount traits and spell lores.
Spells.
Yeah. So I am assuming that's the case. If he loses his Void Chill Darkness, okay.
Yeah.
So Jordan, you've obviously played IDK a lot over the years. You've done really well with them. What are your kind of overall thoughts, and then what do you think a competitive list looks like now?
So a couple things. Obviously, I think, as Vince said, the whole book is wide open with Broken Realms. So Vince, you on the right, you mentioned or kind of give an example of a good Deepkin list of Volturnos, Turtle, and one or both
and
of
then
the
just
eels.
Yes. There's just like the meme thing I found. So about half of these are just fun art, and half of them are fun memes. This is a fun presentation to build because I just went through looking for army memes.
Yeah.
And I found this meme, and I was like, well, this is what's going on this page. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And so I think, though, this book with Broken Realms, went from the worst internal parity to potentially the best internal parity. There's like one or two units that you don't really consider, Lotan and Soul, or the Narmardi Reavers. But like, I literally, Vince, when I saw this, I get triggered when people call my army eels. Not that you are, but looking at this, I'm like, I can build a very like top tier competitive Idoneth Deepkin list without any of these 4 units. Like no Volti, Turtle, or either guard. You can build so it's obviously a great strength of faction, but yeah, just an example of like they're still good, and they are way more diverse than they were before.
Yeah, since Broken Realms, I mean, this is a bit of a joke, obviously. But
Yeah,
the memes are fun, but yes, I agree. Like when you look at now what Alapexes can do, as already mentioned, right? I think they're, they're so strong. I think when you look at even maybe the what do I call them? The avatars, whatever they are, Mr. Floating Wave guy. Both of them, I think, could have some play now. Like, there's the turtle is obviously fantastic. Like, there's stuff here. Probably your things that aren't as much in the conversation are the Namardi thralls, the foot melee guys, and like Lotan or something. I'm not sure Reavers don't become an interesting option in the new edition. Let me just say that.
It's true.
Trip shotting on an Unleash Hell seems like actually a pretty interesting possibility. So, yeah. Cool.
Do you think that double again? What would be your sense of if you're trying to go 5-0 this weekend? What are we looking at? Like double turtle? Is that very high? Is that very high up there now?
No, I think there's 2 builds, to be honest. There's and similar to what there was in 2.0. There's the eel spam build or whatever you want to call it. But there's also, I mean, you can literally fit Deepkin in a 1-drop now, and if you're taking Faulty, you're not worried about that second enhancement anyways. So that's very, very dangerous. But I think the turtle actually, while it, with 3.0 it did go up in value, it also went down because of that +1 save. You don't necessarily need it, and it doesn't stack anymore. So I don't think we'll see the turtle with the defensive eels as much anymore, because the defensive eels can already get cover for free 1 or 2 turns. They can land in cover. They can also do +1 save when they really need it, just from the command ability. That they're a command unit, so they don't need the turtle anymore if you're running defensive eels. But seeing having the turtle with offensive eels now, purely offensive eels, like now they're all +1 save, so they go to a 3-up, and they can do the all-out defense to ignore 1 rend.
Yeah.
So it basically puts offensive eels nearly on the same level as defensive eels from a defensive standpoint.
Interesting.
So, yeah. There's lots, obviously. The exciting thing about the new edition, right? So many things open up and change.
Yeah. Yeah. As always, still seems like they're going to be quite competitive.
Oh yeah.
I absolutely, I absolutely think they will be. They're still, they still are, and probably, basically always will be part of the conversation. And there's even, rumors that they're going to get a new book at some point here pretty soon. I think that's probably right. If you think about kind of what's going on there, just given how long they've been running on the same book, right? I should point out that this is an army with priests, right? Like,
yes.
There is a priest in this army.
There is, yeah.
Which means that you can use curse, okay? And curse is the thing that when you curse a unit, every 6 to hit that unit becomes a mortal wound.
Yeah.
And Reavers plus curse equals a crap ton of damage if they're trip-shotting.
That's interesting.
I used curse over the weekend in one of my games because I played a Skaven army. I cursed Alariel, and Clan Rats exploded her. It was just normal Clan Rats, and they just went, okay, now you die. And she just blew up.
Wow.
So, I'm just saying, curse is a pretty good prayer. That's what I'll say. Okay. She exploded.
Actually,
okay.
the Deepkin Priest is actually really interesting because Deepkin Priests use 2d6. So how does that affect their ability to cast those prayers?
I assume we'll know in the FAQ, but they are a priest, so they can gain a prayer lore, and there you go. We'll see. Oh, and other thing, they also got cities as an ally. I don't know if there's anything you'd actually take, but that did happen. So you can take cities units now, so that's cool. Which is just a lot. Like, somebody's going to figure out some ridiculous thing from cities to pull in here, because cities has 1,000 war scrolls. So, there you go. All right. Kharadron Overlords. KO. My summation here is shooting got more expensive, so they got more expensive. Their average gain was 7.65. They almost hit the exact average. Okay. Of the overall game, I guess is what I would say. Where that was mainly felt was in things like the Endrin Riggers, which went up 20 points, the Gun Hauler, which went up 25. You feel that. Now, I personally, again, this is another army that had a sort of inexplicable point drop happen a little while back that they probably didn't fully need.
Yeah.
And most of what we've done here is back out some of those changes.
Right. Yeah, I want to go back and look. I didn't get the time to do it. Go back and look at the prior point values. We can try to do it here on the fly. Let's see. So what is Frigate? Yep, Frigate went back to exactly what it was, 250.
Right. So did the Ironclad, because it was 490 before.
Ironclad looked like 510 in the Battle Tome.
Oh.
But, yep.
Okay.
Let's see. Chemist. Yep, exactly. Navigator, 5 points off. Arco, 10 points off, 90 instead of 100 now in GHB 21. So yeah, it looks like a lot of these just exactly went back to the prior GHB, or sorry, the KO 19 point values.
Yep. I mean, it basically just reset them to where they were, for the most part. You know, and fine. Like, it's an all shooting army. Like, okay, let's get into the impacts for KO because we need to get right into it, right?
Yeah.
I think the core changes impact them more than any points. This is another one of those armies where I honestly don't think the points are what the conversation is here. I think the points for them are basically irrelevant. Yes, they had some moves. Yes, a couple of them might be on the margin, impactful. But to me, smaller boards, coherency for Riggers and Wardens, the loss of the original triumphs, and some of the GHB strats and tactics will work against them. Okay?
Yep.
They don't have a lot of monsters. By that, I mean they don't have monsters.
Yeah.
They have big boats, right?
Yep.
But those aren't monsters. They don't have ways to take advantage of a lot of those things, right? Yes, they have some models that now count as 2 instead of 1 because they have more than 5 wounds or more. But they're still weak on the objective game. That's always been their challenge, right?
Yep.
And the Triumph change, even though they got like 6 new Triumphs, I think, in the Broken Realms, I really don't think we can discount how impactful that Triumph change was. Now, look, +1 to wound is a good Triumph. Don't get me wrong. And I'm sure that every KO unit's going to love a flat +1 to wound or whatever, because that's most of the time what they're probably going to take.
Sure.
Okay? For their Aether Gold.
Right.
But losing their ability to reroll saves off of a Triumph, because let's be honest, that's what they were using to stick around and to survive. Right?
Yeah, it was. Playing them a lot. It was the second most frustrating thing. First being the Warp Lightning Vortex, warp in a bottle. It was that reroll saves. Yeah, they could be so tanky.
Right.
Thunders in particular, and.
Yep. The fact that most of the boats aren't heroes, like they're not. So you can't. They can't. And by most, I mean the boats aren't heroes. The fact that they can't then bonus themselves, like you got to have some hero near that boat going, yes, you have +1 to save now, right? Instead of just the boat being able to do it to itself.
Yeah, true.
Now, on the other hand, not everything is against them. Unleash Hell, Redeploy, and their ability to actually have lots of reroll 1s could be a benefit. Reroll 1s kind of just suddenly went away as a resource in the core rules. So the fact that they can now spark +1 to hit, and then also reroll 1s in lots of places means that they could often be on like 2s rerolling 1s in a lot of cases. That would not be an uncommon situation to happen. If they can then pop a triumph as well, and so be on like 2s rerolling 1s 2s, you know, like they could have some 420 blaze it rounds.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
But they're going to be way more fragile. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, 100%.
So their buffs and their those things that they can use will be more consistent. But if people catch them, which is theoretically easier on a smaller board, it's going to be a worse time for them.
And I think especially with, it's to be determined how their abilities interact with like moving and retreating, because they trigger off normal moves. And now the definition of retreating, this is one of those armies that how they clarify that is really going to have a huge impact. Like fly high if you can't do it when you're in combat because it's not a normal, because you can't do a normal move in combat, stuff like that. If it falls on one side, it could be big, one way or the other.
Right.
Also, even for I know there's that battalion in the GHB for behemoths to make a normal move, pre-game normal move. That technically triggers the high fly where they can relocate anywhere on the board.
Right.
So those, I think that'll be a really interesting thing to watch and see how it gets adjusted, because actually we're not there yet, but even Sylvaneth teleporting between woods, they can't do it in combat anymore either.
That appears to be true. Yep.
Yeah.
Barring the FAQ, yep. A lot of things changed. Blood Knight's got a big benefit, and everybody else went, wait, what's that rule say?
Right.
Hold on.
Yeah. Okay, so I reached out to, of course, Tom to get his thoughts, and let me just run through for some of them. Yeah, I figure one of us had to do some work today. There's you used to have a co-host. He might have some opinions. Let's see. So he thought Thunderers were going to be a little kneecap now at only max size of 10. You used to be able to do them at 20. Now they're kept at 10. He said there's a sky port that you could take.
Barak Nar, I think, is what takes them to 15 if memory serves.
Okay, yeah. Generally, he thought that they're going to be a lot more MSU, which he was not too keen on. Let's see. He made the point about none of the ships are monsters. Reroll saves is an issue. He was pretty down on KO. I mean, I've heard other, I was listening a little bit of the Ethercast podcast, a bunch of the KO players. Yeah, they did a 2.5-hour review of KO, and they didn't seem to be as down as Thomas appeared to be.
I mean, shooting and mobility are two real strong things.
Right.
They have both of them a lot. So, they're probably still in the conversation, right? That's going to be there, so there are definitely hits this army took, no doubt. I will be interested to see where it lands. Yes, Tidings mentioned that you can't Aether Gold on Endrin Riggers or Wardens anymore, because now their max size is 9 if they have the Balloon Boy General. Yes, which is relevant. You have to have 10 people to get your gold. We're not the KO aren't like Lumineth where they just all get gold for no reason. They have to earn it here. So, yep. Okay, cool. Anything else on KO? I think we're good. All right. Here we go. There we are. Lumineth Realm Lords. My subheader here is big points changes. Could be enough to bring this complex nonsense into balance. Which may be a controversial statement for multiple reasons. I don't care. Come at me. Come at me, techless people. Okay. By the way, if you're happy about Lumineth changes, hit the like button. Don't forget to hit like as we're doing this. We really appreciate it. If you're not happy about Lumineth changes, also hit like. YouTube will know the difference. Trust me. At any rate, so thank you, everybody. I'm excited to see everybody in the audience. Great chat. I like a lot of this feedback I'm seeing in the comments today. All right, so let's talk about the big changes here. Boy, oh boy, we already mentioned a few of them. Wardens, up 25. That's a big hit. Alarith, Spirit of the Mountain, up 35. Okay, the Light of Eltharion, up 30. These are relatively big moves, right?
He did nothing wrong. He's been on the shelf the entire time.
I'm just telling you. I don't disagree or agree. I'm just saying. Techless up 80. How he went from 660 to 740, but Marathi still down there at 660 is mysterious to me. Severeth up 45. Woo! Avalinor up 55 to 415. He went way up. I mean, they had moves.
Yeah.
Gotta get up, gotta move. Yes. Cue the same hotel. All right. So, what's our thoughts? Jordan, I want to start with you. What's your thoughts on Lumineth?
Oh gosh, I think first off the biggest one is Wardens, but just because that's again battle line and it's not like your other battle line if triggers off taking Wardens, so you have to take at least 2 units, and they're also your one of your best combat output pieces. They're a huge staple in the army, right? It's like so. This is like the army that like I've been having the most difficult time building lists now. Not saying that's a negative thing. Again, they had a lot of strong abilities and everything, but like, man, it flipped it on its head, and I feel like maybe some of the points were missed in terms of the changes. Like Eltharion, as Tyler said. I think honestly, I would have loved. I would have happily seen the reverse between Wardens and Sentinels, where Sentinels go up 25 and Wardens go up 10. I think that was what most people were expecting.
Yeah, that was, by the way, completely agreed. What the wrong units went up the wrong amounts, right?
Yeah.
Like Sentinel should have been up 25, Warden should have been up 10. Switch those two numbers, and like we're somehow sensible now.
Yeah. So it's like so like again, mortal wounds being so strong here, shooting being so strong here in the game. It's like we already were asking for Sentinels to go up in cost. And so that one doesn't make sense to me, but so you know what, the only thing I would say to that is because Wardens though are your mandatory, you have to take 2 units for the most part unless you go one of the other sub factions. It does by ripple affect how many Sentinels you're fitting in lists now.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I think they could have addressed it more straightforwardly and not, just hit the target unit, not everything else. Because if you're not abusing Sentinels, then you're just getting punished.
Yeah. Jordan, do you think we're, like, as a baseline, are we looking at 1 unit of 30 Sentinels and that's it for a lot of lists? Are we looking at like 2x20 for board flexibility?
Yeah, I think anywhere from the 20 to 40 range is going to be the most common.
Yeah.
20 with a Lambent Light is still very effective at taking out a threat or crippling something.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talk, obviously, that with the Unleash Hell, but Sentinels, well, it is mortal wounds. All they care about is the 6s. They don't have those rerolls, and they do depend on the rerolls. So I don't see the big 30 unit necessarily being the most impactful or the best decision. I would take a 20 and a 10 just to be able to spread out and sit on 2 objectives personally. Again, this is just early opinions on everything, but I think so 20 to 40 Sentinels are still a staple, and unfortunately we're going to see less Wardens on the table, which I don't think is the change we wanted.
Yeah. Do you think they were the best unit in the book? Unit, not hero, just unit. Wardens in 2.0.
So we've talked about it before.
That's a loaded question. But
yeah. So I think Wardens before were super strong, and I don't think people necessarily gave them the credit. Do I think they justified these points changes in the way they went? Not necessarily, because it's a lot more effort to bring them to bear, right?
Yeah.
But when you look at the base numbers, Wardens have twice the output of Sentinels.
Yep.
They just have a much harder time bringing that to bear. Again, projection of power is Vince's coin term that is a good example. Like they have a much tougher time bringing their output to bear. Whereas Warden or Sentinels, it's just point and click, don't even need line of sight. So Wardens are still strong, don't get me wrong. But I think now the trade-off of, I was actually, again, like I said, my list went up 270 points. I was over-investing in Wardens to try and get that value out of them, especially in a sub-faction like Alumnia, where you can cover some of those weaknesses of movement.
Right. What were you
Now it's
running?
like
You running 30 and 10 or 20 and 20?
30-20 on
30
his
20.
top end a
Okay.
lot,
Yeah, I
yeah.
remember you running a lot. Yeah. Okay.
And yeah, so I think there's, again, that was like jumping through hoops to make that work and be efficient, where Sentinels were already all auto efficient and you didn't hit, yeah. So yeah, I don't need
Yeah.
to say you hit the
Yeah.
wrong unit any more times, but
Yeah. So yeah, a lot of thoughts. Let's see. Just to name off some units. So the Ballista didn't deserve. I don't think it deserved the 25 point
I
increase.
can't believe
it's-
that went up 25 points.
Yeah,
That's
like,
comical. Okay.
that one was borderline at best. I think in the opinion of general consensus opinion, I liked it at 100. A little slot in. I thought it was maybe
Sure.
a little underrated.
It was
at
what you
100
took if
points.
you happen to have exactly 100 points left, and you're like, well,
Yeah.
everything else
Yeah.
in this army doesn't fit, so sure.
Exactly, because it was really easy to get all the conditions to where you're at. You're getting your 30-inch range at 3 shots, 3s and 2s, or 2s and 3s, -2 rend, D3 damage. So, pretty good. It was very easy to get all that. And but now it's not really much of a competition for the most part relative to Sentinels. So that sucks.
Yeah.
The Alorith obviously went up quite a bit. I mean, they were the ones that were the least competitive, I would say. Like you would see maybe Teclis in an Nemetrica, but never really did all that well. Benjamin Saba did well. I saw at a TTS tournament with that, but yeah, very rare. Pretty difficult to do really well with. Very low model count. Hero monsters, I mean, they're going to be good. Spirit of the Mountain, Avalanor, absolutely good with all these benefits.
Yeah, I mean, he is a beastly fellow when he can give himself +1 to hit, right? Like
Exactly.
and potentially also have kicked on his happiest day.
Right.
In that round, he's going to go in and do the dirty business because he could sometimes whiff a little bit with his big hammer.
Yeah, he was in the derp through zone at base 3s. Yep.
But when he moves down into 2s and 2s,
Yeah.
that's a very different amount of math. His hammer does hit like a hammer. It's for realsies.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and going against monsters, potentially roar to turn off their
Right.
stacking of saves. That could help with that -1 rend. Still, though, I'm still a little worried about. I don't know. We got to see. I'm just a little worried in general in the game about -1 rend, particularly on hero monsters. So as a baseline, but yeah, the Hurricanes. So what do you guys think about them? Like, obviously, we saw some point increases.
Still amazing. They were ridiculous at 130. They're still fine at 155. Wind Chargers are Wind Chargers. I don't know if you watched the TSN game that got played with all Wind Chargers. Yep. Basically, the person never got touched. They would just move around the board. It'd be like, "Ooh, woo, shoot your dudes, woo, I'm back over here." It was just like it was all over the place. Like they were just uncatchable by the enemy army. And that's not every matchup, right? But that's enough. It's not a small number of matchups where you can just be like, okay, so the way we're gonna fight this game is I will shoot you and you will never melee me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I know Joe Cryer's been doing really well with Hurricane in general, and I've heard a lot of complaining about Seraphon going up 45 points. I mean, I've played against him a couple times. He was a bit of a nightmare, at least with melee armies. Trying to do a damn thing about him, but he's not a monster, so that is a little bit of a downside with him in terms of the new GHB 21, and that's a decent price tag you're paying for him now. He's mostly chip damage oriented. You can flub his attacks, those 3-ups, etc. Yeah. So, of course, we bury the lead a little bit on the Lore Seeker.
Yeah, that's a good one.
We talked a little bit about that. I mean, the fact, if it's going to be true that you're going to be able to take multiple Lore Seekers, that seemingly seems a little bent.
Yeah, let's just get into it. Here we go. All right.
Yeah.
So, here's my fun meme for this one, as you'll see here. I think hopefully everybody likes this meme. LRL impacts, some of the new changes will be very impactful to armies. So the cost increases in this army are felt because they were right where you tended to have a lot of your units. The 270 point thing doesn't surprise me at all, Jordan. That's right the analysis I had when I was looking at lists. I was like, wow, that's it's hitting them where they lived, right, in a lot of places. And then then there's just like splash damage that happened onto other units that you're just like, why? But fine. The spirit hero unique people also got hit hard for like weird reasons. Like we mentioned, this is Eltharion and these kinds of people, right? That just didn't seem like he didn't need to go up that much. But also, like, boy did Avalanor go up, boy did Severeth go up too much. I don't know. And so my final question here is: the Lore Seeker is no longer unique and only went up 10 points. So can LRL win games solely off this hero? Like, can you just win games with if they don't re-uniquify him or in some way?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, well, Jordan, why don't you start?
So, okay, yeah. I have thoughts. So,
Yeah.
even from the start, I've never been as sold maybe as other people have. I totally get his utility. He's amazing, but I look at it from like, again, a lot of my frame of reference is looking competitive and going to an event and trying to win all your games. And there are a lot of armies that can deal with him, right? Like even so Oliver, we've mentioned in the chat, is one of our Season of War guys on our crew, and we played a game with Guardians, and I mean, yeah,
didn't last very long.
he's not going to stand up very long there, even with a 5 blade guard thing. And so I think with that and the prevalence of mortals and now the non-stacking pluses to save, that hugely impacts him. Or lack of rerolls and all that.
That's a good point. Yeah, for a base is a big impact. I noticed that last night when I played against him. Yeah.
Yeah. So I do think he's a great tool, and especially if you can put in somewhere protected. But it's tough. Also, I don't know. Also with the new missions, I think is going to be the real test for his viability. Is like there's so many where now you gain control. When you're deployed on it. There's a lot where they are in the deployment zone. So I haven't played a game yet, at least where I've been able to like put him down effectively. And not just be like, okay, you're going to kill him turn 1 if I put him down in your zone, so I can't do that. Has been kind of what I've been running into.
Yeah, I'm endlessly impressed by this guy. So, I mean, I play against LRL quite a bit, and my opponent always used 1, like, every time. And there's the various ways you can use this dude, between dropping on an objective, or putting him in your back line to screw with you, and just be annoying and threaten your own backfield objective, or show up and cast a spell. Like, I don't even want to think about this guy showing up and dropping new shackles right in front of your army, and it's like, oh, well, that was fun. I guess I just won't run or charge now anymore, so thanks. Unless I happen to roll a natural 8 with a lot of my armies. So, like, the idea of 4 of these idiots running around and just, like, all the objectives on the board are mine, so deal with that now.
Yeah.
Like, you're right. 1, it might have been kind of hard to keep alive in the new rules. I'm not sure 4 suffer that same fate. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
When I can just be like, all of your objective belong to me, right? I got them all. And I'm 4-drop, or whatever, like, because you favor the lower drops. And then you just take everything, right? That you basically can. And then you're like, okay, I definitely max scored the first turn, right? Like, I maxed out the first turn. And until you pull me off, I'm going to keep pushing toward max, because I'm automatically filling I have at least 1 objective and I have at least 2 objectives. Things that tend to occur on a lot of these. Not all of them, but on a lot of them, right? So, at any rate, but that would become a crutch. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think any of this is a good thing. Like, honestly, this guy should go back to unique. And other things should probably be kind of, like, a couple things should be adjusted. Like, I really just think switch the Sentinels or Warden points, and all of a sudden we've got a much better force on our hands right there.
Yeah. I was just looking to see where he has to deploy.
Outside of your territory, 3 inches away from the enemy.
Well, battlefield anywhere outside. Okay, yeah. Jordan, as you're talking, I started flipping through the GHB scenarios. I hadn't looked through and to see which ones the Lore Seeker would be really good at, because there were quite a few in the 2.0. But so you're right. I'm not seeing that many. There's definitely less.
So it depends. There's still a lot of versions of previous things that he's going to be strong on, right? Like, there's a new Battle for the Past and a new 3 points of power and a new all those kinds of things. And he's a strong contender on those kinds of ones. So that's fine.
Right. Yeah, for sure. Some missions he'll definitely be abusive, and 1 or 2 especially could be like you're saying, it could end the game before it starts.
Right.
So, but I don't know. I don't think overall, if you look at a 5-game thing, he's going to be doing that every game or anything.
No, definitely not. But, like, at most, even if you've got 4 of these, they're winning you. Like, they're going to give you 1 or 2 wins, though, in a tournament, just on their existence, which is something.
For sure. Another big key with not being unique is the ability to take artifacts and different things.
Yeah.
So obviously this, first one that jumped to mind for a lot of us Lumineth players, I'm sure, was Blade of Leaping Gold for +3 attacks, and Flaming Weapon as a spell. So he's doing 7 attacks at like 2s and 3s, rend 1, D3 +1 damage. Like,
yeah, 100%.
so he will have. I think it opens up different options like that.
Yeah.
To say, I think time will tell. I don't know. I think he's good and great and can be very useful in many situations. But I don't know if he's going to be the menace. Like for instance, I don't know if I would personally say he's the best hero in the game. But again, I think time will tell.
Yeah. I've got one in mind for that title.
Yes.
One I've got in mind, he's got all kinds of titles that he likes to give to himself, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
But we'll get to him later. Yeah, he's very underpointed in this game right now.
Sure.
I agree with that. I could easily see him going up another 20 points.
So I played him a lot. One use that I've seen with the Lore Seeker is you often don't necessarily have to worry about your drop count with Lumineth if you have a Lore Seeker, because he can be your protection in that regard, where he can potentially force your opponent to go first, depending on the situation in which your opponent can place him, or where you can place him. I've experienced that a few times. That's been pretty effective. I like your point about the non-stacking saves. He's got a 4+ save, so that's gonna, you can still roll 2s and
he has his own built-in bonus, so he's just most of the time going to factor from that, right? So he's just at 3, and that's kind of where it stops. Everything else beyond that is just rend protection, right? Which is not always mattering. Sure.
Yeah,
it's true. It makes a big impact, because that dude was running around on 2-up most all the time when you fought him before. Like just baseline, he was running around on a 2-up. All right, I want to keep moving. Cool. Doom asked, did we cover Ogres and Stormcast yet? No, we're not going to cover Stormcast, Doom, because their points aren't real. We know they're all wrong, and we're going to get new points in their book when it comes out in a couple weeks. We will cover Ogres later. They're in the destruction section, so we'll get there. Okay. All right. So, who's your favorite? It's you, and by a lot. Yes, we love you, LRL. I guess, though, the real way to redo this meme, though, should have been to have Doc there. Because it's like to have the other two, to have LRL and IDK, and then Doc and be like, who's your favorite? It's you, and by a lot. Like, that would be the real meme. Because there is a definite hierarchy here. Okay. Seraphon. Oh boy, oh boy. Let's talk about dem lizards. So Seraphon went up an average of 11.38%. I'm sorry, that number got a little cut on the bottom. Points moves across the board, but nothing overwhelming is my answer here. Now, obviously, a bunch of that 11.38% is a lie, because it's being driven up by Croak, right? And his kind of fake increase through Broken Realms, right? And getting a totally new scroll. Your other big movers were things like... Why?
Yeah, exactly.
Why did they have to hit the one thing in this army that I truly loved? Which was the Skink Chief on Stegadon. He was a little hidden gem. He was my little baby boy. Yeah. He could punch above his weight if you put all the things on him, but he was still fun. Nobody was complaining about the Skink Chief on Stegadon, okay? Because he's a fun, goofy piece you used in, like, Thunder Lizards Coalesced, right? To, like, run around and give him a million extra attacks, and suddenly he's just like, wow, and he does, like, 30 or 40 damage because you put all the buffs into him, and somebody's like, whoa, that's little skinky dude just went crazy. That was amazing. And everybody was happy. I never had anybody get mad at me when I played the Stegadon, or the Skink Chief on Stegadon, right?
Yeah.
And he went up 55 points. Holy Moses. If he's going up that much because of the potential synergies, then I'm going to need you, GW, to explain to me in very clear words why skinks are still only 75 points. Okay?
Very good question.
Because if we're costing based on synergy, then skink should be like 100 points for 10. Bare mins.
I like you.
Okay?
You've got good opinion.
Mins.
Absolutely.
If I'm paying 140 points for 10 demonettes that have almost no synergies, you can pay 100 for stupid skinks. Okay.
Love it.
So I'm gonna need an explanation there on what my beautiful baby boy did to you. Okay.
Mhm.
So
There,
there's my
there are a few
summation.
like
You guys
that.
go ahead.
Yeah. No, even like looking at the same thing with the Oracle on Troglodon and
Yeah.
like Old Blood on Carnosaur. Like those are cool models that you were so excited to see your opponent play because they were just so cool. And you knew they were playing them because they loved them.
Mm.
So to see those get like the hardest hits, it also puts up, the average point increase where again maybe we're not pointing the right things necessarily
Right.
Mm-hmm.
in this faction either. So yeah.
Yep. I think that's absolutely right. I mean, when I look at yes, salamanders got reduced, right? Obviously because of the reinforcement changes.
Yep.
So that's something to note. Like it's packs of 2 now is sort of where they cap.
Yeah.
Now that being said, I don't think the stock on salamanders goes down much. I've heard a lot of people already talking about just flooding the board with single sallies,
Mm-hmm.
right? And just having lots of shots, maybe having a 2-pack to unleash or something like that. But like the sallies is a big hit because you can't do the 3-packs anymore, or 6 or million or 5 million or whatever you were doing before. I don't know.
Yeah.
I couldn't count how many of them there was through the pain of
Sure.
like being hit by neg 2 rend shooting and then charged by neg 2 rend mortal wounding biting.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Max of 3. Yep.
Yeah.
No. And the coherency, or so not coherency, sorry, the reinforcement is also big actually for Tzeentch too. So 30 blocks is 25% output difference.
Mm.
Now they can still have nearly the same amount of Tzeentch. They're just not buffing as many up in one go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It
is important to say your 40 blocks of skinks are gone. You're now capped at 30. So that is a thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that impacts Source Warriors as well. Yeah, so they're 30 now. Can't get them up. Interesting. Can't believe we're doing too much complaining about Seraphon point increases. We need to stop it because.
No, I think at the end there's a couple like bad ones here I don't agree with. Like the Old Blood
Sure.
on Carnosaur shouldn't have went up 40. Most of the big hero monster moves they made here, they should have went up some. Don't get me wrong, because they're all hero monsters, and as we said, hero monsters are good, right? But Seraphon feels like they got the. It's weird because in sub armies the hero monsters shot way up. They just got like big bumps, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in some armies, they kind of stayed flat or went down, like we talked about cities earlier. And I can't figure out what the difference was, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're all hero monsters. And arguably, like, the Anointed on Phoenix, that is, like, way better than any of the 3 things we just mentioned as far as its utility in the game.
Yeah.
Okay? Went down.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like we should have had more. Like, if we're going to say, okay, hero monsters are all really good, we all agree they're strong, so categorically we're going to all put big jumps across the board. Cool, fine, all right. Then I'll shut up.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of armies where that's not the case, and I just don't know what the difference is.
Mm-hmm. So Pilcastro sent me a few thoughts. He's been playing Seraphon a lot. Yeah, he's right there with you on that poor skink chief getting his increased. Pterodons, he thought that was an odd one. Pterodons went up 25 points. I don't think we saw a lot of them. I mean, they're going to potentially get some play with, again, turning off Unleash Shell. Anything that can fly 16 inches, that could be effective for turning off Unleash Shell. Might see some play. And, maybe a little 3-pack, 2x3 running around. Mm-hmm. But, yeah, we didn't see a whole lot of them. And then, let's see. Yeah, he mentioned the unit sizes. He thought maybe we might see some more Thunder Lizard get some play. Yeah, with just these monsters running around.
Sure.
See a little bit more of that. I tend to, yeah.
No, it's a great point. The -1 damage is only more effective when you have the +1, save in 3.0 and everything. So
absolutely,
that's huge.
Yeah. Played a lot of games against that. Yeah, with armies with 2 damage. Like Kurnoth swords and. Yeah, it just rough. Iron Jaws hates it. Yeah. Let's see. I think we're gonna move toward one of our local guys, Dan. He uses the Croak Crawl, so he would do like 20 Source Guard and Croak, and just put it in the middle of the table, move it forward, turn after turn, and it's a little bit like Archeon. It's like you can't exactly ignore it. I I mean, you can try to, but I think especially with these smaller number of objectives, it's going to be even more difficult to ignore. Krogh just moving up the board, big bodyguards, doing his thing. But yeah, well, I don't know. What do you guys think with Seraphon? Do you think that obviously they were at the top of the heap?
They were at the top of the heap. I think they came down a little, but I think they're still going to come out okay. Because, again, they're a big mixed arms synergistic force that can still largely do the synergies they need.
Yeah.
Like, nothing in the changes really hit them. They weren't relying on a lot of command ability stacking. You know, they were relying on a prayer and an ability and blah, 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 all coming together. Like, things that are no longer really limited in any way. By prayer, I don't mean actual prayer. I mean, like, a thing where you roll a 3-up and it happens, right? It's somehow not a prayer.
We do need to get clarity on the bound and the spells piece.
Sure, yeah, they're bound on the spells. So yeah, I mean, here's my summary page. It might be enough to bring them into line, but their tools are still very much present, right? Skinks are still one of the best battle line in the game because of the way they take buffs and their overall synergy, like they just are. All the tools in the toolbox got more expensive, but the tricks are still here. Here's a fun fact. Kroak has a 0.02% chance to kill himself every time he casts a spell.
Yeah.
That's just true.
Love it.
So, and boy is miscast fun, by the way. I don't know that it needed to exist in the game. It's fine. I would have been fine if it didn't. I don't know that it needs to come back. It's just kind of an extra thing. But I will say, boy, does it actually seem to randomly control spell doms. As I was playing, like, I had 2 games this weekend against Sylvaneth, who had Alariel in the group, and twice in the first game on her first cast, she miscast and she went boom and stopped the rest of her spell casting and hurt herself. And I was like, haha, your fault for having a multicaster.
First off, that's hilarious of you to talk about Sylvaneth in the context of spell doms.
Yeah,
but sure. Let's move on.
My point was any multicasters, but yes, you're 100% right.
That reminds me, miscasting with, say, a unit of 10 wardens. What the hell happens? Does the wizard model blow itself up?
The answer is FAQ. The answer is FAQ happens.
Right.
And then was the change to Kroak enough to bring them in line? Probably not, is my answer. Like, I mean, they're just a dominant army. I know, Anthony, I know you disagree. Your own experiences are your own experiences. But these guys top 3 tournaments constantly. Like, constantly. Yeah. They had a way out the fat middle win rate. Their win rate was exorbitant. Like, in any given tournament, they were usually in the top 3. Almost consistently. Almost every tournament result. Like, that is too good. They were simply too good. Now, that doesn't mean every build of them is too good or something like that, right? But, like, they were absolutely dominant. And there were armies that played against them that were just, like, a fair number of them that were just non-games.
Yeah. It always struck. Oh, we can move on, but it kind of struck me as an army that doesn't necessarily need that much change to get meaningfully knocked down, and just in terms of how it would work, how it would play. But yeah, hopefully that's happened now, and maybe we'll see a little bit more variety than we used to. But yeah, we'll see.
I personally hope that they, like, I don't want them to be ruined. I think Seraphon are a super cool army full of super fun stuff, right?
Yeah.
But I want to see, like, I want to see them come into range. Like, they need a bit of a kicking. Like, I'm sorry, but when you're a top army that's just got a 60 plus 70% win rate, you know, in that range, like, you're gonna get a kicking. I'm sorry to say, we all hate it. We all love it when it's not our army, and we cheer when they get a kicking. But, like, it sucks if you're that person, but it has to happen.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Sylvaneth. Speaking of dominant forces in the meta, my thing here is pretty big moves for an army in a rough place, but they might still be slightly better. They've got some interesting things going on. They do have quite a few hero monsters.
Yep.
They have their new woods rules are honestly way better than I thought they ever could be. Like, their ability to actually just turn, like, to set up onesies of woods makes a lot of incidental things better. Just like Metamorphosis gets a lot better. The fact that it's also on a 3-up now, right? It becomes actually pretty easy to turn 5 wound heroes into just single onesies of woods, right?
Right.
Which can then just be little buff spots for you later. they still have like the Tree Lord Ancient going up 35 points for a 300-point single caster. Like, okay,
that was
sure.
rough. Yeah.
Like that's one that's kind of that's a rough pill to swallow.
Particularly with Warsong Revenant now on the scene.
Yeah. And like the Warsong Revenant is really strong. New Alariel is probably okay if she's used correctly. You still have to protect her because she can't get jumped. If she gets jumped, she's going down. Right? Like if she gets hit by a hammer, she will fold.
Right.
So, she's not the 740 points tough of 660 point Marathi or Archeon or anybody else in that point range. Like she is the weakest of all the gods.
Yeah.
Now I'll say if she doesn't go down, she's back to full next round. Like that's definitely happening now.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So you gotta like spike her like a football or just leave her alone. But yeah, Tyler, this is your like you have a deep love for Sylvaneth, obviously.
Yeah. Well, so does Jordan. So if you don't care, I'll give him the chance to go first.
By all means, Jordan, take it away. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, no, me and Tyler have many a late night conversation about it. Exactly what you guys said. I think just the heroes didn't necessarily need to be hit as hard as they were. Like, I don't know. It's tough. I'm so hopeful for this army, as so many people I feel like are, about the buffs helping them in AOS 3, and I was so optimistic with the changes until the GHB. Now I'm still optimistic, don't get me wrong, but like 35 points to Kurnoth, like that seems wild to me. Like a 20% increase nearly.
Right.
That, like I get it. Kurnoth are great now.
Because they're all 2 wound. They got the 5 wound model curse. Clearly,
exactly.
Right?
Yeah. And they do have reroll saves, which is even better when you can do a +1 on anytime. Sure. So they have some great utility, but like for an army that was struggling, like you said, to be hit like this with big increases was a little surprising to me. I'm definitely loving. I think many of us are gonna make use of the new hero, the Warsong Rev. Like he's our best caster in our army now. We saw, I don't know, like in our last battle report, we saw, I had a Lariel literally, she just getting shut down all game by an 80-point Skaven hero.
Yeah.
And
it's
justice.
The lack of that +1 cast Dispel Unbind on her is criminal. Yeah, like fine, no ward, whatever, but she has to have a +1 cast Dispel Unbind. But anyway.
And the Warsong, I think, the Warsong got the treatment of what we were hoping for Alariel. Now, I love Alariel in the current game. She has an awesome War Scroll, very fragile still, but still an awesome War Scroll. She can do a lot. But the Warsong Rev got, well, one, he's not unique, so he's flexible. He has +1 near Wildwood. That should be like an allegiance ability, +1 to cast near Wildwood.
Sure.
And then also he got like, was that a 4-up ward save? Like that's how. Like those were the things we were hoping for Alariel, barring other changes. But I mean, again, so he's. I know Tyler. There's a couple builds where you build into him in different ways, which are really cool.
Yep.
So he's.
Yeah, if anybody hasn't seen it, so check out Just Play's latest battle report, the first 3.0 battle report. There's an incredible moment involving the Warsong Revenant that led to a meme you may have seen on Twitter floating around, involving Tom and Richie. It was amazing. And it really highlights the mortal wounds bomb potential of a Warsong Revenant. Spell Portal has really changed, so that's still on the table. You could chuck her Unleash Spite, his Unleash Spites through Spell Portal, 9 inches from the Spell Portal. And you've got ways now, like you could do Vesperal Gem, where you auto cast Throne of Vines, and so you're getting +2 cast on Throne of Vines. You just keep hanging out in the same spot, keep them protected, stacking Throne of Vines, Spell Portal by his side, somebody else cast or whatever. And and just if you don't have a way to get it off the board, it could get really scary. As the game goes on. So we could spend 20 minutes on the Warsong Revenant. There's so many different builds with that guy. But Lots of thoughts on Sylvaneth. I think they are a very intriguing faction in relation to 3.0. It feels like there's going to be a number of folks coming back and trying to make them work. I mean, like Laurie's excited. He's one of the playtesters. Laurie's playing them today. He was playing Warsong Revenant and Illyrial, which is cool to see. I reached out to a couple of folks just to get some other opinions. Matt Davies, he did statistically the best, at least in terms of tracking on JP's statistics of any Sylvaneth player over the last year. Matt Mallow on Twitter, he was a little more down on them than I was expecting. Matt's opinions. I think he's generally worried about the Kurnoth Hunter point increase. Like whether you're going to have the needed damage output, even with size at -2 rend. That was something he mentioned. He was concerned about swords now. Previously he would be running 6 swords. I don't know, Jordan, if you ever tried that. We talked a lot about that, like a unit of 6. That's not really doable, of course, now because they're 1-inch reach.
Right.
And so I mean, his general takeaway, he's a little more down on them than I expected. Yeah, Tree Lord Ancient be down. The Tree Revenants, I think it was nice to see that they didn't get a point increase. They're probably where they should be right about now.
Yeah, and you'll see more because Spites did get the point increase where they were 20 cheaper, so you would take them just because they were dirt cheap.
Right.
But now at only a 10-point difference, you're just going to pay 10 points more for a unit that teleports.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of hope as always, around Durthu, that he's going to get out of his Durthu phase. And I'm not sure. Like, we do have lists potentially have more reliable healing, maybe, particularly with the Warsong Revenant there, and maybe a spell portal to get the reach if he's outfield doing business. But the problem is, Jordan, a lot of people know with him, is you just do a few wounds to him, and the 6 damage goes to D6 damage, which makes him entirely unreliable. So I'd say that's still the main issue with Durthu.
We do have, obviously, so the Gur trait that's in all games of
that's a good point.
Profile.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So that helps him, but it means you're not doing +1 to hit with him, or
right.
So it helps, but it's not like you don't get both, right? So it's not
right
what you want, but it's like.
But you've got an option.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So another friend, David Sidebotham, he's played them a lot. So I was asking David for his thoughts. He kind of went through, he thought Dreadwood is still decent. Matt didn't quite agree on that. Dreadwood is the one that everybody used to play for the most part as a teleport 1. Like you do 9 size. You can't do that anymore. You can do 6 size now as a max. I think we still might see some play. It seems like that's still a little viable, pretty viable. But he really thought that Heartwood in particular is getting really turned on. Now, Jordan, I think you did a game. Your first 3.0 game was Heartwood against Skaven. And you were experiencing that because the Lord of the Hunt command ability, it goes on an enemy unit.
Yep.
And it's real ones to hit and wound against that enemy unit. So amazing synergy with the new commands.
Yep.
Yeah, I can see Heartwood being a really, really hot choice.
Yeah, and then it also is. I played Heartwood a lot in 2.0, and it's the best way to run Kurnoth with bows because you get reroll hits for Kurnoth within 12 of the artifact.
Right.
So that actually also affects them with Unleash Hell. So where they do get -1 hit still, they'll be on 5s Unleash Hell, but it's 5s re-rolling is a huge difference. So a unit of 6 of those, 12 shots on 5s re-rolling at rend 1, it's like it's scary.
Yeah, 100%. I think Drycha is even more interesting now. So
sure.
I think she lost Behemoth. Yeah, but obviously, she has that 10 wound, but she's a monster. Unleash Hell is really interesting with her. She benefits from the commands. Just all the things go down the list that we always talk about with these hero monsters. She benefits from.
Sure. Her problem is she has 10 wounds. If she was 9 wounds, she'd be so much better.
Absolutely.
But that does let her fit in the 1-drop battalion a lot easier.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if she was 9 wounds, she could still fit because you can take a 9 wound hero for the big one.
So, I'm sorry, I meant if she was over.
Oh yeah.
With someone like a Lariel or something.
Yeah. It would be. I wish she'd just lose a wound. She needs to get slightly weaker. She'll be 10 times better.
Yeah.
I could see like Tree Lords potentially. They're 190. They're a little more interesting to me now. They've got the monster rampage. They're a tool, a piece that for Roar to move with like 6 sides potentially. You know, little power pair, tree lord, 6 sides running together when you need to get that roar off. I think that could be kind of interesting. They got stomp, which stomp is, you know, if you can get it off, it's 4 up, but it's still nice. And yeah, it's hard to say. There's a lot more promise on the table. Dryads, I think, MSU, in my opinion, you're mostly.
It's
I feel
funny
like,
you say that. Hold on. Let's just because we gotta
okay,
move.
cool.
But here's my meme for this, by the way, which is Alariel and Ogre. My favorite conspiracy theory in AOS is my meme for this. So the woods changes. New Alariel and the Flute Man have some work to do. New woods remain the best change in the book, as they can now be set up as much faster and easier to pass out buffs. They are one of the few armies that can put 30 blocks of actually pretty interesting battle line on the table relatively cheap. Like the fact that Dryads went down and are 95. Right. So I did my opponent over the weekend, I played 2 games against Sylvaneth. He did use 30 blocks of Dryads in both games. And it was actually interesting. Like, Dryads are... The fact that there's more woods all over the place means that it's much easier to keep them kind of going on their sort of abilities, right? Because he was turning people into woods and summoning woods and, you know, just like onesies, woods, right? Like, it would just... They could just pop out kind of anywhere, right? And so it kept them a lot more functional in that way. Because they were sort of always having their abilities on.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and realistically, you're getting, you know, 30 of them for 285, I think is what it comes down to. And and you know, they're not bad. They do have a big reach because they got their little long tendril arms. So they do have a 2-inch reach, right?
Yeah. So give them +1 attack.
And... Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of buffs you can actually put on them that can make them do some work. I don't. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think they're, like, amazing. Let's
sure.
I don't want to overstate the case here, right? I'm just saying I think they're interesting. So I do agree with you, they could be MSU, and that's fine. I also think you could use a big block, and they're one of the few types of big blocks like that isn't overcosted, and you can actually get some work out of. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I'm still worried about the bows. I mean, you have to be able to ship people off of objectives. And you're putting so many points. Like, if you go 6 bows, you're what, 450?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah. Even a Heartwood, to me, that's crazy. Like, I don't know. I'm even skeptical about 6 bows in Heartwood in relation to your capacity to ship people off objectives and actually play the game and, you know, win games. But yeah, so I still think they're going to come down to, mobility. Alariel's really interesting. Warsong Revenant, amazing. I mean, that's the best range damage output potentially in the army. Metamorphosis has definitely been turned on a little bit as well, so it might be cool. Alariel and Warsong Revenant try to lean into the range damage output, and then bodies, you know, just focusing on objectives with the rest of your army. 6 sides are still turned on, but it generally feels like it's going to be similar. But you might be leaning more into hero monsters. I still worry that Durthu is gonna, I don't know, he'll find a way to still be terrible.
All right, let's keep moving, gentlemen. We got a lot still to cover. And as we leave order behind, it is time to enter chaos. I set the 2 big ones up front so we can coast toward the end is the goal here.
Right.
All right, just blow through the death and destruction ones, even though they are going to warrant some very interesting discussion. All right, chaos. So, lots of changes across a lot of armies. Let's get into it. Beasts o' Chaos. They're the beasts of, I didn't know if you knew that they're all Irish, actually. It's weird. But anyways, they have many monsters, but they're still in a tough place in the monster edition, is my argument. None of these points moves outside of the endless spells are like actually very big, but they're all kind of meaningful in a world where you sort of spammed stuff.
Yeah.
You know, Ungor is going up 10, and you know, your basic Gore is going up 5, which is comical. They're one of the worst units in the game. The Doom Bull going up 15. There's just a lot of moves around here, right? Bulgor is going up 15. Like, okay, sure. You know, there are bright spots here, I guess. Like, you know, Dragon Ogres again got the I'm 5 wounds penalty by going up 20 points.
Yeah.
Which just feels really unearned for what they're capable of achieving. But I mean, sure, it is 6 models now, so okay. I guess that is true. You know, some of the Zangor stuff got cheaper. That's probably the bright spot here in this story. Is some of the Zangor stuff went down significantly. So maybe there's some action there.
Yeah.
Certainly things like the cockatrice, which I've been repping forever. You know, like at a 95 point monster, I'm all for that. Anytime you can get a 95 point monster that can start using monster abilities, it ain't bad.
Yeah.
Jordan, any Beasts of Chaos insights? I mean, the army was rough. I'm not sure it got helped in any amazing way. That's my summary.
I'm surprised to see them be even at the average increase, you know,
Right.
or close to the average. Like you said, I thought this is an army that would stand still where everyone went higher.
Right.
And this is probably what should have happened in my opinion, or a lot of it. Like, yeah, I don't see this new edition helping them where there's hope with Sylvaneth. From my perspective, I don't think Beast of Chaos has the same hope. Maybe I'm wrong or missing something, but
Hoping for that book really soon.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's There's not much to say here. There is some talk that they're going to get a new book soon. I hope that's true. I think there's so much potential in this army. It's such a cool army.
Yeah.
Like it just has such character and flavor. And that's exactly what I was saying at the beginning of the show, Jordan. You hit it. Like, if we had moved everything else in the game up like 18% on average, and then this army went up 4% on average, right? And we held a lot of things sort of stable, then okay, all of a sudden, like, yeah, that we could have done it maybe with points, right? Because we could have pushed everybody else up. This would have been a great opportunity to not push up as much, right?
Yeah. That Wildfire Taurus at 110, that might not be too bad if you're able to double tap it, if it's still on the board.
Yeah, it depends on what it's going to do now. Like, if it
Right.
keeps the same functionality, which I assume it will with a cost like 110, probably.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, my final summary was the Zangor is a bright spot. It's interesting. So that's kind of cool, I guess. They're hit hard by the changes to Battle Shock. And by the way, losing their cool God battalions. This is the only army in the game that lost War Scroll battalions that I cared about. This is it. So I want them to get a new book tomorrow to reinstantiate those in some way.
Yeah.
Right? The buffs they got from Broken Realms weren't really on the level. They were weak as all get out, right? So
yeah, those are strange.
yeah, I mean, beasts need love. That's this. I can't think of anywhere else to say it.
Sure.
Okay. Blades of Khorne. Currently in a tough place, and it only got tougher. They had an average gain of 9%, so just slightly above average. They basically had, sort of points moves across the board. None of them were, like, most of them weren't too incredibly big, but they're here. Like, Blood Warriors went up 30, which is hilarious. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, that's very funny. That you like Blood Warriors? Okay, sure. Why not? Okay. Sure.
I haven't
man.
seen them on a table in God knows how long.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's been forever.
Bizarre.
Yeah.
Skull Reapers went up 25, which is like a lot. That's a lot. Putting Skull Reapers at a 205 point unit is it's choice. And the I guess, like, I look at it and I'm like, oh, Wrathmongers only went up 15. I guess that's good. That's what I'm sitting over here feeling like I guess Wrathmongers are pretty good. Shout out to Chorus Cole going down 15 points.
Sure.
Terry Tate, Khorne linebacker, coming in from the outside with the 8-inch pile-in. I just assume he shows up in every army now because he's one of the better deals rolling around. So okay.
Yeah, he is interesting now. Yeah,
his 8-inch pile-in lets him dodge a lot of. It's hard to redeploy away from him even, and he can jump around, unleash hell. Right, he can actually go in and engage something, and then you can charge them. You know what I mean, like or whatever. Or you know what I'm saying. Corcus piles in during combat. Sorry, so it's not like you'd have to charge him in a later turn. But the point is, he can.
Sure. Right.
Yeah, I mean, there was nothing here I looked at and went, well, this is going to help them.
Yeah, Bloodthirsters didn't go up too much.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they didn't. I think Scarbrand staying the same is really strong. I think that's one of your stronger choices in the whole army right now. Scarbrand is pretty dangerous. He can actually have his flying back now. You can restore his wings if you cast Levitate on him.
Oh, sure.
You can have a spellcaster. Here we go. Take a drink. You can give your heroes now the Arcane Tome. Like, it doesn't have a Khorne prohibition, so you can have spellcasting Khorne heroes, which is funny. So you can give him back his wings. So there's something. I mean, Bloodthirsters, you're right, didn't go up that much. We're going to talk about some other greater demons later that did go up a lot more.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It's like, I don't know what we were hoping to accomplish with Khorne here, but I can't see it happening. Like, is there a bright spot here?
The bright spot is not listed here.
I'm ready.
It's the greatest hero in the game.
Okay.
And it was what was carrying Khorne all of last year.
Archaon?
Archaon.
Sure.
Yeah.
So the fact that he went up so little.
Yeah. So it's shout out to Konstantinos, our friend, Pain for the Paint Gods. Amazing Khorne player. This guy will melt your brain with the level of detail that he gets into in terms of his tactics with Khorne and the combos that he finds. Yeah, he's been running. I mean, he was early on the Archaon with Reapers of Vengeance. Yeah, and those builds, like, really one of the first that I had ever heard of running it. And he sent me a little thesis, like 7 pages on Khorne, and it's incredible. But obviously we need to do almost an entire show on Khorne to do it justice. But I mean, that was one of his high level takeaways, is essentially you start and end with Archaon.
Right.
With this army.
I agree.
Yeah. Which is cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool, but unfortunate for the rest of the faction, right? Like, you'd love to see it be bigger than just that.
Sure.
Tied to one character that's not even, natively in the book.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, do you just take Archaon and Scarbrand and then figure out what else is playing in your army from there? Like, take some Flesh Hounds or something so they can run around? Like, is that your move?
Yeah. I like, a lot of people were running, Flesh Hound, Tyrants of Blood, of course it's gone now, which is a big deal. Reapers, you're only going to get to do 1 double activation.
Right.
You reduce the number of prayers that you can do now. I mean, that was huge with, like, blood boils, popping off multiple blood boils. That was scary. Yeah, there are a lot of the judgments now may not be around anymore, as often anymore. There's more ways to get those off the board.
Yep.
They took a lot of hits. Yeah, potentially I could see still Bloodthirsters being, getting the benefit of the hero monsters. They're a 4-up save, not the 3-up save to get them down to 2-up, but getting down to 3 potentially. They got Roar, turn off save, whatever. That that's good. Get +1 a hit is nice. Scarbrand potentially 2s and 2s to really turn him on with one of his axes. So yeah, but Konstantinos' list was just give you guys a sense here for folks. So, yeah, I think he had double War Shrine. I mean, he had a lot of Slaves of Darkness.
Sure.
It was basically Archaon. So yeah, double War Shrine.
Like another army we're going to talk about later. The key is don't play very much Khorne. Play a lot of Slaves of Darkness.
Yeah, exactly. It was mostly blood. Essentially, all that he had from Khorne was a Slaughter Priest with a Skull Shard Mantle, Blood Sacrifice. Battle line 3x10 Blood Reapers to die, chaff up, keep your shrines, screened off a little bit. 2x5 Chaos Knights. He's really big on Chaos Knights.
Sure.
I think they're a good shout in 3.0 now.
100%.
Yeah, 2 more shrines and Archaon. But yeah, we'll have to find a way. Maybe we can link to his full write-up, because I think folks would find it fascinating. It's this really in-depth overview on all of the different things that you can do with Archaon now. And it is, which we'll get into probably a little bit more later, but he was already, I think, the best model in the game, 2.0 bar none. Well, other than maybe Marathi. And then, Lore Seeker is interesting, but it's Archaon and Marathi, in my opinion, it's top 2.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, he's at a whole new level now.
Like, they're the best god heroes. Archaon, right. I would put Archaon as number 3 in my. If we're just gonna if we did a rank the heroes show, it'd go Lore Seeker, Marathi, Archaon.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, he was practically unkillable in 2.0, and it's even more so now. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my sort of summary is they were hit hard by things like coherency and a lot of the fundamental rules changes, but there is some potential. Many of the core units of the army are on 32 mil bases, which just sucks. Like, you have Marauders, but worse. You have, all these things where they're just on, like, big bases for no reason.
Right.
They're very sensitive to the new mechanics, such as redeploy and unleash hell, because they want to walk up and punch you. And armies that are basically, I'm going to walk up and punch you, it's relevant, right?
Right.
Blood Tithe is still what it is. That their Blood Tithe move is also impacted by the things we've mentioned already in the movement phase, because it is a normal move or whatever, right? So it's affected by all those things we just mentioned.
Blood Tithe is potentially a way that you can get around some, like charge in the hero phase.
Yeah, charge in the hero phase is actually pretty good. Maybe you can't unleash hell on them. Maybe FAQ pending.
Sure.
Right, like, yes.
Yeah.
It is a charge phase command ability, as it says in 6 point whatever or 7 point whatever, but it doesn't specifically say you can only use it in the charge phase. I will be very interested to see what the ruling on that is.
Right.
Bloodthirsters are pretty solid monster heroes, but they remain fragile. But they're also not super expensive. And as Korgus Cole, Mortal Realms linebacker. I'm backing him. I'm serious. Yeah. I love this guy. I love an 8-inch pile-in the new current game. Again, good luck redeploying away from me. Good luck. You're never going to unleash hell on me, and you're never going to redeploy away from me. I will catch you.
Right. Just, Jordan, you have any thoughts on Khorne? I had a few more things, and we can move on.
Yeah, not really. I just, similarly, they're going to struggle with a lot of, again, shooting only getting better and not having any of their own.
Yeah. So Joe Zerlitich, he's another player. If I said your name correctly, Joe, I probably didn't, but you're probably used to that with Americans trying to pronounce your last name. He had some very similar thoughts. Slaughter Priest took a hit. I thought we might see more MSU with Blood Tithe. Maybe they'll benefit a little bit more if there's more MSU on the table, more Blood Tithe that they can get. I thought Bloodthirsters might still see some play. Let's see some of the other winners. Konstantinos, he mentioned Korgus. I think he mentioned the Lord on Juggy.
Yeah,
he thought that was a pretty good pick. The Fleshhounds got cheaper. Yeah, Scar Blood Wrath. He thought that was still a pretty good pick. He's kind of mixed on the Bloodthirsters. Demon Prince. I heard Alex Tubbs on Age of Nagash talk about this the other day. Demon Prince with that Khorne Demon Prince with the incredible command. You combine that with redeploy. Oh my God! That thing was already amazing, and now,
Khorne Demon Prince, best Demon Prince, no questions. Done.
Yeah,
like it's just that's easy. Yeah. He's top of the pile by a mile.
I don't even think they changed the points on the Demon Prince.
They did not. He is the same price. We'll talk about it when we get to Slaves of Darkness.
Yeah.
All right, let's do Disciples of Tzeentch. Let's get into it. Big points hits to one of the kings of the ring. There's some big old changes here. So Carrick Acolytes, as we all know, dominant force of all the top tables. You never saw a top list without hordes of Carrick Acolytes. Up 25, completely reasonable there. The Changeling
I finally saw some on the table. My friend Cody played some at our last event.
Sure.
Yeah. He was like, what the hell is going on with this nonsense? Yeah.
The Fate Skimmer, of course, another auto include in your list. Not the Fate Master, the Fate Skimmer. Sure.
Crazy.
Up 40. Seems reasonable. The Kairos up 35. The Lord of Change up 40. Big old number there. Burning Chariot shooting way up. Exalted Flamers up 40. And Flamers themselves up 35 points now at 175. By the way, where they probably belong. It's like a lot of these I'm not sure I agree with. I legitimately think Flamers are worth 175. Yes, they die super easy, but they also kill anything they point at. Right? Like they are just click click dead. That kind of ranged power projection that they have is so strong. It's like, oh, okay, if I don't kill those things and I activate, I just die.
Yeah, again, I do worry, Vince. I mean, like, thinking about hero monsters and potentially the higher baseline, better save baseline.
Sure.
If you don't have a way to, roar, that is, if you're just shooting at -1 rend at critical targets.
Sure,
where
keep in mind
more of
they
those
still
critical...
kept their ability to go to -2, remnant stuff, sorry, -1 for them, -2 for the exalted guy.
-2 for the exalted. Yeah, so that's good. I do wonder if they're going to feel that, in terms of if it's true that generally saves are going up in the game because we're going to have more hero monsters, etc. rocking around.
Yeah,
but
I mean, I don't know. I'm still not too thrilled about charging into an Unleash Hell from 6 Flamers. I'll just say
that's fair. That's probably fair. Yeah.
Okay. Like I feel like they're at the right points value now. Like they're a super fragile glass cannon unit. That's how glass cannons work. They do an incredible amount of damage, and if you touch them, they die. Like that's called a glass cannon. That's what it is.
Right.
Like, yeah, that's why we all took cannons in 6th and 7th and 8th edition for years. Because sure, if any 5 morons went and attacked your cannon was dead. But if the cannon was able to just free fire, it would just blow everything away. Right? Like, that's how it works. So, just like they had a big average gain, 21%. But again, they were one of the 3 biggest bads.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So
compared to someone like Seraphon, where we were saying it wasn't quite enough, this is like the hammer you kind of expect for the big bads, right? When they get points increases, they got hit pretty hard. 20% average is really high. Do you think this is what would you guys rate this, like, compared to the Seraphon, where we say wasn't maybe heavy enough in the right spots?
Yeah.
Right? Do you think this was
was
needed?
This is too heavy in the wrong spots. A lot of the things I agree with. Like, I think Kairos at 435 is still completely square. Okay, I just do. Like, Kairos is a power piece. He'll win you 1 game in 5 just by existing. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, Flamers, as I've said, I think are in the right place. I don't know what's going on with Pink Horrors or what they're going to change. Clearly, they're changing something.
The unit size issue that we need.
Yeah, like, are they just going to let the unit cap thing roll, where now it's like 1 pink becomes 1 blue becomes 1 brim? Is that going to be the new world? So they're only 30 wounds instead of 50 wounds or whatever? If that's the change of the world we're going to live in, where you don't go over your starting size, so hence 1 pink becomes 1 blue becomes 1 brim, fine, then okay. Like, I really want to know what are happening with Pink Horrors.
I know there was the one change with the new rules where they don't no longer duplicate when they run to Battle Shock.
Unless that gets answered that's not true, right?
Fair.
Like that's based on sort of a split apart reading of what slain means, which I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just like, it seems like I could read it either way is my point. So maybe true, maybe not. They could easily FAQ around that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't. And it's not like I was really worried about the splitting off of Battle Shock most of the time. I mean, most of the time they split because you were like, okay, you had to like get up all of your possible hammer power and then go charge them and hope you could deal 50 wounds, right?
Yeah.
Can we still use the Balewind Vortex? No, it's gone. Balewind is gone. And good riddance. But it is gone. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's just stuff in this army that got hit with big changes that I'm like, whoa, what, why? Right? Like, that should have been like 10ers or 15ers or 5ers and not 40 and 25 on some of that stuff. Like the Fate Master, a staple to every list. Now, admittedly, one of his core mechanics on his scroll suddenly doesn't work anymore, right? Because he used to be able to get +2 to save, but now that's capped. But he was like a staple of every list because he would just be Mr. like, it's him plus Change Host. But this army took a hit by losing Change Host, let's be honest with ourselves here, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
And so I just feel like a lot of the ancillary stuff that never got played anyways, that honestly I'd like to see more, is the stuff they should have been softer with.
Right.
And just really hit the offenders. Like, again, we know what was winning games in Tzeentch. And by the way, one thing that was winning games in Tzeentch isn't even on this table because he's already been mentioned once.
Right.
Like the Host Arcanum Archeon build is still intact.
Yeah.
Right?
If I were trying to build for a tournament, that's where I would look right now. Yeah. I mean, we would see a lot of Archeon and Kairos and Host Arcanum power pairing. And that's generally still intact. You get a little bit less, but yeah. Or I guess actually Change Host. It's gonna be a wash. So yeah. Uh, yeah. So again, as one of our local guys, Cody, his thoughts. He emphasized Zangors. He thought maybe we're going to see them a little bit more. He's been running some Zangors in packs of 20. I believe they have a 2-inch reach. No, I might be wrong on that. They're Great Blade that you would run with minus and Ren. It's only 1-inch reach, and they're on 32, so that's a bit of an issue. But yeah,
all the Zangor stuff in this army got hit harder than I would have imagined. Honestly,
yeah,
like, okay, Skyfires are sort of the scary ones, right? Because they're the shooters.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, they're probably going to be plus 20 in the regular Enlightened, which are going to suffer from the coherency challenge. Would go up less. Nope, it's exactly the opposite. The Enlightened on disc went up 20, and the Skyfires went up 10. And I'm like, okay, I don't... What? Huh?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, he's thought that maybe there'd be ways you can buff Zangors to get them to be interesting at that 195 value with 20 wounds in a pack in a minimum size. Yeah, Screamers, they went up 20. They didn't really need to go up. I mean, obviously they were in Host Arcanum. You'd see a lot of them. But I don't know
because you get to summon 6 of them for free.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So whatever.
I did have one question on Kairos. So in terms of like miscasting, you roll the double ones. Do you guys know offhand if he can Oracle to change one of those in the sequencing?
Should be able to, yeah, because it happens.
Yeah.
His replacements happen at the right timing. I believe that he can switch.
Okay.
He can pop it over.
Okay.
So he
Gotcha.
could stop a miscast. I believe that means he could also cause a miscast.
Exactly. Yeah, that was going to be the next point. Yeah. So here you go, Lord Croak or.
Sure, yeah. Somebody's on their first cast in a critical round and they roll 1-1, like 1 and 6. I'm pretty sure Kairos can step in and flip the die back to a 1 and then force them into a miscast. I'm pretty sure that's the timing on that.
Right.
Because the nature of when replacements happen versus rerolls or whatever.
That sounds like fun.
That does. That's crazy.
I will say, that sounds like a very Tzeentch move. Like, that is... I have zero problem with that. That feels like a super Tzeentchy thing. Like, right when you were going to rely... You're going to rely on your magic against me? Tzeentch? The changer of the ways? The lord of magic and sorcery? Like, nah, dog. Nope.
So I think the Gaunt Summoner, the Gaunt Summoner went up 15, 255. That seems a little nuts. I mean, it was not seeing any play in Tzeentch now that you can only do 5 pinks at that. So that was strange. It's an army without a lot of hero monsters. So you got Lord of Change and Kairos. So that could be a bit of an issue. I do wonder if Guild of Summoners is worth looking at again.
Popping out more free lords.
Yeah.
Well,
you get a
free, but you know what I'm saying.
Sure. Yeah. You could probably, if you're leaning into the cast, you could probably get 2 in a game. Certainly 1 in a game, but potentially 2 in a game. I think there's a +1 cast with that. Definitely. I mean, they're going to be leaning heavily into the new and the spells. Sure. I suspect that's going to be a big play. Yeah. Max 3.
And still ignoring their own 3.
Right.
Those will continue to not see play.
Yeah, I've seen Tome of Eyes a little bit, but yeah, that seems a little quite excessive. Burning Sigil and Demonic Simulacrum.
I mean, unless the Burning Sigil suddenly does something very different, that is a comical points value. I've actually had a buddy who took Burning Sigil multiple times against me, and it never did anything ever. I was like, he would cast it. He's like, "Do you want to dispel this?" No, I don't care.
Yeah. But unless, I wouldn't be too surprised if somebody figures out some nice builds outside of Archaon, Host Arcanum. But that to me, that just looks like the obvious one. Like if you want to play competitive Tzeentch. But yeah, they got a big hit. It felt like maybe a little, you said it perfectly, Vince, a little bit too much in the wrong areas.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they took a really big hit. Yeah, I mean, that's my sum. Like, lots of their key tech pieces are really, really expensive now. Something is going on with Pink Horrors. Still some powerful tools and heroes like Kairos. And then, Archaon can still slide in here, and the grand crutch of the Ever Enablement will continue to be a threat in, like, Host Arcanum.
Yeah.
This is, like, my favorite meme here I found for Tzeentch, which is Tzeentch and Tzeentch stopping Tzeentch's plans in the Predator meme, so I really enjoyed that one. That's very much Tzeentchy.
They really don't want you playing individual blues and brims.
Yeah, no kidding. They jack the points on those crazy, like, oh, okay, got it. So we just take pinks then. Check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right. Nurgle. Blight King spam took a hit, but I think the army did really well overall. Their average gain looks higher than it should, like because of a couple weird percentages that jumped up there. But honestly, they had a lot of things go down. Epidemius went down. The Harbinger of Decay went down. The Lord of Afflictions went down. Slobbity Bilepiper and the Scrivener went down with their new refreshed War Scrolls, right? Like, these are all things that are in the conversation, at least, and they all went down, right? Now, of course, the story we have to mention is that the Putrid Blight Kings went up 25. They're no longer 140. They're still 165. They're still a great deal. In the fact that they're 21 wounds for 165 points on a pretty solid frame, running around in 5s. They're not paying any attention to new coherency. You generally took them in 5s anyways, so fine. Now they can't get their rend anymore, which hurts, especially in the new edition of higher saves. So we do need to of course take that into account. And then the Great Unclean One went up 30, from 320 to 350. I think he's still fine as a big hero monster. He's quite survivable. He can do a lot of things. I think he's okay. I think things like the Morbidex and Orgots and those kinds of things, they probably would need to still go down farther to be super interesting. But they're in the conversation in an interesting way. Okay, because so let's take Morbidex. Okay. Morbidex Twiceborn, who went down 5 points. He's now 235, right? So he's a 12 wound hero with a 3-up save. Okay.
Got that magical 3-up save base. There you go.
And he is a monster.
Yep.
All right. Now he does have a pretty not great wound chart. Okay.
Oh, we got the old one. Yeah.
It's not fantastic. But at the same time, 235 or 220, those kind of cheap monster heroes, I haven't really seen many people talk about them. They are all the I don't know what you call those, Blow Abrot spawn, who also went down 10. They have a name, and I don't remember what it is. Magath Lords. Thank you, somebody current just put it in there. But they're kind of interesting now because they are cheap monster heroes.
Yep.
They can go do work. They all count as 5 now on objectives. They have hero abilities and monster abilities. Their rules are decent. I'm just saying maybe they'll show up. I don't know. I think they could be in the conversation now. I really do. Jordan, any thoughts on Nurgle? What are your thoughts?
Well, so two of our guys in our play group play Nurgle, and one of them's huge on the demons after this because, like you said, those two new heroes who had great abilities coming down, and
and Plague Bearers being flat,
exactly staying the same.
Yep.
And their abilities are abilities, not command abilities, right? So they don't. There's no interference. So they're like Seraphon. They still did all their synergies because they come from different places. So that they can be super tanky, and they were already bringing back and summoning models. Now you add in Rally to a unit of 30 Plague Bearers. Those guys are tough to shift, and they'll stick around. So I think Demons is definitely a huge winner here, especially in contrast to the Blight Kings going up in points.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Totally agreed.
I was looking at one of the other ones, Orgots Demon Spew. It's got a pretty awesome command ability, Fester and Rot, using the hero phase, so that's great. Always looking for commands you can use in the hero phase. You can quote unquote stack across phases. Pick a friendly Nurgle unit within 14 of him. Reroll failed wound rolls. It's got the failed, it's got the qualifier, but still reroll failed wound rolls for that unit until your next hero phase.
Sure.
It's pretty hot command ability.
It's not bad. It's not bad at all, and that's what I'm saying. And that dude's getting everything. He's getting all the new toys.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And again, is he also on a 3-up? I think two of them are on a 3-up and one is on a 4-up. I think.
Yeah, he's on a 3-up, 12 wounds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there's stonks here. I really think so. Nurgle's been sort of low key, doing well for a long time. When the Owen Jackson ran his Fat Middle tournament and he banned the top 6 armies on TTS by performance, Nurgle was in the top 6. right? I mean, that should tell you something.
Mhm.
Again, I agree. I think the demon side has some stonks. We didn't mention Puskoil Blightlords, but those guys are
Right.
all now also counting as 2. You know,
Mm.
Plague Drones and Blightlords, both being 5 or 7 wounds or whatever.
Yep.
So they're all counting as 2 on a thing. And I love 5 wound stuff that is in 2s now. This is my new favorite unit size.
Mm.
So I'm up on Dracothian Guard. I can't wait to see their new scroll. I cannot wait, son. Can't wait for my Skaven riding Dracothian Guard. Just wait for that.
God.
And because 2 goes to 4. You know, we're still using
yeah.
the great coherency rules. I'll burn a like I could see 1 unit of those at 4, then you still got 3 reinforcement points to use on your plague bearers or something like that, right? To take a unit to 30 and another unit to 20 or whatever, right? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That seems fine. Like, I'm in. We've got some action here, right?
Those drop the Blightlords. Let's see, where are they?
The Puskoil Blightlords, yeah, they dropped. They
Yeah.
went down 5. They were 190. They're 185 now.
185. Okay, nice.
Yeah, solid. And remember, those dudes can become battle lines. So you could take them to 6, but I wouldn't. Like, that's bad.
Yeah.
Sure.
But the point is, they can also be battle line, which is cool.
Yeah.
And the Lord of Afflictions, who has to be the general to make them battle line,
Mm.
also good, also went down.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I know Paul was a big fan.
Yeah.
He would run the Lord of Afflictions. Yeah. What about Glockin?
Uh,
Let's see.
yeah, he's
He
fine.
is
He went up 15. He's still
15.
allyable for if you'd ever want to do that for whatever reason. But like,
right.
he's 395. He's fine. He's a big, scary, monster hero. He didn't go up very much. It's fine.
Yeah, 6 attacks, 4s and 2s, -2, 2 damage. You potentially get that to 3s and 2s. Okay. Yeah, he's got a fair number of attack profiles. Got a lot of abilities. Yeah, I know. Look,
He's-
this is a way to get +1 attack. I think add 1 to win characteristic on models. Oh, win characteristic. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it is a shame about Blight Kings losing their -1 rend. That just feels like something we're going to see added in with the Battle Tome. I mean, that's the rumor is they're going to get the first Battle Tome outside of Stormcast and Warclans.
Sure.
So presumably we'll just see, Blight King's War Scroll -1 rend right there.
If I was Nurgle, honestly, if I was a Nurgle player right now, I'd be like, please don't give me a battle tome. I don't want it.
No.
The risk is too high. You might get
Uh-huh.
Slaaneshed. Like,
Right.
just stick with what you got. This is fine. Like, I'm fine. Keep your battle tome. I don't need it. I don't want it.
Yeah.
I'm good. I got
That's
options here for days.
Yeah.
That's how I've been the past 6 years with Deepkin.
Right, yeah, exactly. It's like, no, we're good, dog. Broken
Right.
Realms was perfect. All you did was take some of my stuff and fix it up a little bit. It was great. Tooled out of the shop. I got a fancy new turtle. I got some shark options. I'm happy over here. Thanks.
Exactly.
Bye.
Yeah.
I don't need a new car.
Yeah.
Old one works fine.
Right. Yeah, this list stinks of a army that you could really do some creative things with. And, great unclean ones are going to be hot, I think, even more difficult to kill. They didn't go up much.
Sure.
Yeah, it seems like, there's some really innovative lists you could come up with here to compete in 3.0. Yeah.
Yep.
It's interesting.
So my answer was, Nurgle lost their Blight King spam, but you can still take a good heap of them and they remain a good value. They should come out ahead, even or ahead after the battalion tax is removed. Like, if you take out the battalions they tended to buy and look at their points, my guess is they're in the positive. They might be putting more stuff on the table, actually, depending on how heavy you leaned into Blight Kings, right? There's a
Right.
difference there. Many heroes had a good move down in points, and they're relatively untouched by core rule changes for the most part. Like, they've got lots of penalties against shooting, and that's great. Like, yeah, okay, I charge into you, and you can unleash hell on me with -3 to hit. Like, all right, have a good time.
Right.
Like, enjoy your hitting on 6s. You have 40k Overwatch when you shoot at me with unleash hell.
Right.
So yeah. Okay, Skaven. Oi, this table needs to.
Let's
come.
move on. Let's keep going.
Yeah, let's talk Skaven.
No, we don't need to. That's
Oh,
fine.
oh, I see.
Fine. That's
I
fine.
see the joke. I'm with you now. Get ready, my friends, for the age of the horned rat is
Oh,
upon
God.
you all. Flee from your homes in terror.
Uh-huh.
I love this army now. It's so much fun now. Okay. They did have a larger than average points increase, but it does nothing but hide the true potential of this army. There is nothing I care about that went up on this chart. Okay? Your biggest hit is your Storm Friends. Your Storm Friends went up 55 points to 315.
Yeah.
Woo!
Well deserved.
It is. Because they are monsters in this new edition.
Yep.
They count as 2 models each. They can go Battle Line and Scryer. You can take them in 9s again. Oh my god. With like, because now you can be like, +1 to hit, spark, like, go. More warp power. Like, it is the spell plus the command ability plus the spark, and you are just...
Don't do it, Benjamin. You're better than this.
Watch as everything dies. Yeah, it's amazing. I've run 2 games of Skaven so far. I'm just gonna go for a while here, guys. So tuck in. I'm sorry.
Yep.
This is gonna be. I have a lot of thoughts. Okay. Somebody said they're surprised about the Storm Vermin. I'm not mad about Storm Vermin. Storm Vermin only went up 10 points. Yes, they cap at 30 now instead of 40. They're fine. It's fine. It's no issue.
2-inch reach?
Yeah, 2-inch reach. Yeah, exactly. 25 mil base, 2-inch reach. Like, yes, they're on 30, which means it's a lot harder to preserve the +1 wound. The key is Skaven had a lot of bonuses that was like, it's +1 to hit at 20 and +1 to hit wound at 30. So, like, it's suddenly it's very hard to maintain that +1 to wound on Storm Vermin. I don't really care. You can hide them back and then, null hole them over or something and pull the long charge or whatever. If people want to focus in on my Storm Vermin, I literally don't care. Like, there are scarier things in this army you're not shooting at, and I am happy about it. We are primed with some of the greatest heroes in this edition. The Vermin Lords are pure stonks. They are magic incarnate. They are double casters that can very easily get multiple bonuses to cast. They are hero monsters with a built-in 5-up ward save. What's your stupid amulet for? That's for peasants. Peasants need to take the amulet. We have that automatically, okay? Most of our heroes have a 5-up after save.
And re-rolling their save, too.
And re-rolling the save. The Vermin Lord Warp Seer, who still broadcasts his incredible hero, or, his incredible massive bubble of Battle Shock immunity. Like, Battle Shock got to be more of a threat. Not to us. We got so many ways to be immune to Battle Shock. I'm immune to Battle Shock for days, son. We got enough immune to Battle Shock. I might just accidentally make your army immune to Battle Shock by existing. Like, Vermin Lords are incredible. And yes, of course, things like the Corruptor, if you have flaming weapons, like, boy, does he turn on by simply moving him to +2 damage. The Vermin Lord Warp Seer is also a command point farm because he's Master Clan. He gets every command point back he spends on a 5-up. He also, on a 3-up, generates you an extra command point. On a 6, he generates an extra D3. The Little Plague Priest, who is an 85% prayer machine. He's just like, you take him, you take Curse, and you go. He runs right behind your rats. Right behind, like, he just hides right behind your clan rats. And yeah, he'll occasionally ding them for, like, D3 mortals for being near them. And it's like, go ahead, charge me. Come on, do it. Charge my clan rats, which, by the way, can be in 60s now. Oh, sweetheart rat. How much we love you. I took 60 clan rats in one of my games on Saturday. I played Skaven and Giants. That was my 2 games on Saturday. And 60 clan rats was amazing. I took like 40 wounds to the unit, and I was like, yeah, okay. Whatever. It's fine. Right? And like, I could have rallied him, and I was like, nah, not even worth it. I got other stuff to do.
Was that Alariel rolling in for 40?
Rolled in, did 39 damage to my clan rats, which, I mean, was incredible. Like, go Alariel. That's some hard hitting. Then she evaporated. And nobody cared. Like, it was so easy. Your mortal wounds are everywhere. You are an unleash hell machine. This army is a porcupine army. Warp fire throwers, Thankful, warp lightning cannons with a warlock nearby. Like, yeah, come on, charge me. I got lots of things that don't roll to hit. How many mortal wounds do you want on the charge? Because I got them all. I got them all. I had Thankful right behind my clan rats, just being like, come on. Go ahead. Just moving that wall up. Like, let's do it. Bring it in.
Other than Sentinels, it's the ultimate business in the front, party in the back. 3.0 army right now.
100%. Because I just had, like, I literally had him and then a warp fire thrower on each side.
Yeah.
And it was like, what are you going to do? What are you going to charge me with? What wants to die?
Yeah.
I mean, and that's not even counting, like, I haven't even used Storm Friends yet. I just didn't even bother yet. And I still felt the power. Special shout out here for Giant Rats going down to 6-packs for 40 points. Love it. Love it. Back in 8th edition, we had a thing we called Rat Darts. Rat Darts were the ultimate chaff. You would throw Rat Darts in front of your army, and it would chaff your big units. They had to go through your Rat Dart, then they had to go through your 50 slaves, and then they could finally get to your actual units. Rat Darts are back, baby. 6 for 40. If I need to charge somebody, guess who's going in first to absorb the Unleash Hell? Why, it's 6 rats. I'm not using them. Like, I don't care that they can't spread out because they're 6. Like, I got to make a little 6-packer of them. Fine. Fine. They're just extra free, super cheap chaff that just charges it and absorbs Unleash Hells. Like, yep, go ahead.
What are they on? What base size?
25.
25, okay.
Yep. They are 6 little dudes on a 25, 40 points. They just easily get in there and absorb Unleashes. If I can get at the melee unit. Obviously, they don't fly. They're not perfect. They're not Aether Wings. Let's not be overstated, but it's great. So I'm all about them. Like, Rat Ogres, by the way, are still stonks and still real. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to play Rat Ogres since the changes in Broken Realms, but they are incredible now. You can do so much with them. They're so much fun. And by the way, they only... Rat Ogres basically didn't go up. They went up 5 points. That's it. So they're still 2 for 95, which the fact that you can now have 6 wound, 4-up save Rat Ogres. 2 for 95 points means you get 12 wounds for every 95 points.
That's pretty good.
And they still take buffs well and have rend and do 2 damage.
Oh, yeah.
Jordan, has Ridge been playing any Rat Ogres?
Yeah, so he just ran 4.
Okay.
And they are, stood toe-to-toe with Kurnoth with Scythes, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, in fact, I backed out of that one because But they're
it's
great.
for real, man. Rat Ogres will do the dirty business. You have an offensive profile and a defensive profile, and they live up to their names. They get in there, and they take buffs so well. So very well. Because they can easily get +1 to hit just all the time without a command ability. Just they got some dum-dum following them around.
Yeah.
They're a perfect pairing with Curse. If you curse a unit and then swing in with the 6 attacking Rat Ogres, it's just like, oh, okay, that unit's just super dead. Like, super duper a million times dead. Right? Yeah, they're... I love this army now. By the way, you can take this army in 1-drop or 4-drop varieties extremely easy. It fits perfectly into a 1-drop or 4-drop profile, whichever way you want to go. They love extra artifacts. We love extra artifacts because we have lots of good ones that we want to take. I don't know what to tell you, man. It stonks in Ratland. Like, I'm in.
So what was your list, Vince, the other night?
Oh, God. So the most recent list, I had Thanquol, a Verminlord, Warp Seer, 60 clans, 20 clans, 10 Storm Vermin, Warpfire Thrower 2, I don't really think it was 2, Warp Lightning Cannon, and an Arch Warlock or a basic Bombardier or something like that.
Okay.
And then a Plague Priest with Curse.
Yeah, that's quite a bit going on. That's pretty good.
It was a lot. I'm probably missing something, by the way. But so, yeah, I mean, it's a lot. It did the work. Oh, and a Claw Lord. There was a basic Claw Lord in there, too, because I always take Claw Lords. Because, again, Claw Lords are super, super duper tough. Because they just get Verminous Valor for free, which is a command trait. They don't have to be the general. That lets them 4-up Mortal Wound pass to rats. So he just stood next to 60 rats and was like, I am immortal. What?
Yeah. Nice.
And Skaven is like such a deep book. It's like the list builder's dream, right? You just have so many good options. You're gonna see, and it's a great thing, right? You're gonna see so many varied builds on the table. So I'm super excited to see more Skaven again.
Yeah, I mean, I went with my Warp Lightning Cannon. I used it once to Unleash Hell, overcharged it, did 7 wounds to myself, so it's still alive, and then turned around and shot the Warsong guy.
Yeah. Yeah.
And rolled the 1. So I just did 12 mortals to him. Just whap!
Oh, Lord.
And he made his exact 4-ups. So he took 6 wounds. So he was at 1. And then I just shot him with literally a Rat Ogre turn and Warp Flamed him to death. I didn't even charge him.
Wow.
There's a reason in my game, so Stephen Sylvaneth, I turned first just to shoot at the Warp Lightning Cannon with such turn off. It's like, I can't let that thing shoot at me.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a great play. Yeah.
It's a nightmare. Yeah. So I'm hard on this army. Stonks, hardcore stonks. They had points increases, but this was likely merited. This army wasn't performing well and still needs some help, but I think the fundamentals got so strong under them. The ground got strong under them. They are mixed arms, lots of powerful monstre heroes, and they capitalize in every phase of this thing.
Yeah.
They can still have incredible board control because you can have these 60 wound units that can still just spread out 30 long. Comfortably.
Yeah. Right. Right.
And like if you arc that can still all be in an immune to battle shock bubble in multiple ways.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, it's great. Like it is a list builder's dream. It plays to the tactics. And sure, you can also just take 9 Storm Fiends and 420 blaze it. Like that's true too.
Right. Right. They used to not rely on battalions, right? They used to be pretty high drop.
Yeah, they were always pretty high drop.
Yeah.
If you would occasionally, like, I would sometimes play around with the Verminous one, which is sort of your battle line battalion plus the Claw Lord. You know, okay. But yeah, for the most part, you were battalions.
I mean, that could be a big deal. Yeah, if what you're saying is true, do solid 1-drops or 4-drops. Yeah, that's pretty great. Yeah, they really strike me as having gotten one of the biggest bumps out of anybody. Just in the hands of good players who know what they're doing with good lists, they're going to be pretty terrifying, it seems.
Yeah.
But yeah. Shouts to Rich. I really enjoy him, by the way. On your he plays Skaven a lot on your channel.
So yeah, he's been
awesome.
He's been chatting. Yeah, he says +1 attack from the Claw Lord as well. Great because Skaven Allegiance gives +1 to hit. So yep, absolutely. Like it's like the Claw Lord's a great little guy. Again, he's just a little +1 attack engine. And remember, Clan Rat's getting +1 attack with a little Plague Priest falling behind to go curse. Gets real scary when suddenly you got basic dum-dums who can still retreat and charge, just run in with way too many attacks than they should have on 25 mil bases and just start triggering 6s to mortal wound.
Right.
It feels good because I'm pretty sure that's what Skinks did forever to win, and now we can do it too.
Nonsense. So speaking of armies that have gotten really good or even better.
That's right. So moving on. Slaves to darkness. It's a great time to fall to the dark gods.
Oof. Is it ever?
So average gain 7%, not too bad. But again, actually that's sort of lying because a lot of that was in places that didn't matter. Oh, we lost Jordan. He'll be back, I'm sure. He probably just lost his internet. He'll be back in a sec, I'm sure. Hopefully, or he was like, no, I cannot handle this heresy. I must leave. I'm sure I'll be right back. Okay. Because like a lot of their points are actually getting pushed up by dumb stuff like Thedra Soulscryer and the the Godsworn Hunt and nonsense like that. Chaos Warriors went up to 10. They didn't stick in 5s, so you can go up to 30 and have a 60 wound pack at 600 points, but it is doable. And they are a hell of an anvil now if you do max them out. Because now they have built-in reroll saves. They test 2 reinforcement points to get them to 30 for 60 wounds. They have a built-in 5-up mortal wound, like you go halberds and shields or hand weapons and shields. They have a built-in 5-up against mortals. And now they can spark that +1 to save, and suddenly they're on 3-up rerolling real easy. Yeah. Real easy.
Yeah, so good. Yeah. It's been, you usually see them in 15 or 5, not 10s.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, given how much better they've gotten in terms of if you get, avoid getting your commands turned off. Yeah, that's an amazing anvil.
I was happy to see Marauders go down to 10s. They went up a little. It's justified completely. That's fine. Like, Marauders, what happened needed to happen.
Yeah.
Chaos Knights, I still think are great. +10 points up is perfectly fine for the points adjustments. Chaos Knights are straight killers. The Chaos Chariot going down 15, I absolutely love.
So I've been hearing about these Chaos Chariots. What's the deal? Do they do like D3 Mortals impact?
No, they're better. They do an improved Ogre charge. You roll a number of dice equal to the charge roll, and every 5-up is a mortal wound.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, they're good, and they count as battle lines. They're paying off your battle line. They have a nice mortal wound impact hit. Yeah. Hey, Jordan's back. There we go. Hey, buddy. Oh, we can't hear you.
Can't hear you. Yeah.
If you switched your headset or something like that, you may need to unmute yourself. Oh, there you go.
Good. Okay.
You're good. Yeah. It was just you said your thing flipped up. Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome
power
back,
flickered for a moment, so it turned everything off.
Sorry. We were just talking about how Slaves of Darkness is truly amazing in this new world. And yeah, I mean, we can't bury the headline here. Archaon only went up 30 points or whatever, which is ridiculous.
So I think he probably should, real talk.
He should be 950 points.
Yeah, he feels like 950, 1,000, honestly.
Yeah, 100%. Yes,
he
should be 950 points.
Yeah.
It's crazy that Nagash is more expensive than him.
Mm-hmm.
That does not chart in my brain. Like, don't get me wrong, Nagash is real powerful, and he's a scary dude, and he can do some good stuff, and he can like, you know, supercharge all his balls and then charge into people and do like 93 mortal wounds, and that's super funny. Right? But Archaon just wins games. He is a brute force monster that's just like, oh, I will fight your entire enemy army.
Yep.
And I am basically unkillable.
Incredibly, yeah. I mean, both Khorne, Tzeentch, or even Slaves with the host that they've chosen. Yeah, amazing. I mean, there's so many Tzeentch you can stack. I believe you can stack the 4-up ignore spells, one his base, one from Tzeentch. You still got the activation tricks, double activating Khorne, easy 2-up rerolling save. You can still do stacking to offset Ren, so he'll be at a 2-up a lot of the times, often rerolling saves. And damage output has gone up. I mean, it's just like across the board. 3d3 heal, I think, is what you can do on him now. Easy 2d3 heal, but I believe Khorne can do 3d3 heal. I'm not sure about Slave of Darkness, but anyway, yeah, it's just wild what you can do with this guy now.
Yeah, I agree. Like, Slaves came out great. Like, great.
They're really good now.
By the way, the fact we didn't even mention it, but Be'lakor went down 20 points.
Oh, he did?
I didn't even know.
Like, in what universe? What?
Oh, God, he did.
Oh, he did. He's even better now.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't... He's so good. He was a game winner on his own, and now he's even cheaper, so...
Yeah. I mean, we might as well lean into Flaming Weapons, Be'lakor. There you go.
If he can take the spells, if he can take a lore, if unique characters end up being able to take a lore, he's Flaming Weapon, and he can do work.
Yeah.
You know, and just like most of the... by the way, there's so much to talk about with this army. It's crazy how good this is. I should also point out here that the Kitty Cat went down 5. Kitty Cat is a monster. So Kitty Cat can roar. Kitty Cat can mortal wound impact. Kitty Cat can do work. And Kitty Cat still makes you fight last. And Kitty Cat has a massive neg 2 to bravery aura. If Kitty Cat is rolling around with Archaon, there are significant, like, crushing bravery penalties. Okay? And
stack Arcane Bolts, like, Arcane Bolt at start of the Battle Shock phase on top of that.
Whip them off. Yeah, neg 4 bravery is good. It's super good in a world where you can only make one unit Battle Shock immune with the command ability. Kitty Cat is solid. I've been repping that Mind Stealer Sphinx since it released, and Cat Llama is where it's at. Love it. Love me the Cat Llama. The one thing we haven't mentioned yet that we should absolutely talk about, Idolaters. Oh, they're in. Now is their time. Ride forth, Chariot Lord. All of the chariots got cheaper. The basic chariot went down 15. The Gorbeast chariot went down 130. You use that as your frame to make an Idolater Lord. Okay, that's what turns into your Idolater Lord. The Idolater Lord is a priest that has bonuses and Idolaters to cast. You have base prayers now. One of the big problems with Idolaters was you didn't have artifacts. You do now.
Right.
So, like, Slaves just is all over the place. Here, let's just move to this because I've got my fun meme here where I've got the Idolater Lord leading his army to war, as we can clearly see in this colorized recreation artist's rendition of what it looks like and what it feels like to play Idolaters now. Idolater Stonks way up. Chariots in general have a lot of potential. Chaos Warriors can be an incredibly strong anvil, and this has the tools to take advantage of all the new rules on the relative cheap with great bonuses. Especially Khorne. I would point out the Khorne aura is reroll hit rolls of 1 and +1 to wound, which is the combination of maybe like 2 of the greatest bonuses in the world in the new setting. Yeah. Because then you're a command ability spark away from +1 to hit, +1 to wound, reroll 1s to hit. Crazy.
So one question I got from one of our local guys, Travis, he's been running Knights of the Empty Throne, Vanguard. Would they count as 2 models each? Yes. And then if you take a unit of 6, cast Metamorphosis to turn them into monsters, do you then get the 5 models each bonus?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was kind of a weird edge case one. Yeah.
I mean, they certainly count as 2 models each in the normal rules because they're 5.
Right, that's true. Yeah, 5 ones each. Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
I can answer the first part. What happens when you make that unit gain the monster
Gain the
keyword.
monster keyword.
Do they
right.
become 5 each? Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll have to send that one into effect. He also noted Kabbalist are getting better, and that was another one I heard Tubbs talk about on Age of the Gas show. Yeah, you know, Cogs. Kabbalist is getting a +1 cast, +2 cast.
They +1 to +3 depending on how many
+1,
people you kill.
+3. That's right. Yeah. So 2 cast each with Cogs potentially. Although I think Cogs might be cast on a 5. So yeah, it's not necessarily always going to be up at all times because you can now dispel in both hero phases. Thank God, to try to turn off some of these things. So yeah, try to dispel it in the enemy hero phase. That way they can't use it that phase. But yeah, lost him again. Yeah, man, I don't even know where to. We could talk for 20 minutes about Slaves of Darkness. I really think this army is so much better. I mean,
and we're going to do shows, by the way, where we deep dive into everything. Like we'll do revisited. We're gonna revisit all the factions in glorious detail in the coming months. Don't worry.
Yeah.
As I'm sure like Coach will be doing that as well. I'm sure, and like the content will be out there. Welcome back again, Jordan. No issue.
Iron Golems, real saves, anything with real saves in this game now. I mean, in general, but yeah, especially now.
My God,
so
Iron Golems are so good in the New World again.
Yeah, like they went up 5 points.
In Ravagers, where you can just start summoning on Iron Golems.
Right, you got more CP in Ravagers now, so you're doing more than just summoning. Yeah, Furies are interesting. Again, Unleash Hell, trying to shut down Unleash Hell.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a really good shot with Sphinx. Jordan, any other thoughts? We were just saying we could talk forever about Slaves of Darkness. I mean, I really think this army is going to be really strong.
Yeah, so much here, right?
Yeah.
Like you guys said, like in Archeon, obviously being a centerpiece is like he's Archeon. He can do it. He can do it all.
Yeah.
And you can just hit your pony to that one model, and you'll be good.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's absolutely true. So some questions in the chat. I saw somebody say, does these increased points across the board make it easier to get to an army? Yeah, a little bit. I think so. I think that I hate the new enhancement rules in general. I think they're poorly written and confusing as all get out, and we have like 80 million FAQs waiting on them. It's the only part of the rewritten rules I don't like. I think sections like 1 through 25 are basically pure gold with not that many big issues, and then I think they got to enhancements and there's so many things that were like, well, if you can do this, and if the FAQ comes up this way, and wait, do I get my spell automatically and then have to pick another one? Do I get another one for free? How does it work? Like, where do I get to pick? It's so confusing to try to explain to a new player. Like, it's an utter nightmare.
Sure.
I just feel like the entire enhancement section, honestly, legit needs to be rewritten. It's not good.
Yeah.
In an otherwise just platinumly good release, it is the one sort of scratch. It's this beautiful diamond with this big inclusion or occlusion. Sorry, coming into it.
Yeah.
And then AT said, "Lance or swords for knights? Always lances." Some people will tell you that you should have swords because you can grind better. Those people are wrong. And you either win or you die. Like you charge and you win. That's what you do. Okay, that's how we win in this world.
Played a lot against Legion of the First Prince, by the way. We haven't mentioned that yet. That's a solid sub-faction, I think.
He's very strong.
Yeah.
I mean, like, so much is.
Yeah.
There's just like, we've named every sub-faction and said it's got Khaine. By the way, we didn't even talk about the Khorne Demon Prince and how he didn't go up at all and has, like, the best command ability in the game.
Right.
And Despoilers also has game. Because it can block line of sight. All over the place. For shooting.
Yeah.
So it's just like...
Yeah, it's all over the place.
So many tools.
Yes.
Yeah.
I am stoked for my Slaves to Darkness army is looking better and better, so that's good.
Yeah.
I'm excited about it. All right. Cool beans. Well, gentlemen, it had to happen. It's been a good run. Here we are. Slaanesh, never has an army been more meta. I hope you like pain. So Slaanesh, in its new book, which came out at the same time as Doc, and then was insulted by having points costs that were so far out of the bounds of what, like, you look at Doc, you look at Slaanesh, never has there been a more clear reflection of inequity. And so we all thought, oh, don't worry, it's fine. Slaanesh is just pointed for 3.0.
Yep, good to go.
Good to go. Everybody else is going to be hitting their points increases and be angry, and we'll be sailing in, and in this new world, we'll be okay. Narrator, they were not okay.
I think like the most obvious illustration is just looking at Blissbarb archers going up 20 points from 160 to 180.
Yes.
Yeah.
When Sentinels, who should have been 160 to begin with, are only 150.
Right.
Right.
Uh, let's talk positive. Okay. Positive stuff. Here we go. We're going to be positive for a moment. The Hellstriders went down. I'm legit happy about this. They were vastly overpriced at 150. I think Hellstriders are great. They're fast. They're good, like chargers to absorb and unleash hell. They're good chaff. They're on like nice long cavalry bases. They're still in 5s. They can spread out. I really think they're excellent chaff because they are very fast.
Do you go spears or hell scourges?
It's completely irrelevant. It does not matter.
Okay.
But traditionally, like hell scourges are better because they have a 3-inch reach and can cause a negative to hit on the charge.
Right. Right.
So that's good. But literally, I do not care. You can take either one you want. They're mostly there to die. Mostly. Okay. So that is a positive. Like I was honestly legit happy to see these guys come down on points. Okay. The Seekers coming down 10 is interesting. They probably need to come down a little more since they can't fill any kind of battle line role. But I think Seekers are interesting. I think they're kind of underused. And again, they actually can do quite a lot of attacks, can trigger quite a lot of things. Now you can't do 20 blocks of them anymore. Basically, they now cap at 10. But they're okay. They're okay. Everything else is bad.
Yeah.
This army is paying the sins of its summoning. I wish... Can I just have crappy summoning, please? I'd like to actually play the army that I'm paying for. Not the potential future army that I might summon onto the table, assuming I don't just get my teeth kicked completely in. Okay? When every one of my units is made of paper, against any force with teeth, you just get exploded.
Yeah.
Now, there are fundamental things in the game that change that are positive for Slaanesh. Like, more MSU is generally good because it's more chances to harvest more depravity from more units. True statement. Okay? But ultimately, this army is costed as though you're just summoning in 400 points every round. That's why it's costed like this. And look, I'm not going to say that's impossible. It is entirely possible that you summon in 30 Daemonettes or a Keeper of Secrets every round. Are those things actually worth 400 points? No. No, they are not. Not in any world, or way, or shape, or form, or universe. It is simply not true. Okay? Like, Gludos going up to 4... This army contains 2 out of the 3 highest single model point increases.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? In Shalaxi and the Keeper.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Doc Warband is the 3rd.
Well, I'm not, like, the Warbands are the other 2, because there's 2 Warbands that shot up similarly crazy amounts, right? But again, those were, like, the Warbands are silly. That's why I said single model, right? Or whatever, single units, right?
Right, gotcha.
Like, the Morgwaith and the one of the other one is the Eyes and the 9, both of which were, like, weirdly like, whatever. Nobody thought Morgwaith at 80 was the correct points, right?
I mean, Shalaxi had 310. I had no interest in playing her. I ran
never ran her at 310. Now she's 405. No. We better be getting a massive War Scroll rewrite on her. You're out of your mind for her at 405. Get out of here. Okay? That is insane to me. Insane. This army got the points increase that I think all armies should have got across the board. Like, this hits the average. It's a 15% increase, basically, right? If everybody else in the game had went up this kind of amount, if this was where the average is, I'd be like, well, that's a shame. It still probably wasn't due because we were overcosted. But okay. Like, I'd be fine. But this army, like, does it have some potential play? Sure. Sure, absolutely. Can you win games? Yes. Points aren't everything. It's not a foregone conclusion you lose. Like, I've seen people talking about Twin Souls who only went up 15 and have a 2-inch reach, so they can reach over their own bases. which is nice. So you can like they actually fit fairly nicely in the new coherency rules. So good stuff. As I mentioned, Hellstriders, like some of the Seeker Blade, like the Blade Bringers on chariots are still okay, and most of them are heroes that are under the caps. They can all still get like Lookout Sir and stuff like that. They fit into the sub leader section very easily, which is nice. They're all good, sort of functioning in that role. Dexessa and Sinessa are fine. It's hilarious to me again that the 10 wound one is more expensive than the 9 wound one. That is comical. Because the 9 wound one is like way better. Definitely. But okay, sure. You take Dexessa because you're trying to get a bonus command point every round. That's what she's there for. That's what she does. She gives you a bonus command point every round. So cool. So like, whatever. Can this army still play? Yes. Will you still summon potentially a lot of stuff? Yeah. Probably. Like, if you were just looking at the points, you could say, yeah, over the game, I summoned 1,200 points.
Yeah.
Like, that is a pretty modal outcome of playing this army. Okay? But you might summon 1,200 points and still easily lose.
Did you have that much summoning in your games? You got a lot of games in.
I did get. I've played a lot of games with Slaanesh since.
Yeah. Was it?
Not generally that much. I've heard somebody say that you always either end up at 8 or 12 depravity after the first round, and I tend to agree with that number. My experiences are very similar. Yeah. Right? I think maybe List Labs, I think Smorgan might have said that you always end up at either 8 or 12. I don't remember. And like that has proven pretty true to me. Keep in mind, I ran pretty offensive builds because I was trying to win the game, not depravity farm.
Sure. Yeah.
So, like, if I hit units, I tended to kill units. And killing units doesn't get me anything. Right? Like, I ran like, part of the things that happened to me here, and I have to admit this, like, I think this army can still play. I'm just going to go to my summation, because whatever. Okay, I've got the stop, he's already dead meme on this, of course, because there was no other choice. I mean, Slaanesh is already overpriced, and many units are just comical. It is hilarious to me that a Keeper of Secrets and Lord Croak are basically the same price. That is a good joke. Okay. I don't know what universe you look at those two scrolls and go, yep. These are basically the same.
The Keeper got worse. He can only do his command once, and of course he can't even do it to himself.
Way worse. It's shockingly worse. Like their average damage, like look folks, their average damage is 7.
It's so sad.
A Keeper of Secrets average damage is 7. Now, can they sometimes spike off and you do like a bunch of mortal wounds because you got 1 extra on the hit with the claws and then you pop 2 6s? Sure. That can happen. Like, yeah, that is possible. I'm not banking a battle plan on that. Right? Like, yeah, it can happen. But like the way you play this army now is in this very finesse, very like careful, pling a bunch of wounds off a bunch of units style. That folds instantly against death, by the way. Just pointing that out. You actually accomplish nothing doing that against most death armies.
Yeah.
And the you have to just sort of finesse it and play towards summoning. Like, that's what you do. Like, that is the path to victory for this army. That's it. It has one play style. A sort of extremely finesse, stay away, engage as little as possible, plink as many wounds as you can, fight only where absolutely necessary, summon, and try to then overwhelm them.
Yeah. Interesting.
And, like, that sounds terrible. And not the way... like, I got into Slaanesh because I wanted to take Keepers of Secrets that went over and smashed. Because they're a super cool, elegant, beautiful, terrifying demon that is meant to go over there and, like, they're supposed to be these paragons of combat, right? That, like, match Bloodthirsters pound for pound, and which, I mean, that's not saying much, given what Bloodthirsters are, but they need to be rewritten, too. Like, if the Keeper... I would love to see a Keeper rewritten to be 420 points. I want the Keeper to be 420 points. That's the correct point value for all Greater Demons, is around 400 points. The problem is they need scrolls that match that.
Yeah.
Like, Greater Demons shouldn't be cheap, shouldn't be, like, cheap stuff that you're, like, going, oh, am I taking the Lord on Karkadrak or the Greater Demon? What?
Sure.
No. That's not how this choice should go.
Yeah. Jordan, do you have any thoughts on Slaanesh, or?
I'm just, honestly, I I was thinking of when the new line came out with all the new mortal stuff. I was like so into them. I loved all the new models, new design. I was like, I'm going to start this army. And every couple months, that just my desire to start that army just goes down and down and down.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, right? Like at the end of the day, we all want to play with cool toys and have fun doing cool things, and it's just sad to see a beautiful army range, especially with new models and stuff, continue to suffer, unfortunately. Lore wise, whether it's relevant or not, like but yeah, I don't know. I guess the only thing I'd be curious of, I guess you both play with Slaanesh, is like characters like Sigvald and some of the others didn't see much change. Do you see much opportunity in kind of going a different route with some of them?
Yeah, I think Sigvald's got play because he's got that built-in +3 to charge. You can take him in Lurid Haze. He is very tough now. Lurid Haze has a built-in +1 to save command ability, and there's also the +1 command ability that's generic in the game, so you actually can take 2 units and give them +1 to save in Lurid Haze because it's 2 different command abilities, obviously. Or you could even single stack it if you were really trying, if you were up against like Crazy Rend, right? Lurid Haze lets you ambush, so Siggy can come in pretty effectively. Like he's legit tough now, and he heals himself very easily. I think he's a bright spot. He's still probably slightly overcosted at 265. Honest answer. He should probably be more like 240. I really do believe that. Like he is still just a 6-wound dude. Like it's easy to.
I agree.
To have a couple rolls go bad and he just drops dead.
Yeah, I agree. He's definitely playable, though, particularly grading on the curve of this list. But,
on this army, the curve of this army, he's an A+. This is like when you're in a class where everybody flunked the test and you got a C, and suddenly you're a rock star on that curve, right?
I'd say the Mask is up there with him. Like I would start with, if I were writing a list, I would start with Sigvald and the Mask as my first 2 heroes.
And Hellstriders. Like it's Sigvald, the Mask, Hellstriders. Probably one of the Bladebringer Chariot Lords.
I was thinking, Bladebringer, Exalted.
Like, I don't know if Gludos is still worth it or not. Maybe as 475 is a lot for him.
Yeah.
But he's a good centerpiece. Like you want to start with a keeper on the table, but it's really hard to start with a keeper on the table now. So you kind of just have to summon keepers, and when they get there, they don't do that much.
Yeah, I can't see a keeper in a list. Yeah, I'd be tempted by Sinessa as a 4th hero.
Sure. You're probably going to take one or both of the twins, honestly, instead of any keeper of secrets, which is great that I have 6 keepers of secrets. I'm very excited about that.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't really heard a good explanation of what happened with this. I know every playtester that I've heard talk about this, they're like, we all know this was a complete screw up, but we don't have to get into it. I mean, everybody knows this was a screw up.
I just wish they would gut the entire summoning and replace it with something weaker, like legit. Because we're having to balance this entire army around a really swingy, powerful summoning mechanic, and it's never going to be where you want it to be if you actually just want to play the army, not also play that army and the phantom army you might summon.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and I've a friend Travis, he sent me, one of our local guys, a weird list, leaning into the summoning of like Great Unclean One and some archers, and it's just all this craziness that you could do. But I mean, that's not Slaanesh in my mind. So you're playing a little mini game to try to get some. It's just
you can play the little depravity mini game, or you can build for really. I think that this army can be competitive, and the way to play it is this, as I said, very cagey finesse style play that maxes. That sort of maxes depravity farming, right? And summons and summons and summons, and just starts dropping 30 blocks of Daemonettes on the table over and over and over again. So you're just kind of swarming, right?
Yep.
That sounds pretty awful. Okay, it's not the style I want to play. If it appeals to you, I'm excited that this army now works for you. But it's a shame.
Sure.
So,
Death. All right, boys. We got 30 minutes to hit our limit.
I know. And my breath. Death. I mean, we will move quicker now because there's not actually a lot to say on a lot of death stuff.
Yeah.
We got the 2 big Grand Alliances done.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so Flesh Eater Courts only went up 3% on average. Still a potent threat, though the fundamentals have shifted against them. So this is another one of those armies. The Ghoul King on Terrorgeist, went up 25 points. Okay, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah.
The this army, none of this stuff written on this page matters. It just doesn't matter. It's fine. It barely moved in any meaningful way. It's the fundamentals. They are a super hard-hitting melee army, but, right, they had lower than average points increases, but they are going to suffer due to the core changes. Lack of multiple triggered abilities on the Ghoul King on Terrorgeist, the single command ability during the phase, redeploy, unleash hell, coherency on their 50mm heavy infantry that was all 1-inch reach, right? Like the list of fundamentals that turned against them is long.
Yeah. I'm pretty worried about this army. I think, doesn't your brother play this army?
Oh yeah, and I've played it a bunch too.
Yeah.
It's exactly that. Thinking it's like you can pile in an attack twice with one unit. Like, don't get me wrong. We all know, 2 years ago, Fett was dominant with their abilities, but like the past year, they've been had a couple of good runs here and there, but largely they just can't compete in the new meta or the current meta. So to see these hits directly, hurt them is like you said, it's concerning for sure.
Yeah, both these guys and Slaanesh, which is ironic because they basically came out right around the same time, right?
Yeah.
Had the command abilities that you wanted to use multiple times the combat phase across multiple units, right?
Yeah.
Not like an IDK style, spin it to win it, right? It was this unit does it, and this unit does it, and this unit does it. And you would usually build your command points for that moment when you needed to push, right? And that just got shut off.
Yep.
Smash Bat's still good.
Yeah.
He didn't really need command abilities. Most of his stuff was non-command ability bonuses, honestly. And now he can give himself, stuff. So he's good. He's fine.
Yeah, I think as a last, like, this is, again, prototypical glass cannon army. I just feel like they're not going to have the output that they need anymore.
Sure. And they're not really moving the needle because in terms of the save stacking, because they're at a base, 4 up, 5 up?
For most of the stuff,
Yeah. So that's not getting the job done. I don't think there's a lot of mortal wound ignoring either. I think they've probably gone down quite a bit in some of the fundamentals.
Yeah, it's just it. It's like the points didn't matter. Fundamentals have turned against them. It's going to be a rough road.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, maybe we're going to get that. What's the name of their main dudes? The
Carrion King?
From Carrion King. Yeah, maybe we're gonna get a Carrion King in a new book here this year.
We'll see. Nighthaunt. The ghosts likely need some help to truly compete. Nighthaunt, they didn't really see a lot of points increases. The most notable one would be the 20-point increase on Hex Wraiths, because that's a big increase on a unit that was 130 and could tend to show up in multiples.
Yeah.
Most of the other stuff is pretty nominal. So.
That are also being impacted by the 1-inch reach or the reinforced units.
Yep.
Coherency. Yeah.
Hugely. They have like 4 units on 32s with 1-inch reach that just drop off.
Yeah. Chain Rasp now max size 30?
Chain Rasp now max size 30. Yep. Sorry, I'll shrink the table down a little here.
Yeah, because I played 2x40 a few weekends ago in the Reichenor's new sub-faction, and they were, pretty spicy. But if you're, now if you're only having to chew through 30 of them versus 40, that's going to be harder to have them alive.
Yep.
But they don't have any monsters really. They've got a Morgul, so they're not really benefiting from that. Yeah.
We don't even know what the disposition, legitimately, we don't know the disposition of any of the Forge World monsters. They might just all go away.
Right.
I mean, they might not. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely this army needs a new book, needs to reflect 3.0. Yeah, a lot of the fundamentals are so out of date now.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they have good rules, helpful things, positive things. A lot of they have some good rules that got replaced in Broken Realms, so that's going to help, right? They got sort of battalion things pulled into sort of sub-faction rules, which is great. You mentioned already the Reichner one, but so on and so forth, right?
Yeah,
the loss of Death Riders, I think, really hurts. But, Ethereal is still solid, right? If people start pushing Ren to punch through armor, Ethereal, you make people overpay for that stuff. They do have a lack of basically any monsters, which sucks, especially in the New World. And they don't really have power projection. Right?
Right. Yeah. Gosh, I'm not sure. Yeah, like I mean, they're benefiting from the bodyguards. That's nice to keep Olindor on the board, so that's gonna help them out. Keep I don't know if I can remember if Reikenor is benefiting from the bodyguard as well or not. I mean, Cogs might help them a little bit. The double cast. They've got some decent spells. But yeah, like I said, I played a couple of games against them, and I'm just really feeling the 2018ness of them.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
yeah, I'm not sure what all. Yeah, it just feels like we need facts or book. Yeah, to really reassess this army and maybe some new units. Yeah, in terms of they're going to get an expansion of anything. But
real quick, Hyatt's Griff said, "Is there an app or a website that I can list build with with the new points? I don't do it by hand." Yes, War Scroll Builder will be updated once I already know it's in process because he was tweeting about it. But it's like technically this isn't out yet, right? Like technically this all doesn't release until the 3rd. We just have all this stuff real early. But yes, there will be an app that you can or that War Scroll Builder. You can use.
I've heard a lot of interest in the Dread Scythe Heritance. I don't know the details of that.
Went down they went back down a little bit in points, but
yeah, I have to pull up the War Scroll, but I think it was James Tinsdale, maybe somebody else who was talking about them, saying that he thought that they were going to be a little more interesting now. Yeah, we did see that I think the minimum size went up on the Bladegeist and the Heritance, so it's now minimum 10, so that helps reinforce it a little bit. So that's good.
Yeah, I'm sus on.
Yeah,
I agree.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, I think if you're a really, really great Nighthaunt player, you can probably weather this and figure out some good ways to go here. I think the new Broken Realm stuff helps, but it's definitely like you're on the uphill, not the downhill.
Yeah. Yep.
Ossiarch Bone Reapers. One of the reasons Death's so interesting is because the point changes had almost nothing to do with this faction. Like the entire alliance, I should say. Largely untouched, and the control and attrition strategy remains viable. They need a giant FAQ. I mean, they only went up an average of 0.38%. So, they had a lot of drops. Like, Catacross went down 30 points. Arch Cavalos Zandudos, whatever his name is, went down 15. Most of their stuff is pretty nominal increases. Like, the Crawler went up 15, still one of the best shooting units in the game. Like, yes, Nagash shot way up.
Don't tell Jordan that. He won't believe you. I don't think I've watched a battle report where you've hit meaningfully with your crawlers.
The most success I've had is when I run 1, not more than when I've ran 3 before.
Nice. Yeah.
So, but yeah. No, so I think the crawlers personally drop in stock quite a bit in 3.0, just from the no rend on it, and you can just +1 save, right? So that hugely hurts them. Not that they obviously still have other uses, like the hero slaying is amazing,
sure,
and different things like that. But I think it's like you'll see max 1 where you often saw 2 before.
Sure,
would be my expectation. But I mean, love to see people do things that I don't think of. So,
sure.
Yeah, for the most part, I think these guys are fine. Like their style is their style. It's they have this like control and attrition strategy, right? Like a move and hold and push and hold and push and hold and push and hold strategy. It's basically how the army is sort of designed to play. It's kind of phalanx style. And, like the big questions remain though. The Bone Daddy impact here is pretty straightforward. What the heck is happening with this army and RDP versus command abilities? That's it. Like we need the FAQ. Most of the armies we could do this on and say, yeah, okay, sure, there's a couple little questions with the FAQ, but we basically get the scope of how they're going to play probably. Because I don't think the FAQ or new PDFs or whatever we get are going to be like complete rewrites of every war scroll in the faction. I just don't believe it. I think most of it's going to be pretty minimal, generally feeling. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll be happy to be wrong if they just like, ooh, they go nuts, right? But I don't see it. But this army is just like, I don't know. I don't even know. What are we doing here?
The only thing I was hoping, now this is just like was wishful thinking, but because they had changed a lot of the unit sizes to match what's sold in a box, I was hoping it was going to be min 20 on the Mortex. And we could Mortex guard. That would have been cool. I mean, nobody would have wanted to play against a unit of 60 Mortex, but the fact that you could would have been hilarious.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Vince, here's an example of your men two, your Archine Harbingers. Archive got that -2 Ren, so they didn't move in points, 190. I wonder if they might be a little more interesting to OBR players.
Sure.
I'm really intrigued by the Stalkers. I'd be curious to talk to like Melnick and Meth and those guys about what they think of the Necropolis Stalkers, because they've also got that built in -2 Rens. I think it's like 3 attacks. They've got ways to, re-rolls.
Yeah.
Potentially
Yeah, the
+1.
Stalkers are interesting too because they're also counting as 2 models now, right?
Yeah.
They're 5 wound dudes.
I think their Stalkers are 4.
Oh, are they? Am I thinking of the other dudes?
Yeah, the other guys are 6. Yeah, the Morghast are 6.
Oh, yeah.
The Necropolis are 4.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But
I apologize.
yeah, I think they could be a little more interesting. Cool to see Catacross go down a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. They're 4 wounds. I apologize.
Yeah, but I feel like a lot of these armies, like I'm not that familiar with the new endless spells in terms of the impact that they're going to have on the game. It seems like there's going to be a number of endless spells that are going to be quite good. We haven't talked a whole lot about all that. I know next week we're going to get into the endless spells. Maybe we can try to hit some of these armies kind of after the fact. But yeah, I'm sure a number of armies are going to benefit from a number of those endless spells.
Yeah, the endless spells, I think they're clearly rewriting all of those. Just we saw the GHB and saw that they rewrote every endless spell that was in the core game. So it would stand to reason that most armies' endless spells are going to also get heavily touched, right? So
yeah. I've never. Death Riders are the piece of this army that I've always been underwhelmed by when I've seen them in battle reports. Like I get their function, it's just they're I don't know. They just never seem to do enough of what one would want them to do. Is that, I don't know, Jordan, if that's been your sense?
I'd agree with that in terms of, from my experience now. It's like, unless you're running them in like not Mortis Praetorian, the old Petrifex,
yeah.
+1 rend, then they have more of the output you would expect. But they end up just, this army is just like Mortec Guard is the core of this army. They're the best unit in this, like in a lot of ways, one of the best battle lines in the game.
Yeah,
and that's
agreed. They would absolutely be in my top 5 battle line list, 100%.
Yeah,
like they do what it says on the tin, exactly what they're supposed to do. They're one of the greatest examples of like this army, this unit is supposed to act like this. It acts like that.
Right.
And like, they were already resilient. They already healed well, and the command ability is the biggest thing. How that shakes down.
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, cool.
All right, that's death. Like I said, death is easy because we're fast. All right, destruction. Begin the symphony of therein. Okay, so Gloomspite Gitz, and my comment here is someone in destruction had to get the short end of the stabba stick, and it was Gloomspites.
Yeah.
Shooters and stabbas, pretty significantly increased on points, 20 points per unit, and then losing their max discount as well. Now, they can still go to 60s, which is nice, but keep in mind that again, talking fundamentals, they lost their +1 bravery for every 10 models, so, these big units are going to get real susceptible real fast, right? When you look at some of their powerful hero monsters, like the Mangler Squig, he shot way up. Now, so that's kind of a lot. Or the Loon Boss on Mangler Squig.
Oh, went up 30. Yeah,
he went up 30. Yeah, like he had a big jump, right? The Web Spinner Shaman didn't be made out a little better at only +15, which isn't too bad. The Squig Herd going to minimum 12 and then also going up 20 points hurts. Like, it really does. Because those used to be just an easy pickup for, 6 things to kind of run around and be just, sort of chaff and crap in the way. Little objective grabbers and things like that because they were so cheap. At just sort of 70 points for those models. So that's not the case anymore. This army wasn't blowing the doors off of anything, and again, there are some pretty fundamental things that turned against it, and I don't see anything here that helps. Kevin Rand asked, no Soulblight Gravelords. No, because their points didn't change at all. They're really as printed Soulblight Gravelords. So.
They're really good.
Yeah.
I think they're hands down the best in death.
Oh,
which
Soul Blight, yeah, 100% right now.
is
I
probably-
totally agree with that. They're the
Yeah.
free and clear death winners right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, Gloomspite is just like I'll jump to my impact, right? And the
Yeah.
question they're just asking one fundamental question: can lots of bodies still do the work in this meta, even with all the things that have turned against them, like their bravery and stuff like that? They do have a wide range of units. They have everything from large body count. They have multiple units able to reach 60 to monster heroes and some tricks. The lack of ability, though, to stack debuffs anymore does hurt their standard playing style, and though the points impact was lower than average, many are hitting them in units that will repeat a lot. So,
Yeah, it feels like a lot of they're dealing with the hangovers that they were throughout 2020, I would say in particular, or like latter half of 2019 throughout 2020, which was Spelldom era really impacted them.
Yeah.
And now they're losing debuff stacking on the hit rolls, which is enormous. I don't know. This just feels like another army that's desperate for a book, and it's also thankfully, rumor is they're going to get an early one, hopefully, along with the new Spider kit. So we'll see if that turns out to be true. But yeah, I don't know what this army looks like right now. Like, can you lean heavily into the Troggoths? And they've gone down. What are they right now? 155 for the Fellwater, 190 for the Dankhold. Rock Guts are, 145 for 3 of them. That's a lot of wounds. I'd have to pull up the reward scroll. I'm kind of curious.
I mean, the answer is you're still not getting the weight out of them. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the wound count to double count. And
Crap. Yeah, they're only 4 wounds, 5
Correct.
save, 2 attacks, 3 threes, -2, 3 damage. I mean, that's a good little profile there for 3 of them. But
yeah, then that is correct. J-Rap said they also have no priest for curse. That is correct. They do not have a priest.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So like, it's tough. Like, I'm not saying they're ruined. They're not. They're like, again, you can still have a lot of fun playing this army. Somebody asked us, is Maws of Jork like, still something that has game? It's not measured. Like, Maws of Jork was never competitive. It was just awesome. Right? Like, Maws of Jork was always sweet because playing a lot of squigs was insane, and sometimes you would get these weird explosive turns where you would just blow into people and bite them and murder them, right?
Yeah.
But it was never competitive. It has all of the problems that the normal army has too, and it's a lot harder to protect them. They're magic. They're weak to a lot of magic. They're very susceptible to a lot of battle shock. It's that kind of stuff.
Cursed, yeah, man. If they did have a priest, that's a good shout. Yeah, I don't have a feel for this army. I'm not that familiar with it.
One of my people in my club plays Gloomspite quite a lot, and he runs both mixes of either the large body count or the Maws of Jork. Those are the 2 times he uses. And it's always interesting. Like, it's a fun army to play against, honestly. So it's fine. Like, I think for somebody who's looking for fun games, this is still one of the go-to armies. If we're just talking like overall competitiveness, yeah, it's still probably in the low middle.
Okay, yeah. Jordan, do you guys have any guys locally that run this?
A couple, but one of our guys does. But yeah, it's like, I think just the changes to the shooters and stabbers, like again, a battle line getting hit in multiple ways, not only in points, but yeah, it's like it hurts them. So just ripple effect to the rest of the army, right?
Yep.
So that's it's unfortunate. Just they've always been like an army like Skaven to me, right? Where they have their high numbers, have a lot of different tools and whatnot, but they definitely aren't coming out as well as the rats in this one.
All right.
Agreed.
Yeah. You could ally in some squigs to potentially turn off Unleash Hell for folks, like Iron Jaws, take some squiggies.
Sure. So they do fly. That's true. Okay. Ogre Mawtribes. Where is the beef? Here's the beef. All right. So there's some notable changes here. So ogres were basically right at the average points increase. I'll just say that. Okay. And I think for the most part, they're fine. The BCR side came out better than the Gutbusters, as is ever the case. Okay, like the Frostlord on Stonehorn was a good deal at 400. He's still a good deal at 430. Like, again, hold him up to the Keeper of Secrets, and you're like, Yep.
Oh my god.
Seems like a pretty obvious choice here.
Yeah.
You know, the Thundertusk people are maybe a little higher than they should have gone up. Whatever, like that's that's to be discussed. Gluttons at 6 is interesting because on one hand, it becomes one of the most interesting wound anvils in the game because they are a battle line ogre unit that you can take, that you can multiply out to 18, which is 72 wounds and counts as 36 bodies on objectives.
Wow.
Okay. On the other hand, that glutton unit is never going to bring all of its beef to combat unless they like radically change their reach or something. Yeah. Right? If they change the 2-inch reach.
780 points. In one
it is indeed.
Even Tzeentch is hard to control right now. Like to get more than 4 in.
Right.
It's tough.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I don't know what to make of that. I really don't. Like, is it just this meat wall? Like, are you just trying to win by a meat wall? Right? Where, like, well, I'm just going to move all these dudes forward and assume that you can't, and DPS check you with 72 wounds. Right?
Right.
Is that suddenly what we're doing in a unit? Where I can just sort of sit it there and be like, go ahead, shift this.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah,
that's a rough play.
Yeah. I doubt it.
The Iron Guts going up 25 points really hurts. The Lead Belchers going up 20 points is comical. They went from min 2 to min 4 as well, I should state. Now, fine. They're both in 4s, so they do still have the old coherency rule, right? I would point out that you can, assuming they don't change the command ability on the Tyrant, you can make those 18 Gluttons actually immune to Battle Shock as well.
Well, I was going to be, I was wondering about that. Right, yeah.
You can just smack them once and then make them immune to Battle Shock.
Yeah, that's great.
So,
interesting. So Roar, so basically you can ignore Roar?
No, you smack them once in the first hero phase and then they're immune to Battle Shock for the rest of the game. Battle Shock.
Yeah.
Right,
like, Roar never shuts off Battle Shock immunity. It only shuts off the...
Oh, that's right. Roar's in the combat phase. Right. Yep. Gotcha. Okay.
But still, the fact that you can just have, like, this massive, ridiculous unit that just... what's Battle Shock? I don't know. It's interesting. Like, it is a hard bodies play. But, DPS checks can work, especially in a game with more MSU, with less sort of, we talked about a lot of things that hit the super damage units. There's no more, like, crazy explosive Hearthguard Berserker max units. The Ghoul King on Terrorgeist went down in his potential damage, right? Like, some of the damage stuff in the game that was your scary melee threats did go down in damage.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, that's true.
So, like, the overall damage of an average unit probably dropped pretty considerably. Like, those Gluttons might be able to just exist their way to victory.
Base 5 up save?
Base 5 up save, yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, it's intriguing.
And obviously you could take the little thing that makes them kick back mortals on their saves as well. Their punchback.
Gotcha.
Their little fisties. Yeah, I mean, my summation is, powerful monster heroes took a small hit but are primed to be able to do well. I mean, the BCR side is just primed for success. They went up in a little bit in points, but they're so fundamentally strong in this edition. There's a couple little things that don't stack on them anymore, but for the most part, they are lock, stock, ready to go rock. Right? The Glutton unit's interesting if unwieldy as just a DPS check and body block people off. They could very much use an update to deal with the new coherency rules, and the Beast Claw side seems to remain the winner right now. But they are still a fundamentally strong army in an objective-based game, where every troop you guys counts as 2 and your monster dudes count as 10. You're still playing the very fundamental concept of the game well.
Right. Yeah. Lead Belchers, didn't they used to be 2? Min-size 2? Looks like they're min-size 4.
Yeah, Lead Belchers used to be 2, they're 4 now. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been impressed by them.
Because they're not impressive.
Yeah. Yetis, of course, we saw Stuart McGowan run the Yeti list. Looks like they only got a 10-point increase. That's interesting. I'm not sure if they're 2-inch reach. Let's see. Frostlord and Thundertusk, I could see them getting some play. There's still a 55-point difference from the Stonehorns. So, yeah, that might be a thing. Mornfang Pack going up 20. That doesn't seem too bad. Again,
I mean, they're the
force.
old 2-4 thing, and they do count it. Like they have their they're already counting as 2, so like they're not benefiting from anything new. They just count as what they always counted as. So.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Still seems like monster trucks. Can monster truck.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah. Summation: if you loved monster trucks, get ready to go wild.
Yeah.
You're gonna be crushing cars.
Yep.
Okay.
So the gluttons are just that one unit though that like is the prototypical example of hoping they change something with the base sizes, right?
Like if they gave them a 2-inch reach or something, we're on board. Suddenly that 18 glutton unit is looking crazy interesting.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's so funny how a simple change, right, could change everything around.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Orruk Warclans. So, yes, the Swamp Bogglers are also in this. No, I don't have them on the list because I needed to be able to fit it on one page, and their points aren't real anyways. Whatever it says in this book is wrong. Their real points will be in their book that comes out later this month. Okay, so let's talk about the fundamental stuff here. 1, Kragnos, the End of Empires, down 65 points. He's getting closer
keep
to
going.
what we originally guessed.
Keep going.
So that's great.
So out on him. He needs to get lost. Get lost.
He's what I'm painting right now. Like literally, he's the guy on my desk. I'm about to start. I primed him.
He's got a permanent rental in the Derp Through zone. He's got the crazy thing about this guy. He's supposed to be the ultimate monster slayer.
Yeah, sure.
And it's going to be monsters roaring at him, scaring him to death, turning off his ability to get +1 to hit.
Yeah,
so he's going to be hitting on 3s.
Yep.
And just flubbing all the time. Or he's going to be hitting on 4s with -1 to hit.
Sure. There's a lot of monsters that can get -1 to hit, sure.
Yeah. My first test with this guy was a complete disaster.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, overall, the big news here is like Gordrak and the Mega Boss both had big points increases that were probably deserved because they are. We mentioned the damage in the game going down. Oh, not over there. Not in that realm. The Mega Boss on Maw Crush is still bringing that 30 to 40 damage around if he wants to.
Oh, baby.
He's still got that Ren Neg 3. He's still bringing it like a truck, baby. He's
so good.
Beep. Here he comes.
Reroll wounds on the charge, including the mount.
Yep.
Oh.
And you didn't need Iron Fist to get all his free movement. Like, you can still get the free movement in your hero phase. Like, it's there, boys. It's there. Like, we got this. So...
Oh my god, dude! Double cabbage all the way.
Sure.
It's honestly like viable, like legitimately viable.
Sure.
Jordan, I ran a list last night. I mean, they just steamrolled Lumineth. I mean, I got the Iron Jaws double, but like, it was double War Chanter, Weird Knob, double cabbage, 1 with the ward, 1 with real wounds, and -3 rends, and 10 brutes, which were incredible. I'm in love right now with 10 brutes.
Because you can give them the 2-inch reach, because they have a 2-inch
reach.
Yep.
Yeah, good to go. +1 damage on there, and then 2x3 pigs. At army was awesome. Like, it felt so good. And it's probably going to get destroyed in a few weeks' time. But we'll see.
Yeah, we don't know if any of these points are going to change. They could.
Yeah.
I hope not. I think all these will probably be set. But
Let's
see.
hope so. Yeah.
This I'm in for Iron Jaws in the new edition. It's the Age of Destruction. Bring it. You're all battle line. So again, things like we haven't talked about battle tactics. There's like a grand strategy that is keep all your battle line units alive. It's like, yep, I can do that. Or not keep all. Sorry, keep at least 1 alive. I can keep at least 1 alive. That's no issue.
Right.
And they still have the great fundamentals, bonuses to damage, easy their bonuses to hit, being able to throw +1 save on piggies makes them even tougher and a better mobile anvil.
Yeah.
You could going double cabbage, so you can double Maw Crusher, so 1 can be the offensive and 1 can be the defensive.
Yeah.
It's a great day. It's a great day in Warclan land.
Oh, one little announcement of brutes, that 4-inch, I really felt it with the inability to run after you retreat now.
Yeah.
Boy, you feel that in certain situations.
Isn't that? I feel like that's such a great change for the game, though.
Yeah.
Like personally, like overall, like for whether it's been negative for me, I don't even care. Like just
right.
yeah, that feels like such one of those great changes. So
I agree.
Yeah.
It's actually, it makes things that have a wider move to retreat really impactful, right?
Mhm.
So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I've heard people talking about Bone Splitters, that they were pretty high on them. Again, that's an army like Gitz. I'm not that familiar with Bone Splitters. I know that they can shoot a lot. They put a lot of wounds on the table.
Yeah, I mean, they're still the same thing they always were. They didn't really change that much. Their points changes were pretty minimal.
yeah,
You know, they
Yeah.
don't have any monsters, but they are pretty good monster killers.
Mm.
So you know, which is good. You do earn bonus victory points once around when you kill monsters if you're using the GHP battle pack. So
Right.
like having things that are good at killing monsters is good, especially in a world where you'll probably see a lot of monsters. That's
yeah.
you know, just being good at that is a free basically 4 or 5 victory points a game. It's not nothing.
Mm.
So, yep.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I think they're basically where they are. I think they're sort of status quo-ish, right?
Mm.
But the Iron Jaws, I think, are stonks.
Oh God, I'm so worried they're gonna take away Smashing and Bashing. They're gonna take away Mighty Destroyers.
Let's all hope not. We all
Yeah.
again do not want, like when I heard that the Swamp Bogglers were going to be part of a new Warclans book, I was like, no, just give them a book. Get them out of my book. I don't want a book. It's fine. I'm good.
I know. Yeah, it feels
Hopefully-
like. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, they should. I feel like they'd leave most of that stuff the same, right? There's nothing that like
Hope so.
jumps out in Warclans that like
Right.
is dying for changes or updates. So
Yeah.
Guys,
fingers crossed.
look, when it comes to the Iron Jaws, phone it in. Just phone it in. I'm asking you to take the day off. Be lazy. Reprint. Copy, paste. It's your friend. We need nothing. I'm fine. Fine. Okay, I'm over here. I got a full, beautiful meal in front of me. I don't need you to start taking plates away. I'm good. The dishes in front of me look delicious. Let me eat them.
Yeah.
All right. Oops. Sorry. So yeah, Warclans impact still a potent force now with even more options. It's already a strong army. It is susceptible to some of the reaction command abilities, like that's things like Unleash Hell and Redeploy matter. But we are like, especially in Iron Jaws, you are still remain one of the faster armies in the game.
Yeah.
The additional options of the Cruel Boys could be quite potent in Big War through we still haven't seen the stats on the I shoot a tree at you
All right.
artillery, but I have a feeling that's going to be potentially ending up in a lot of lists. Maybe some of the Bolt Boys, the little shooters. I could see those getting added in to add some ranged firepower into maybe more Iron Jaws based lists, right? With Ren.
Folks could go old school Chris Tomlin style with his brutes that he converted to hold crossbows.
Yeah,
Do
absolutely.
that.
Yep. As I said here, a great deal depends on how much changes in the new book, but for now, I'm saying stonks.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm so intrigued to play. This is number 1 on the list right now for my army. Like I want to, double cabbage. Like I want to play 3.0 with a melee army and see how that feels for like a year plus. And just lean into it.
Jordan, anything else on the Warclans?
No, just exactly that. Like their points again, just summary, relatively didn't change much, and just so much upside with the new edition that they're looking good. I think Destruction as a whole is probably like the best, Grand Alliance in terms of like overall how they came out. Like I think there's a lot to be excited about as a Destruction player.
Yeah, I agree. W. Soren said, I asked for a copy paste before the Warclans book after the Iron Jaws changed in GHB 2019. And that's true, I did, because I was like, this is so good. How could it get any better? And then they made the book, and I was like, oh my god, it got better. I didn't think it was possible. So now, I believe we've hit some kind of cap. I just don't think you can make this army better for what I want. Like, it is exactly the army I want. Stop. Please stop. Leave me something here. I guess there is still something. Boom! Sons of Behemat. Get hype, folks. Let's talk about them stonks. This is the stonks right here. This is where it's at. I got my first game with Giants in.
Nice.
They're insane. They are.
This week.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. This is where it's at. The fact that you can just run 4 megas now, because everything in the army's battle line. Easiest grand strategy completion in the world. Table
4
me or I
objectives.
complete my grand strategy.
Yeah. 4 objectives, 4 megas. You're good to go.
I'm all monsters, so like all the GHB battle tactics I score extra points on. Just give me all them extra points. I only have 4 units in my thing, so yeah, you can only like earn your 4 victory points. Enjoy them. I'm gonna earn all mine, so you better bring me down. You better table me. The fact that like, oh my god, the stonks. I don't even know where to go with this. First of all, this army didn't change at all in points wise because it can't. Like, yeah, the Gatebreaker went up to 525, but the War Stompa and the Man Crusher both went down 10. It basically evens out the same. You have more or less the same choices you did always, so whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the only time I made a meme myself. I made this. Okay, like all these other memes I stole, but this one I made.
Nice.
So this is obviously from Falcon and the Winter Soldier, right?
Yep.
And get in losers, we're going stomping, and boy oh boy is it true. Like, I played this army. Here, there's a couple little notes I want to make. The value of baby giants went way down because baby giants don't have a champion.
Oh yeah.
Okay?
Wow.
So they can still like roar at people and do extra mortal wounds, and man, is it great. Like, oftentimes I just had them picking the mortal wound impact hit because I would just charge them in 3 dice, 2 ups. Yep, got all those, and then I'll throw an extra one on top, so it's like 43 mortal wounds. Chugga, boom, and then I activate them, and now I grab 3 people and kill them instantly.
I had my cabbage the other night. I'm like, double check that nonsense. Are you sure that's how that works?
It is how that works.
Yeah.
And so, like, you can, before you've actually swung a weapon against, like, you know, kind of massive dudes, you've already done 4d3 plus 3 effectively plus 3 models dead worth of work. That's quite a lot of work before you ever swung a weapon, and babies always were pretty offensive, right?
Right.
So, like, that's great. They were just cleaning clocks left and right when I was there. 3 of them. I was running Stomp a Tribe because I generally like running Stomp a Tribe for the bonus damage. I charged 3 of them into a pack of 30 Dryads. Then there were no more Dryads.
Oh yeah.
They all went bye-bye.
Sounds right.
Yeah, so I was just like 3 damage club hits when you make 30 attacks is pretty good.
Yeah.
The addition of like their powerful hero monster battle lines. They play the objective game better than anybody. They can do more damage thanks to command abilities. They have flaming weapon as a potential now on their heroes, and you know, if you take the bookie book or the little dangler earpiece, the addition of the 5-up ward to the game has no bigger impact than this army, right?
Wild.
Like you could just take your Kraken Eater general, give him either the neg 1 to hit or the +5 wounds and the 5-up save, and call it a day right there, and you have got like a real hard to bring down dude.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, 100%.
That's walking around counting as 30 models on an objective.
Right.
This like stomps. Okay? I don't know how else to say it. This army is so much fun to play, but I think I want to run it now as 3 megas and 3 babies. Like 3 as a unit of 3 babies.
What 3 megas?
I've actually been looking at going back to Taker Tribe. I'm still kind of messing around with my list.
Okay.
Just because the problem with Stompa Tribe in the new edition is your actual Stompa General can't use command abilities. He can't use the generic command abilities. He can only use his own, so he's shut off from all that. Now your other giants can use command abilities like normal, right? But you've got to have like babysitters walking around effectively because he can only use whatever. I'm gonna play around with a couple different builds. It'll either end up being Taker Tribe or I'm gonna replay through all of them because breakers is the problem with breakers is like breakers are very expensive now. You can't spam breakers.
Sure.
But I've always actually liked War Stompas. I think people undervalue them. You just have to use them very carefully. The thing I love about Stompa Tribe is it has the charge 3d6 command trait.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And that command trait is so good. It's so stupid good to just fling him into something. So I might honestly try like Stomp a Tribe with just a pack of 3 babies, and they're the only ones getting the actual bonus. And who cares? Right? And then there's just kind of 2 independent megas running around. Like maybe I've got to see how the points work out. But yeah.
Gotcha. Nice.
The nice thing, there's the options right now with the battle line change. Like you can do so flexible, so many options.
Yeah.
I think that was a great change for the book.
Yeah, definitely. I reached out to Peter Atkinson, Plastic Crake. He's been writing some great articles on Goodhammer. Obviously, he's been running Suns. And I asked him, what he would take to a tournament right now. He said triple Kraken and a Gatebreaker with the 5-up wards.
Sure.
And it's like, that sounds pretty good.
The
but yeah,
downside of
he's-
these guys is they can't really fit in any of the battalions, basically.
Sure, right.
You can take the unified battalion with like 1 mega and then your baby, or like how I forget how to your 1 mega and your like 3 baby units can drop in the basic troops, so you can't fulfill that one. But then all that does is like further lower your drops. It's not nothing, right? But which is fine. You're already a pretty low drop army, so it's something. But you can't. There's basically no way to get any of the additional artifacts in here.
Sure.
Which kind of sucks.
Yeah. But yeah, they're just firing on all cylinders, as Tom would say.
Oh, this is 100%. Gas in the tank.
Yeah.
They have got gas in the tank. They got money in the bank. You're looking at the man.
Yeah, I played a year against, I played a lot against the Kraken Eaters, and they would always underwhelm me in combat. Just whip all the time.
They hit like feathers in combat, yeah.
And now, nope, no longer. One took out a cabbage in one shot.
Sure.
Fully healed, yeah. Because he turned off my ability to stack saves. He roared, got scared, and yeah.
Roar, give himself +1 to hit, do the dirty business. And the advantage to having the three big boys is that's 3 rounds of having your best day ever with your hero ability too.
Sure.
And giving them +1 to save and +1 to wound, and then roaring in, and then giving them +1 to hit, and it's like, well, who's ready to die?
These guys, honestly, I think Suns are going to be one of the big bads of the next few months.
Yeah.
Like they have so much upside, and
in some ways, this edition reminds me, it's like the addendum to the Sons of Behemat book, Vince, that you complained about rightfully in that show you did, where you find, like they've given you the outputs and some of these things that you were calling for.
Finally,
with this edition.
I didn't know it. Suddenly, it was apparently. I wish somebody would have said, like, "Don't worry, this is going to be kind of weak for now, but in 3.0, the world will change." I don't know. I can wait. I'm a patient man. 10 Art Studio just to answer his question. I had a work meeting, so I missed this, but I saw some of the Chaos stuff mention that you can still take Archeon with things like Blades or Tzeentch. How does that work? I thought the new match play rules limited you. It did. It does, I should say. It's not that it did. It does. Those the match play rules do limit you accordingly. However, in the GHB, they explain that there are these things called coalition units, which is just a weird new thing that exists that they don't really explain in the pages we've seen, but that will be explained in the PDF, because you will have the ability to take certain things as coalition units. And the example they give is like taking Chaos Warriors or stuff like that. Basically, it'll probably still be keyword aligned. The trick is when you take that stuff, it does not count as your battle line anymore. Ouch. So you cannot take like Marauders and Slaanesh and count them as your battle line. You can just take them, and that's fine. They fit. They don't break your allegiance abilities. They can still, benefit from stuff. But they do not count as battle line. They do still count as artillery behemoths or leaders accordingly as whatever they are. So. Get in, losers. We're going stomping. Okay. Final thoughts. So I'll give mine, and then I want you guys to go through and give yours. So overall, everyone went up, but I am not sure the right things went up by the right amount. We've hit that note so many times, right? Like, it's just where, like, it's good that everything went up. I like that. I wanted more go up, but I wanted more go up on the right things. And that's not what I'm sure we hit. They weren't large enough, but they weren't distributed in the way that I would expect for the real sins, the things that are causing the game to like, we know what's breaking the curve. Hit those things. The things that don't get played, hit less. There you go. There's just some head scratchers out here. And I'm not sure we fully capitalized on the opportunity we had here, because ultimately this is the chance. You can't just put out a random GHB and shoot everybody's points up 20%. People would riot because they wouldn't expect it. At an edition change, they say, hey, guess what? Everything's going to change. And you're like, okay, cool. That's what I thought. Right? And so a lot still depends on part 3, the FAQ day 1 PDFs that we have yet to see. So, Jordan, what's your thoughts, buddy? What's your overall final thoughts?
First things first, I'm so excited for the game right now. It's so much fun playing AOS 3 and the new changes. There are a lot of great, like, just health of the game changes that they made. which is, and the heroic actions and monstrous things, like those are all like really cool, interesting things, and there's more kind of participation throughout the game on both players' turns. So all that stuff I'm super happy, like ecstatic with. So AOS again is in a great spot, super happy with it. But yeah, like you said, there are a few things that you kind of have to scratch your head about where the direction they went with different things. Yeah, hopefully it really just, I don't know, I'm excited because the whole game I feel like has flipped on its head in terms of what the meta was and where we're going to be going forward. Just opens up, it's just a refresh, right? It feels like it's exciting to see the first couple tournaments and where things are and where our expectations are different than kind of what things end up being. And that's, I guess, part of what I've always loved. And the list building. So just I don't know, I'm just so excited right now with it feels like a hard refresh for the game, and especially on the up and up from coming out of a year where we weren't getting much games in or there weren't many events. So
yeah
100%
absolutely
agree. One quick note on that: since we've all played some 3.0 games, have your games been faster?
They have.
Mine have.
Oddly enough, yeah.
It's because pile-in isn't fiddly crap anymore, and your units are smaller. The actual, like, all these new decision points, I printed out my game aid sheet. I'm like, my heroic actions this round, rolled, done. Okay, good. It takes 5 seconds once you've done it one time. My monstrous actions were always obvious. I need to roar that unit, extra mortal wounds here, done.
Yeah.
Right? Like, that stuff doesn't actually add to time. What added to time was big units moving and doing fiddly pile-in nonsense. My games have been, like, considerably noticeably faster.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's that quality of life stuff you're talking about right there.
Exactly. It'll take a bit of time for everyone to like think of the command abilities and remember which heroic actions are available, like to do that intuitively.
To sort of internalize that. Yeah, that's why I said just print out that game aid sheet, put it next to you, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but in a couple weeks, couple months, we'll all be flowing, and the game is going to be faster.
Yeah, because I would just be like, okay, start of the round. That I gained my command point for my general. I'll use my heroic. Like, if I didn't have anything else to do, nobody to heal, whatever, I try to gain another command point. Oh, 4 up, yep, got one of those. And then I pick my battle tactic. Okay, it's that one. Now let's go.
Exactly.
I just went down my little list.
Yeah.
Tyler, what are you thinking?
Yeah, so well, you guys, we're talking. I was just quickly doing a winners, maybe, fine, and no. All right, let's start with a no. Beasts of Chaos, Blades of Khorne, Slaanesh, Feck, Nighthaunt, Gitz. That's in my no category.
Okay.
They'll be fine. Kharadron, Seraphon, and Lumineth. I'm just banking that range damage is going to still be pretty good in this game.
Still enough of a crutch to carry along, sure.
Seems like a decent bet, even if the baseline of rend is going up, where you've got better saves, etc. Maybe Fyreslayers, Sylvaneth, Tzeentch, Nurgle, OBR. I would say
in the they might be fine. They're on the border.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like I don't really have a great sense about them. Tzeentch definitely took quite a hit. OBR, obviously. Anyway, we've talked about all of those. Yeah, I put those on my maybe. There's a bunch of winners, which, as like I said, 6 out of 10 at the start of this. I feel like I need to bump that up a little bit, as we've gone through it. Winners: Cities of Sigmar, Doc, IDK, Skaven, Slaves in Darkness, Soulblight, Mawtribes, Warclans, both probably IJ and Bone Splitters, and Sons. I mean, that's a pretty healthy winners list. And then, quite a few in the maybe. And then 3, yeah. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm like personally kind of reflecting on this 4 hours of what we've discussed. These points in the end, in terms of like my working sense of what the list might be like, what factions can be competitive, etc. It's better than I thought going into this conversation.
Yeah.
So yeah. But in general, I'm really excited for 3.0. It's absolute quality of life improvement to the game. And just ready for those facts.
Bring out the FAQs. Bring them on. Yeah. All right, everybody. We've been going for a while, so we're going to call it a day right there. We'll be back next week discussing even more good GHB stuff. Probably back to the normal time next week. And don't forget to hit like. if you liked the show, or if you didn't like it, it's okay. Still hit one of those buttons. I prefer the like one, but if you click any of those buttons, it still increases the engagement. So I appreciate it. But please hit like, subscribe if you haven't already. Thank you, Tyler. Jordan, it was great to have you on, brother. This was a lot of fun.
Definitely a pleasure.
You're welcome back anytime. We will have you on again in the future. I know you've got experience with a lot of armies. So, as I said, once we get through all this 3rd edition level setting, it's going to be time to start grinding through the forces, and I would love to have you back for one of them. So we'll look forward to it. All right, for all of you out there, thank you so much for watching. If there's anything you felt we got wrong, or you think we missed as a point, please drop that in the comments after you hit like and subscribe. Thanks, everybody. Have a great rest of your day.
See ya.
We'll see you next Wednesday.
Bye.